Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 3 of What If Naruto was the Whirlwind Alchemist in Fullmetal Alchemist. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Ling's Pa. Young lord, are you sure we can trust them, especially that orange-haired girl? Fu, my loyal ninja, asked me. As the state alchemists and the other blonde girl boarded the train, we followed them and hitched a ride on top so we wouldn't have to pay for the tickets. I know, pretty smart. We have to for now, but I am wary about that girl. She's not normal, that's for sure, but the way she fights, it's like your style, but the techniques she uses. I put my hand on my chin as I remembered the battle we had yesterday. Tell me, Fu, have you ever heard of a technique called wind release, divine wind? He shook his head. No, I never heard about them. What about those legends we read about? You know about the civilization who could manipulate the elements around them to use as weapons, defenses, and use for medical purposes. Lan Fan said. You mean those silly stories about the elemental countries? I hate to say it, but those are just stories and nothing more. I sighed. Of course, sorry young lord. She bowed. But Lan Fan does have a point, even though those are stories, we took their fighting skills and modified it to our use. Fu huffed. And the way you described her fighting style, it sounds exactly like how the stories describe them. Well, let's say she's from there, how did she end up here in a state alchemist? I asked. That we must find out ourselves. He sighed, going back into his meditation mode. Miyuki Sabaku, just who are you really? I asked to myself. Miyuki's Pa. If that was the possibility, then what is the Führer hiding? If I had only more. Miyuki, we're here, Winry said, shaking me back to the real world. I looked away from the window that I had been staring at for the past 10 hours and saw that indeed we were at the train station in Central. Oh, well, let's get off. My legs are stiff from sitting down for so long, I groaned as I got up from my seat. Especially when it would have only taken me half the time to get here by running. I added the last part in my head. Ah, Ed groaned as he stretched out his arms as he hopped off the train. It feels good to stretch again. Well, that's what happens when you're on a train for almost a day. Al said. Hey, a gruffy voice said above us. We looked up and saw the two masked ninjas staring at us. Do you know where the young lord went? Went? You mean he's not with you? I asked, looking around the train station and trying to locate his chakra, but he was nowhere near here. Well, he's not here, Al said, and the two ninjas sighed in despair. My guessing this happened often. Good grief, the second I look away the young lord is always gone. Fu sighed. Then they both got up and started to search the train station. Young lord, where are you? Well, I wish you luck in finding him, I said. Well, let's getting going, you guys. And walked away from the train station. Coming, they said, following me. So after walking for about 10 minutes we decided to split paths. I would go with Ed and Al to the military offices so we could see if Hughes had made any progress about the Ouroboros tattoo thingy, and Winry would go alone, which I was very reluctant to agree to visit Mrs. Hughes and Alicia. After we talked to Hughes, we'll come and visit Mrs. Hughes and Alicia. So don't leave their house until we get there, got it? I said to Winry. Don't worry, I'll be fine, see you guys soon, she said, going off towards the opposite direction of the military. I wonder if Lieutenant Colonel Hughes made any progress about the Philosopher's Stone yet. Al asked aloud. Who knows, Al, we'll just have to ask him when we get there. Well, come on boys, let's get moving. He said he would be somewhere in the court-martial, right? I smiled, dragging the boys along with me. Yes, and you're going the wrong direction. Ed sighed as he pulled me towards the opposite direction. I knew that. I blushed, trying to cover my mistake. Sure it was. Sheesh, your sense of direction is horrible. I bet even a 5-year-old could find his way around here better than you. He laughed, running away from my wrath. Get back here, you brat, I shouted. While we were running we passed by a phone booth and I couldn't help but stare at it. Something wasn't right about it. It had an aura of death surrounding it. Hey, are you getting slower, you hag? Ed screamed ahead of me as he noticed that I had slowed down. What did you just call me? I snarled at him, forgetting about the phone booth, and ran after him until we reached the court-martial. I wonder where everybody is, I asked as we continued to look for Hughes. When we had arrived here, there was no one we could ask to tell us where Hughes's office was, so we had to go and search for it instead. Probably to some meeting, Ed sighed as we continued to walk down the corridor. It looks like we'll probably have to wait in Hughes' office until this meeting ends. I don't think so. There's Lieutenant Hawkeye. Lieutenant Hawkeye, I called out as I spotted Riza. Hey, I didn't think we would see you here, Ed said once we got closer. Hello boys, Miyuki, it's been a while since we last saw you. I see you are doing well with your automail leg and you got a haircut. It suits you, she said. Aw thanks and yes all is well with the automail, Ed's mechanic is a genius. I smiled, so what are you doing here? Wait a minute if you're here that must mean. Thank you for waiting Lieutenant Hawkeye. Mustang's voice rang out behind Riza. Great he's here. Both Ed and I grumbled as we saw Mustang come up from behind her. Being away for about 2 months really didn't change their appearances much but I did notice bags forming under Mustang's eye. Why does Mustang look so tired? I didn't think he would be working very late but his eyes, they tell a different story. They look very familiar. I can't remember where I saw those eyes though. Well hello there Fullmetal, Whirlwind. I haven't seen you in a while. And Whirlwind why didn't you report to my office weeks ago? He asked. Well hello to you too bastard. Well I was going to, but then the Führer came by and said he would take care of all the papers so I didn't have to report to you. So I decided to go with Edward and Al to Dublin. Is that a crime? I challenged him. Well no, oh and by the way nice haircut it looks good on you. He smiled softly. Thanks. I grumbled but there was a blush appearing on my face. By the way Colonel what are you doing here in Central? Ed asked. Didn't you hear, I was transferred here to this branch about 2 weeks ago, Mustang said. I know in the manga it says a month but I couldn't make Ed and Al's trip to Dublin last that long, besides I didn't think it would take that long just to stay in one place. Well isn't that just great? I mumbled under my breath. What about you guys? What are you doing here? He asked. Just some info gathering that's all and to pay Lieutenant Colonel Hughes a visit. I said and that's when I noticed Mustang's posture going stiff and his eyes widening a little more than usual. For a second his facial expression told me he was shocked and then depressed and then it went back to his neutral posture. Oh, now I knew something was up and it had to do with Hughes. Where is he by the way? He's not here, Mustang finally said. He retired and he's living in the country with his family. Hughes retiring? That story just doesn't add up and why would he retire when he's supposed to be researching about the Philosopher's Stone? Something's not right here. Oh really? I guess that's too bad we wanted to see him and ask some question. Ed said buying Roy's story. Roy then turned away but after taking a couple of steps he stopped and said. Fullmetal, Whirlwind, watch yourselves. Don't do anything rash. Okay, I said but it came out more like a question. Satisfied with my answer, Roy began walking away with Riza right behind him. You guys go and find Winry and tell her the story, I need to talk to Mustang about something. I said after a minute of just standing there before walking off to the direction where Mustang was heading. Okay Miyuki we'll see you later. Al called out before I disappeared behind the corner. I wasn't satisfied with Roy's answer, the way he reacted about Hughes, something was up, and damn it I was going to find out. Hey Mustang. Roy. Bastard wait up. I called out him as I finally saw him. Once I caught up to him I asked well more like demanded. What really happened to Hughes? He retired and... Cut the bullshit Roy, I know that's a lie. I growled stepping in front of him stopping him in his tracks. I glared at him hoping he would crack and tell me the truth but he didn't even flinch. It's not a lie, I was getting fed up with his lies so I decided being the nice ninja wasn't going to cut it. Forcefully I grabbed him by the collar and pushed him against the wall forcing him to look me in the eye. Like I said before cut the bullshit. I know when people lie to me, I lived with men who knew how to hide their emotions so well that you would think that they didn't have any feelings whatsoever and I could tell when they lie to me. Your body language tells me you were surprised to hear Hughes's name. You never acted that way before so why start now? Not to mention your eyes betrayed your true feelings showing sadness and regret. So fucking tell me what really happened to Hughes because I'm not going to buy the bullshit about him retiring. I snarled at him. For a moment, Roy was just staring me with shock before sighing. Well the truth is Hughes is gone but he's never coming back. He finally said. I let go of his collar. Gone? You don't mean, I gasped in surprise as I finally realized what he meant. That's why his eyes looked familiar, they were the eyes that saw the death of a friend. They looked just like Shikamaru's, Ino's, Choji's when they heard about Asuma-sensei's death, and even Naruto's when we learned about Ero Sennin's death. Hughes is dead. But how? When? We saw him before we left the train station and, that's when I remembered the broken cup on the train, that's when my cup broke. I muttered realizing that omens still apply here in this world too. Broken cup. What does this have to do with Lieutenant Colonel Hughes's death? Riza asked. I sighed before explaining, you see where I come from we have omens that tell us when bad things happen. For example if your cup you're drinking cracks before you even hold it, it usually means something bad happened. In my case, if your cup breaks or a piece chips off, it usually means some has died. While on the train to Dublin my cup broke, I knew something bad happened and I wanted to call back but I was too busy or forgot to call. I muttered. I see, well if that is all you wanted to discuss then your excuse. Oh and if you would please don't tell the Elric brothers, that's when I slapped him in the face. What was that for? He growled. For lying to the boys. How can you be so damn cruel to them and not tell them about Hugh's death? They deserve to know. I shouted at him. The boys have enough on their shoulders already. If they found out about Hugh's death they're going to blame themselves. Mustang argued with me. So, it's better to know the truth than being lied to. I know that for a fucking fact. I spat out remembering all the lies my brother and I were told when we were younger. Even though it was to protect us, it still hurt knowing that the person I trusted to most lied to me. Either way they're going to find out the truth. So excuse me I have to find the boys and comfort them. I growled before I walked away hoping to find the boys before they found out the truth from someone else. It seems I was out of luck this time as I found out from Lieutenant Ross who was standing where the boys once stood before that she accidentally told them the truth and they had run off to Mrs. Hugh's house. Damn it Edward why do you run so fast when you're fucking sad? I mumbled running towards Mrs. Hugh's house. I had to get directions from Lieutenant Ross. But it's understandable, he thinks it's all his fault that Hughes dies and just can't deal with the guilt yet. Maybe Roy was right and, no. They deserve to know. It would have been worse if they thought he was alive this whole time and found out weeks later that he was dead. Finally, after running non-stop for about 10 minutes, I reached the Hughes house and I quickly knocked on the door. Coming, I heard Mrs. Hughes say as the door opened. Mrs. Hughes all of them are inside, come in. She said with a little bit of sadness in her voice. I nodded and came inside the house. There sitting in the living room was Ed and Al looking depressed and on the other couch Winry holding a sleeping Alicia. Who would have thought that the saying, misery loves company, would come true? I muttered taking a seat next to the brothers. How did you find out? Al asked. Forced it out of Mustang. I thought that the story Mustang told us was fishy so I confronted him about it and forced him to tell me the truth. I chuckled a bit remembering the slap I gave him. So what were you guys talking about before I came? That it's our fault Hughes died. Ed mumbled sadly. I sighed at Ed's answer. Just as Mustang said, they would blame themselves for his death. Idiot. I semi-screamed, slamming my fist into his skull. Ow damn it what was that for? I grabbed him by the collar and growled at him. What makes you think that it was your fault Hughes died? What gives you reason to say that? We asked him to help us research about the Philosopher's Stone and what he found out got him killed. He cried. That's just like Hughes. Mrs. Hughes spoke up causing me loosen my grip on Edward. To die trying to help someone. He was always meddling into other people's business and that usually got him into trouble. But I don't think he regrets helping you guys, not even in his dying moments. She stated firmly. Well she at least saved me the trouble of saying that to him but I don't it will be enough to take out all the guilt. But. Listen here Edward. If you let this guilt eat you away then you'll probably stop searching for the Philosopher's Stone. If you do that then you'll have let Hughes die in vain. He died trying to help you guys get your bodies back and if you just give up then it's like saying you didn't care about Hughes. I cried trying to get it in their head. She right Ed. Garcia said, even if the Philosopher's Stone is a dead end you still might be able to find another way to get your bodies back. You have to keep moving forward. Yeah I guess. Ed said. Good, now you boys and girls should head back it's getting late and you should rest. She said. Very well Mrs. Hughes, thank you for getting some sense knocked into his head. I bowed at her. Please take care, I said before hugging her. Yes I will. Goodbye Edward, Al, and Winry, I hope you guys come by sometime. She smiled sadly. Sure, Winry said trying to smile but fail. We gave Mrs. Hughes one last look before I closed the door. Ed, Al, Winry, I won't be going back with you to the dormitories just yet. There's something I need to do. I said. When will you be back? Al asked. By tomorrow morning. I mumbled walking out of the building not even giving them even a second glance. Quickly I raced back to the dormitories, asked one of the receptionists for a military uniform, and once I changed my clothes, I made my way towards the military cemetery. God damn it I knew this uniform would be uncomfortable, but I need it just for today since I don't own anything funeral approved. I wonder should I get some flowers for. I was so deep in thought that I didn't even notice I was walking into someone until I bumped into them. Just as I was about to fall flat on my butt, an arm reached out and caught me. Sorry I didn't see where I was going and, Miyuki is that you? My savior asked. I looked up, and to my surprise, there was Obito, who with one hand was holding onto me and with the other holding a bag of groceries. "Obito, is that you?" I smiled. "Yup, who else would be so awesome in catching you?" He chuckled. "By the looks of it, you're doing pretty well with your automail leg, your wounds are gone, and you cut your hair. It looks good, by the way. Overall, you're looking pretty good. But why are you wearing the military uniform? I thought you hate it." Obito said all in one breath. "Yes, I'm doing well, and thank you, a lot of people have been saying that. And as for the uniform, I'm going to visit a friend." I mumbled sadly at the end. Realization came across his face and gave me a soft smile. "So who died?" "Lieutenant Colonel Hughes, remember him?" I asked. "Really? He died? I didn't even know," he mumbled. "I just got here in the morning and found out." "What about you? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in East City?" "Oh well, I got transferred here because they heard of my awesome healing skills." He laughed, trying to lift up my mood. I had to chuckle, he really reminded me of Naruto. "Well, that's good, now I have someone I know living close by. Hey, do you want to go to visit Hughes's grave with me?" I asked. "I would love to, but I have a buttload of appointments. I was supposed to back 20 minutes ago, but I got lost on the road of life." He sighed dramatically. I can see where Kakashi got his excuses from now. I laughed. "Well, next time you have a break, visit Hughes." "Ah, don't worry, I will. Or are you going to buy flowers for his grave?" he asked. "Yes," and, out of his grocery bag he pulled out a bright bouquet of yellow and red flowers. "I had a date tonight, but she called me moments before I bumped into you and cancelled it, so I don't need them anymore," he said, passing me the bouquet. "Thanks. Well, I should be going if I want to make it back at the time I originally wanted to. Goodbye, Obito, and who knows, maybe I'll see you around," I said, waving goodbye to him as I walked away. "Yeah, besides you still owe me stories," he called out, smiling before he turned around and left. Once he was out of sight, I looked down at the bouquet of flowers, smiling. Obito is just like Naruto, he can brighten up your mood and make you feel happy again. Well, it's off to Hughes's grave now. I made it to the cemetery in about 10 minutes, and it took me another 5 just to find Hughes's grave. Once I finally found it, I placed the bouquet of flowers in his grave and smiled softly at his tombstone. Here lies Maes Hughes, born 1885–1914, a devoted military man, a loving husband, father, and friend. May he rest in peace. I stood there standing for a moment before I stared up into the sky, letting my tears freely fall. You know, as shinobi we are taught to hide our emotions. It seems even after years of practicing it, I still have yet to master it. Behind me I could see the sun already setting, giving off an orange and light red hue. You know, when I first heard of your death I wanted to strangle Mustang and say, "Tell me the goddamn truth," but his eyes, well, let's say his eyes mirrored my friends back at home. A gentle breeze swept through the area, ruffling up my hair a bit. I didn't bother to fix it. You know, I think this is all a dream, that you'll just pop out of nowhere and shout, "Isn't my daughter cute?" I chuckle at the memory. I really miss that, despite how annoying it was. By now there was only about a couple of minutes before the sun would finally set, leaving the moon to rule the sky, but I made no plans to leave anytime soon. You know, I choked out before regaining my normal voice back. I couldn't help but think this is somewhat my fault. Maybe I should have left a clone here in Central to look after you and Major Armstrong. Maybe I could have prevented your death, or maybe it wouldn't even make a difference. I sighed, wiping away my tears. They were useless now, and sat down on the cool soft grass. Another breeze swept through the cemetery and I hugged myself to keep warm. I felt a pang of pain in my automail leg but ignored it. After all, a little cold air won't hurt you. I know I should probably be spending my time with the boys in Winry, making sure that your death wasn't their fault and comforting them too, but I just needed to talk to you. It's kind of how I deal with people's death. Hey, I bet to everyone who passes by here, they'll think I'm crazy talking to a grave. I chuckled. You know, my brother's sensei used to do this too, talking to his friends who passed away. He would spend hours talking to them and always ended up coming late to meetings. Did you know Obito was one of his teammates that died? And now he's living here in Central. It makes me wonder, if Obito died and came here, does that mean I died too? No one answered and I didn't expect them to. I sighed and started at the stars. Tonight's a beautiful night, Hughes. I hope wherever you are, you can see the sky too. I wonder what you found out that someone had to silence you for. You probably found out the entire truth about the Philosopher's Stone, or maybe something even deeper than that. Did you know, I found out that our Führer is a homunculus. Yeah, it surprised me too. I don't know what to make of it yet. I mean, when we went to Dublith we also found another homunculus named Greed, but he wasn't even with the other homunculus Ed meet with in the 5th laboratory. So does that mean King Bradley's on our side, or is he tricking us all? I can't tell. I continued to talk with Hughes, not caring that it was past midnight or that it was about 50 degrees. This was how I dealt with the death of my friends, going to their graves and talking to them for a bit. Blamed Kakashi all right. I talked to Hughes for a couple more hours until I fell asleep in the cemetery. I didn't wake up until somebody shook me awake. I nearly grabbed that said person and threw them across the cemetery, nearly. Ma'am, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I stretched out my arms and cracked my neck a couple of times to get out some kinks. Do you know what time it is? I sleepily asked. Almost 7 and. Shit, I'm late. Thank you for waking up, but I really need to go now. Bye. I shouted, sprinting back to the military dormitories. Crap, I didn't mean to spend the whole night over there. Crap, I probably made the boys worried, or at least Al, since he stayed awake all night. I made it back in record time, 10 minutes. And just as I was about to ask the receptionist where the Elric brothers and Winry were staying when they, well, Ed literally ran into me. Ow, hey, watch where you're going, Miyuki. Where have you been? We were just about to look for you. He shouted, picking himself off the floor. Ow, sorry about that, I kind of oversleep. Sorry for making you guys worry so much. I apologized. It's alright as long you weren't hurt, but where did you go? Al asked. To visit a friend, I said, and they looked at me questioningly. It was formalish, so I decided to get a military uniform for once. I sighed. So I'm going to change right now, I'll be back in a bit. I said, racing towards my room. This uniform was very uncomfortable and I needed to get out of it now. So after changing back into my clothes, I came back down and sighed. Okay, let's get some breakfast. Sure. Ed mumbled, probably still sad from yesterday, and I couldn't help but sigh. Maybe I should have stayed with them and comfort them in their time of need instead of going off into the night to talk to Hughes. I'm such a horrible adult. Well, after we got breakfast in the mess hall, we took it back up to the room so Winry would have some. We pretty much stayed there in Ed's room for almost the whole day. The whole day. I just couldn't even bring Ed, Al, or Winry outside. Shit, they may be talking it much harder than I thought they would. By around 7-ish I asked Al, who finally couldn't stand the gloomy atmosphere, to come with me to get the newspaper to see what news we missed. Who would have thought one little article would change our lives forever? Ni-san, Al cried, slamming the door open. Ah, Ed cried, almost jumping out of his skin. What's wrong, Al? This, I said, passing him the newspaper. I believe you know her. Ed took the paper, read the front headlines, and gasped. On front of the headlines it read, Second Lieutenant Maria Ross blamed for murder of Brigadier General Hughes. Now, even though I didn't know her that well, okay, I pretty much didn't know her at all, I just knew she wasn't responsible for Hughes's death. It just was unreasonable. Let's go, maybe the colonel knows something about this. Edward saw Ed speed walking out of the room and heading towards Mustang's office. But we never made it there. Why are we walking in the alleys? I asked Ed. Because it's faster, and he stopped talking as we heard footsteps coming towards us. Miyuki, can you tell who is it? Al asked. I closed my eyes and concentrated before I let out a small growl. Great, it's Ling, but he has 2 unidentified people with him. One's like you, Al, with the no body, but the other is a woman that I can tell. I said, opening my eyes. Well, let's go meet them. And we walked out and we saw 3 figures running. One was Ling, another was an armor suit, and the last one was a woman that looked a lot like Maria Ross. As they got closer, Ed gasped out. Second Lieutenant Ross. Also, this was the woman that was blamed for Hughes's death. Edward, Alphonse, Major Miyuki. Maria sighed in relief. However, the greeting was short-lived as Al in the other suit of armor shouted. You're that guy from, and Ling, how did you even get caught into this? Al said that last part. Hey you guys, how are you doing? Ling casually asked. We should be asking you that. Ed and I shouted. Suddenly the armor guy shouted. We don't have time for this. And slashed at Al with his butcher knives. Al dodged it and landed back a couple of feet. Hey lady, go down that alleyway to reach the warehouse district so you can make your escape. He told her, pointing towards his right. Wait, we just want to ask you some question about, but Ed was cut off by the suit of armor. Hurry, if the police find you they'll kill you. Maria hesitated for a moment before running straight into the alley. Maria Ross. We shouted and I took some steps forward before I had to dodge one of the butcher knives. Stay away from her, he said, and I growled in annoyance. I didn't have time for this. If Maria Ross was in trouble we needed to help her. Ed, I'll cover for me, I'm going to go after her. I shouted, jumping over the butcher armor and running after Maria. Hey, get back here, but before he could even take a swipe at me I heard Ed and Al fighting him. Up ahead I could see two figures standing at the end of the alleyway. One of them was obviously Maria Ross and the other was Roy Mustang, who had his hand raised ready to snap. Before I could yell at him to stop, he snapped his fingers, causing a huge blast of fire aimed towards Maria Ross. I could do nothing but watch, and once it was over, I couldn't help but gasp at the sight I saw. Edward's paw. We heard an explosion towards the direction where Miyuki and Maria Ross went, and I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Huh, so she did make it. The other soul-bound human said, lowering his guard. I took this chance to make my way towards them, and slide under his arm. Just as he was about to slash at me, Al quickly came to my aid and aimed a punch at him. While they were busy fighting, I ran down the alleyway, hoping that I would get there in time to save Maria Ross. However, when I got there I saw Miyuki standing stiffly over a burning corpse, and to my horror there was Mustang, who wasn't even looking towards Miyuki, who was yelling at him. You damn fucking bastard. How could you do this? You have no evidence that she killed him. Miyuki yelled at him. I couldn't believe it. Mustang killed Maria Ross, burned her to a crisp, and wasn't even showing any remorse. Mustang finally turned around and saw me. Hello, Fullmetal. And Miyuki turned around, the anger quickly leaving her eyes, and started to show sadness. Ed, I'm sorry, I couldn't get to her fast enough. She whispered, giving me a hug. I could only stare at the burning corpse and I just lost it. What's the meaning of this, Colonel? I shouted, trying to get out of Miyuki's grip so I could punch that bastard's face. Why would she kill him? I screamed, finally breaking free from Miyuki, and grabbed Mustang by his uniform. He looked down coldly at me, and to my surprise, he punched me in the face. Ed, why, you fucking bastard? Miyuki yelled, coming towards me. Attacking a superior. You should learn your place. Mustang stated coldly. Well, you know what? And to both of our surprises, Miyuki slapped the colonel hard in the face that he stumbled back a bit. If I don't respect you, then I don't give a fucking shit about the superior crap. I'll attack anyone who harms anyone precious to me. She growled. He remained unfazed though, and it pissed me off, so I went to attack him again, but my brother, who had finally caught up with us, held me back. Ni-san, stop. Let go of me, Al. I shouted, struggling against me brother's grip. No, he cried. By now, Mustang was walking away from us. That's bastard killed Second Lieutenant Ross. I yelled. What? My brother said. You heard him, Al. Miyuki stated coldly. That motherfucking bastard killed her, isn't that right? She snarled. Mustang stopped for a moment before looking lazily over his shoulder and said. There was a kill on sight order issued on her, that's all to it. That's all? What do you mean that's all? Al cried. I do apologize for keeping you in the dark about Hughes's death, but you must not object to orders, you must seek no explanation. Just simply obey, that's what it means to be a soldier. Mustang growled out. No, Miyuki said, causing all of us to look at her. That just defines us as mindless, soulless people who are used as pawns in other people's games. She growled out. And I refuse to be categorized like that again. If you become one of those people, then where would we be in this world? Huh, where would we be? We would be just murdering people left to right because we were fucking told to. She screamed. Never had I seen her so angry like this before, and what did she mean by categorized as mindless, soulless pawns? Was she used like that in her country? We said nothing more after Miyuki's rant, and 3 minutes later the rest of the military came, asking all of us questions about what happened. They even accused Mustang letting Maria Ross out of jail so that he could burn her up. As much as I hated Mustang at this moment, I don't think he would be that cold-hearted. Revenge, it was all for revenge, wasn't it? Miyuki said to Mustang before he left. He turned around and faced her. What makes you say that? He asked. You have the same eyes as him. She muttered before going silent once again. Finally, after many questions later, we went to the hospital where Maria Ross' autopsy was, and while we were there, we meet up with Major Armstrong. I'm really sorry for not telling you about Hughes's death, I just couldn't bring myself to tell you. He apologized. It's okay, you thought it was for the best. Miyuki mumbled from behind us. But because of me, I clenched my fists together. It was because of me that Hughes died. It was because of me that Alicia lost her dad, and now Maria Ross was now dead because she was accused of murdering Hughes. It was all my fault. It's not your fault, Edward. Suddenly the doors to the autopsy room opened and out came 2 men. One was a middle-aged man, maybe turning 50. He had black hair that was starting to show some gray hair. He wore glasses, and behind those glasses were stoic deep brown eyes. He looked pretty intimidating if you ask me. Next to him was the doctor that treated Miyuki back in East City. What was his name again? Tito, Obito. Obito. So you're telling me you work as an autopsy surgeon now? Miyuki chuckled as she greeted the doctor. Hey Miyuki. It seems this place is a small world, he chuckled. Now I don't work here, but we had a short number of staff tonight and we needed to examine a burned corpse which both Dr. Knox and I have expertise on. Obito said seriously, which really didn't suit him at all. Can we have the report? A nameless officer asked. You can take over, old man, I hate doing reports. Obito smiled, however Dr. Knox hit him in the head. Ow, what was that for? Don't call me old, I'm only 10 years older. He growled out. The nameless officer coughed and it immediately brought him back to the subject. Right, well the body shows extensive damage, you could hardly even identify the body. But we found a tooth that narrowly escaped the damage, and we were able to identify her as Maria Ross. Obito finished for the doctor. How horrible, to char up a beautiful girl like her. You must have something against her to burn her up like that. Dr. Knox said, turning towards that bastard who was sitting away from us. He looked up but said nothing. Are you finally satisfied that you could avenge your friend's death? Obito growled out, which surprised us all except for Miyuki, who just put a hand on his shoulder. TCH, it makes me sick, a hero during the Ishbal War going so far against a girl. Dr. Knox said in disgust, walking away, and I couldn't blame him. Obito glared at Mustang with so much intent that even I started to feel its affect. Why, you little. Enough, Obito, he's not worth it, he's just scum. Miyuki replied harshly before dragging Obito off since he didn't stop staring. Now with Miyuki gone, I glared at Mustang with all my might. Who would have thought that he would just murder someone in cold blood? Colonel, Major Armstrong finally spoke up. I can't even express how sorry I am that my subordinate would do such a thing. I could see that he was shaking from head to toe, but it wasn't from sadness. I had no idea that Second Lieutenant Ross would murder. She was always honest, hardworking, and thoughtful. It was from pure anger. Mustang just looked at him before saying, you looked exhausted, Major, why not take a vacation? His question took us by surprise. Was this Mustang's way of saying I'm sorry that I burned your second lieutenant alive? You should go to East City, there's many beauties there. And he just walked off. What the hell? Miyuki's paw. Ow, hey, what the hell was that for? Why did you hold me back? That man deserved some ass kicking. Obito struggled against my hold. Please stop making a scene, I'll explain to you when we reach Mustang's office. I sighed as I continued to drag Obito towards Roy's office. Wait, what? Why are we going there? Obito shouted. Because it's about Maria Ross's death. I explained. Finally, Obito stopped struggling. So there's more to it than meets the eye? He asked, serious for once. Yes, I'll explain everything once we get there. The rest of the walk was quiet until we finally reach his office. I knocked once and we heard a, come in, so I slammed the door open and we saw Mustang and Hawkeye staring with shock. Okay, I'm here, so tell me the whole damn story. I shouted, stomping my way to Mustang's desk and slamming my hands on it. Miyuki, what are you doing here? He asked, looked at Obito with some suspicion. I'm here so you can fucking tell me why I had to lie to the boys. I growled, and you can trust Obito, he won't tell a soul. Okay, I'm going to take a wild guess and say the women we autopsied on wasn't Maria Ross. Obito sighed. Mustang and Hawkeye looked at each other before sighing. Correct, the person wasn't Maria Ross, it was just something we put together that had resembled a human. So this Maria Ross person is still alive. Okay, I'm lost. So am I mean, what was I supposed to think when I saw you almost burning her? I shouted, remembering the night's events. Flashback. Up ahead I could see two figures standing at the end of the alleyway. One of them was obviously Maria Ross and the other was Roy Mustang, who had his hand raised ready to snap. Before I could yell at him to stop, he snapped his fingers, causing a huge blast of fire aimed towards Maria Ross. I could do nothing but watch, and once it was over, I couldn't help but gasp at the sight I saw. There was Maria Ross standing unharmed and in front of her was a burned corpse. What the hell is going on? I shouted, running towards the pair. Mustang looked surprised to see me. Miyuki, what are you doing? Never mind, we don't have time. Mustang sighed as he went to unclip Maria Ross's identification chain and threw her in the trash can and closed the lid. Mustang, he turned towards me and asked. Please Miyuki, just act as if I just burned her. I know Maria Ross is innocent and this is the only way to free her, so I held up my hand to stop him. Fine, I'll act for you, but I expect an explanation after this. I growled, but smirking at the same time. Mustang was really one of the nicest people I knew here, even though he acted very cold towards most people. Thanks, he smiled, and he took her chain, put it around the burnt Maria Ross, and burnt it as well to make it look like her really did burn her. Oh Mustang, in exchange for this acting, you can't blame me for anything I do, okay? I said, standing in front of the burnt corpse as I felt Edward's chakra presence coming. Deal. He smirked, facing the other direction as I started my oh-so-great acting skills I acquired as a shinobi. You damn fucking bastard. How could you do this? You have no evidence that she killed him. End of flashback. Thus here I am so I can get the full report. I sighed as I finished retelling my story to Obito. Ah yes, but I have one question, did you really have to slap me that hard? Mustang whined as he nursed his bruised cheek. I chuckled at him, yes I did. So tell me the whole story now because I would like some well-needed rest. I demanded him. Well you see. Why did I tell that stupid colonel about that bastard? I shouted to the skies as I took my place in the operation Mustang had planned. You see, after Mustang explained everything to us, even to Obito, he told us he had a plan to lure out the true mastermind of this whole ordeal and maybe even find the murder of Hughes. But he had to ask that question. Flashback. And that's why we freed Maria. Mustang sighed as he finished telling us the story, and by tomorrow morning Major Armstrong and Edward will go to the ruin of Zeers to meet up with her and say goodbye. Well, I must say this was a pretty well thought out plan you came up with, Roy, nicely done. I smirked at him. Aw thank you, but how do we know that? I won't say a word about this, if Miyuki trusts me to keep this secret then I will. I don't ever break my promise. Obito said. Well if that's all, I guess we'll be going. Wait a moment Miyuki, I just have one question for you. It shouldn't take more than a minute. Mustang said. What now Mustang? I asked warily. Back in the alley before we went to the hospital, you told me I had the same eyes as him. Who is this person you referred to me as? He asked. I gave him a sad smile as I remembered the bastard friend I had. Sasuke. His name was Sasuke, and just like you he wanted revenge, but this time on his brother who killed his whole family. He became a monster. Never mind. Just promise me Roy that you'll never kill anyone just for revenge. I have seen what it does to people and it's not pretty. I whispered. Very well. You can go now. But please report back here at 5 a.m. sharp, I have something for you to do. Mustang ordered. Yes sir. And I left the room with Obito in tow. End of flashback. Why did I even answer him? I asked myself. Why? Sigh, this isn't the time to ponder about this. I have to focus on the task. In the operation Mustang had made me a part of, I was partnered up with Havoc, who was going to gun down the place where Barry, I finally learned his name, and Fallman were staying at. If Mustang was correct, then we could possibly catch our killer tonight. Sue, how do you work this again? Just pull this trigger and bam. I asked Havoc as he neared the building where they were staying. Havoc just sighed. Do you even know who to use a gun? Nope, but you live and learn, right? I smiled at him. Let's get this over with so I can get out of this gloomy suit. I mumbled and Havoc just laughed at me. Well, my outfit didn't change that much besides for the replacement of my red tank top, gloves which were no pitch black, and I exchanged my sandals for some combat boots, and I had to get rid of the white cloth I wore. Come on, let's go, Havoc said, putting his mask over his face, and stealthily entered the apartment. I sighed as I put my own black mask on and did the same. As we neared the room, we heard the sound of fighting going on and we nodded to each other. I kicked the door open and held my gun at the ready. In front of me was Fallman, also pointing his gun at me, and he was about to shoot when Havoc kicked it away and started shooting at the strange man that had a skull on his face. The smell of cigarettes, and that outfit, Second Lieutenant Havoc, Major Miyuki? Fallman asked. Havoc stopped firing and yelled at him. Hey, what do you think we're disguised for? This is why I don't work with people who aren't used to fighting in battles. No offense, Miyuki. None taken, I growled. Sorry sir, Fallman cried. Okay people, we have bigger things to worry about, so can you leave out the chit-chat? I said, still keeping my eye on the two berries in front of me. How did I know it was the same person? Simple, their chakra signatures are exactly the same. And since the armor berry was just the soul, that must mean that the human berry was the original berry. The human berry suddenly lunged at the other berry, slamming him into the wall and ripping off his arm. Hey, we need him alive, I shouted and started to shoot at him. The human berry quickly jumped away and started running around the room. Quickly get outside, Havoc said, ushering us out of the room. I took a couple more shots at Barry before following him and the rest of the crew outside. But there could be enemies outside, Fallman argued, but continued to run with us. Don't worry about that, we have it covered, Havoc said. Finally, we made it outside, and as the three men were looking around for the other berry, I decided to look up since the enemy couldn't possibly come from below us. Unless he knew some earth jutsus or earth-based alchemy. Just seconds later, the window from the third floor crashed open and out came the human berry, landing just a couple of feet ahead of us. Havoc and I started shooting. I must say this gun is really awesome but too noisy, but suddenly both of our guns jammed. Shit, I cursed as we saw Barry lunging at us. Looks like we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. I mumbled as I charged at him too. Miyuki, wait. Just as the human berry was about to slice me, I dodged his attack and punched him right in the gut, sending him at least 10 feet away from us. 1 point for Miyuki. I smiled, giving the men a victory sign. Watch out, Miyuki, Havoc cried. Quickly I turned around and saw that Barry was 1 foot away from clawing at me, and I couldn't do a thing but brace myself. Suddenly there was a gunshot and I heard Barry scream in pain as he clutched his hand. That was close, thanks Riza. I smiled at the tower where Riza was positioned at for this operation. Alright, don't move, Havoc said, getting another gun and pointed it at Barry, who was now growling at us. We have some questions to air. Can he even understand us? Havoc asked. Probably not, but... You got to be kidding me, Barry the armor said, cutting me off. We all looked at him weirdly. No, that's my body. Ah, so he finally figured it out, huh? What? How? Havoc asked in surprise. They put some animal or soul inside my body. Barry explained. Well, kind of. It sounded like he was talking to himself instead, and now he's come to get his soul back. Yup, just as I expected it. Haha, this brings back old memories. I haven't seen my body since I was put into this armor. Finally I can cut up my own body as much as I want to. He cried happily. Okay, this man wasn't crazy, he was insane. Hey, you just said not to kill him earlier. Fallman said. Well, you know what, screw this mission. I just want to cut up my own body. Barry chuckled. Well, sorry, but you can't do that. Besides, shouldn't you want to be back in your own body instead of cutting it up? I asked. As you can see, that body won't last much longer. Barry pointed out, and for once, I could actually smell the rotting flesh. It was so pungent that even with my nose plugged I could still smell it, and it made my eyes water. Damn, you got a point. I can't stand it anymore, I want to chop up my body. Barry cried, surprising us all. God damn it, we said no. Both Havoc and I shouted, but he didn't listen and ran at the other Barry. Shit, I hope my clone is doing better than this. I mumbled as we went after the two Barry clones. Paw. This is so boring. Why did I have to watch Riza? It's not like she can't handle herself. Shit, I'm sounding too much like Naruto. I groaned. You see, after Boss heard about Mustang's plan, she thought it would be smart if she sent me to look after Riza just in case something bad happened to her. I mean, she was sent to the tower alone and someone could easily kill her if she wasn't prepared enough. So here I was disguised as a female Naruto. It would raise suspicions if Riza saw another me, especially when she saw a boss just moments ago watching over her. Man, I wish there was some kind of bang, 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 bang. I heard gunshots coming from inside the tower and cursed myself for not keeping a better watch over Riza. As I jumped down from the rooftop and into the window, I couldn't help but gasp. There was Riza, held by a fat but small homunculus by the throat, and apparently Riza had ran out of bullets, so she was helpless against him. Hey ugly, I shouted, making the homunculus turn around. Quickly I gathered some chakra in my leg, ran at the pair, and kicked the homunculus in the stomach, causing him to let go of Riza. What I didn't expect him to do, was to grab me by the leg and throw me on the floor. I coughed up saliva as I tried to get myself off the floor, but then the homunculus grabbed me by the throat and started to choke me. Time to eat. He smiled as he opened his mouth, and I could clearly see the Ouroboros tattoo on his tongue. Shit, what am I going to do? I still need to protect Riza, and suddenly I heard the homunculus cry out in annoyance, and he threw me across the room as he tried to pry off a small black dog that had bit him on the shoulder. Catch, I heard Fury said as I briefly saw a gun thrown at Hawkeye. She caught it with ease, and when Fury came next to her, they started shooting at the homunculus. Quickly I rolled away as the force of the bullets made him tumble back towards the window that I came through. Too bad they ran out of bullets. As the homunculus healed himself, he gave us a sadist smile. Oh wow, 3 people, I can have dinner, a dessert, and even a snack. And slowly made his way toward us. Oh hell no, I'm not going to be anyone's dinner. I shouted, running towards with a punch at the ready. He only stood there as I punched him, but only this time he wasn't fazed by it. Time for dinner. He smiled as he grabbed my arm and pulled me towards him. Quickly I flipped over him and held him in a headlock. Behind Riza and Fury I saw Mustang ready to snap his fingers, but hesitated because I was also in harm's way. Hurry up and kill him. I shouted at Mustang. I can't hold him forever. Riza and Fury looked uneasy at Mustang as he decided what to do. I can't. If I use alchemy I'll kill you. And who are you? He asked. Let's just say a friend of Miyuki's. I smiled. Now hurry up and burn this motherfucker to a crisp. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Mustang still hesitated. Damn it, bastard. If you don't kill him now he may very well kill us, so goddamn it, just snap your fingers. His eyes narrowed when I called him a bastard but complied nonetheless. Milliseconds before he snapped his fingers I let go of the homunculus and jumped high into the air and perched myself onto the roof of the building, and I still felt the heat of Mustang's alchemy as he burned the fat homunculus. Once the flames died down, I jumped back to the floor and whistled at the sight. Damn, remind me not to make you angry, Mustang. I smiled, however, it was short-lived as Riza and Fury pointed their guns at me. Who are you? Mustang asked, ready to snap his fingers again. I smirked. Like I said, I'm a close friend to Miyuki, very close I might add, but I must go now, see you later, bastard. I smiled as I disappeared in a cloud of smoke. My work here is done. Miyuki's paw. Whoa. I mumbled as I remembered the events from my clone. I didn't see that coming. Hey, come back here. Havoc yelled as we continued to follow the berries. God damn it, when I get my hands on them. Suddenly a car swerved in front of us and in the driver's seat was a smirking Mustang. Get in, he ordered. Yes sir, Mustang, we said, but before we got into the car, we saw Al coming towards us. Wait, are you going after the murderer of Hughes? We looked at Mustang waiting for his answer. After a couple of seconds he asked. Are you in? Yes sir. Then climb, shoot, we don't have. Not to worry, Mustang, I'll just continue to run after them. After all, I really do hate being cramped up in a car. I smiled as I started to run towards the berries. Wait, Miyuki, I think they stopped talking as soon as they saw me jumping onto the rooftop and jumping across them just to get to the human berry. Hurry up or you'll miss the fun. I shouted at them, gaining on the human but rotting berry. I continued running after Barry for at least 20 minutes before he jumped down from the roof and into a research facility. He got away, but now how to get? Oh hello Mustang, Riza, Havoc, Al, Barry. You guys took long enough. I said over my shoulder. How the hell did you get here so fast? Mustang asked. I trained a lot. I said with some uncertainty. Look, I'll explain to you guys later, but right now our priority is to catch the rotting human Barry. He went inside that building. The third laboratory, huh? Well, at least this tells us that he's tied directly to the military. That's all we need for now, we'll be pulling back. Well, you can have fun with that. The armor, Barry said, running straight to the laboratory. Hey, get back here. Both Havoc and I shouted. Wait, this could prove to be useful after all, right Mustang? I smirked. You're right, Miyuki. He smirked back at me. Wait, I'm lost. Why is having an armored serial killer running around in a research facility useful to? Oh, I see. Havoc said, finally getting our idea. Alright, let's bring in this serial killer. I smirked, loading a gun. Everyone evacuate the building immediately. Mustang ordered as we walked into the building following the armor Barry trail. Colonel, I. Stay back, the man who broke in is a serial killer. We turned left at a corner and found a staircase going down to another floor. My men will handle this capture. Order your guards to seal off the exits. Yes sir, the nameless officer said, running off. Well, he went this way, that's for sure. I mumbled as I jogged down the staircase with my gun at the ready. His and the other Barry's chakra are all over the place. Chakra? Riza, Roy, and Havoc asked. Later. I sighed as I kicked open some gated door at the end. We looked around and to my annoyance there were 2 hallways that Barry could have gone through. That would mean we would have to split up. Great, how the hell are we supposed to find him? Havoc sighed. Miyuki, can you tell? No, there's something down here that's messing up with my chakra sensing. All I know is that they're down here somewhere. I explained to Al. It was true, there were hundreds if not thousands more chakra signatures coming from this floor and I just couldn't pinpoint anyone's. Even Al's chakra was hard to pinpoint and he was standing right next to me. We're going to have to split up. Mustang said. Yes sir, fine, right. Yes sir, we all agreed. I'll go with Al down this hall. Riza said, pointing to the right. Then it's going to be the 3 of us down the other. Wait, I'll take a clone, who knows, it might be useful. I sighed as I gathered enough chakra for a clone to last for about 20 minutes of fighting, 10 minutes of life and death fighting, or for about 3 life and death wounds. The familiar cloud of smoke came as my clone came back to life. Yo boss, what do you need this time? She asked. What the hell? All three of them shouted in surprise. Look, I'll explain everything later, okay, just for now deal with it. Al, you can explain to Riza on your way, and Clone, don't do anything stupid. I ordered her. Fine, fine, geez party pooper. She grumbled as Al and Riza walked down the hallway. Would you mind explaining? For now, I'll just give you a background story. I'm not from here, I'm from a place called the Elemental Countries, and over there doing this is perfectly normal. I explained to both men as we walked down the dark dreary hall. Oh, by the way, can I take off this mask? It's annoying. Sure. Mustang sighed. Hey, over here, Havoc said, beckoning us over to a forced opened room. I whistled at the mess. Well, I think it's safe to say no one has used this for a very long time. I said, kicking a piece of debris. But I am curious, what is this stuff? I don't know, Mustang answered for me, but whatever they did here was probably painful to someone. And he pointed at a box that had a variety of cutting utensils. Well, I am just shocked, a feminine voice said behind us. Quickly we pulled out our guns and pointed it at her. Shit, how the hell did he get in here without me knowing? This place is really screwing with my senses. I cursed in my head. We couldn't see her, but we heard footsteps coming, and out from the shadows came that same lady I saw months earlier at the train station, only this time she was wearing a tight-fitting dress with some really long arm warmers and high-heeled boots. It's bad enough that you stood me up for my date, but now you're pointing a gun at me. She had an Ouroboros tattoo right over her heart, but what surprised me even more was when Havoc gasped in surprise. How the hell did she know him? Solaris, Havoc asked, what's going on? Havoc, if you haven't noticed yet, that lady has the fucking Ouroboros tattoo. I growled out. My, what vulgar language you have, sweetheart. She chuckled at me. I got plenty more if you want to hear it, bitch, after all that's what you learn when you live with men. I snarled. But seriously, I turned towards Havoc, do all guys go after women with big boobs? I can't help it, Havoc cried, I love women with big boobs. Fucking pervert, I growled out, moving away from him. Did you tell this woman about anything? Roy asked. Oh no sir, I never said anything about work sir. Havoc said, finally getting back to the land of reality. Do you know who Maze Hughes is? He asked her, glaring at her with all his might. She only smirked. Oh yes, he was quiet and intelligent man, too smart if you ask me. I wish I had the opportunity to at least pick his. If there's one thing I know about Mustang in the short period of time I've known him, is that if you insult his friend then you're going to either die a painful death, or live a painful life. Without even letting her finish her sentence, Mustang shot at her in the leg. On your knees now, he ordered. I'm sorry, but it's going to take much more than that to make me get on my. Mustang shot her in the heart twice this time and once in the head. Oh how merciless, did you pick that up from the Ishbal War? She chuckled as she healed herself. Great, we have to face another homunculus. This night's getting better and better. I sighed in annoyance. That's right, then to our surprise her right hand fingers grew larger until they formed spears, and then she stabbed herself in the heart and pulled apart the skin. Underneath it laid, what I believed to be the Philosopher's Stone. Take a good look, this is a Philosopher's Stone. What? I cried out, but how? I was created by this stone, it's not a legend boys and girl, it's my heart. You bitch, how could you kill those innocent people? I shouted. Oh that really hurt, she faked mocked, I do have feelings you know, after all I am human. She said. You know I have a feeling that you're telling us this, is because you're not planning letting us out here alive, are you? Mustang asked. Pretty much, oh expect for the girl, she's special sacrifice father needs. She said, smirking at me. Well then I'm not going to let you kill my friends then. I growled, aiming my gun at her. Too bad, she said, extending her claws at both Mustang and I, cutting our guns in half and even managed to cut Mustang's cheek. Damn it, Mustang growled, pulling out his gloves ready to snap. Too slow, and she clawed at the pipe above us and water came pouring out, soaking us all. I was so glad that I had my boots on, otherwise my automail would hurt like hell. Shit, run Mustang, Havoc. I'll hold her off. I growled as I clapped my hands together, and with the pipes she cut, I created a sword with it, tried to slice her with it. You're going to have to do better than that, honey. She smiled as she cut my sword into two as if it were butter. Shit, I cursed as I barely dodged her other set of claws, which managed to cut a piece of my jacket. Suddenly the water below us glowed a bright blue and I heard Havoc shout out. Miyuki, get out of there. And I saw a lighter being thrown into the room. I quickly transported myself out of the room and right next to Mustang as the room exploded into flames. Once the flames died down I turned towards Mustang and yelled. Were you trying to fucking kill me? Ow, not so loud, and no, I thought you could just get out of there fast enough. Mustang said sheepishly. You're so lucky that I think of you as my friend, otherwise you would be like that homunculus, dead. I growled out before going back into the room with Havoc to check the damage. Aw damn, this lighter was given to me by one of my ex-girlfriends. Havoc whined. Ex-girlfriend? Really? Why are you even keeping that? I asked. Because I like it, that's why. Havoc said. I just rolled my eyes. Do you think she's dead though? I asked as I checked for her chakra signature but still had no luck. Yeah, I can smell it, I'm pretty familiar with the smell of burning corpses. Mustang answered. But we're dealing with a homunculus here, so, Havoc. I shouted as I felt a tiny flare in chakra right behind Havoc, and that's all I needed to know that the homunculus was still alive. Only I was too late in telling him. Underneath the floorboards came a set of finger spears, and 2 of them went through Havoc's back and out through his chest. If he wasn't healed soon, he could very well die of blood lost. Havoc. Damn you bitch, ah. As I ran towards my wounded friend, I failed to notice another set of claws coming out and pierced me through my lungs. I fell forward gasping for air as I saw the homunculus dragging herself up from the ground, healing herself at remarkable speed and laughing evilly at Mustang. Havoc, Miyuki, he shouted, running towards me. G go, to H Havoc, F first. I gasped out. All, BF fine. And I showed him my slowly but healing wounds. It wasn't as fast as the homunculus or as my brother's, but it was enough to make sure that I wouldn't die immediately. Don't kid yourself, honey. I heard the homunculus said right behind me, he's as good as dead. No, he's not. Mustang cried, taking Havoc's gun and aimed it towards her, shooting her in the heart, revealing her philosopher's stone. Give up. There's nothing you can do to save him. She laughed. However, Mustang just stepped on her and made a grab for her stone. Then you won't mind if I borrow this? He shouted and pulled it out of her body. She cried in pain as she felt the life, at least I think it was her life, draining away from her, and she disintegrated into dust. You use it, on Havoc, first. I gasped out as he came towards me. He needs it. Fine, but I'll use it on you right after, he said, moving towards his, our dying friend. Just as he was about to use it on Havoc, the homunculus regenerated herself back from the stone. You know you should first buy a girl dinner, before you stick your hand into her chest. She chuckled evilly as she regained the rest of her body. Roy screamed in terror and tried to back away from her as fast as possible, but he was too slow and I had to watch the homunculus stab yet another friend. Mustang. I gasped out, crawling towards him. I couldn't let both of my friends die, I just couldn't. I promised myself that I would always protect them. I wasn't about to break another promise. I did tell you, she stuck her claws deeper into Roy's side, spreading the blood stain on his uniform, that the philosopher's stone is my heart. And she took out her claws and threw him on the floor, left for dead. Damn it, Roy, get you up. Roy, get up. I shouted as I saw him laying there next to Havoc, unmoving. I really hate to do this, I mean, after all, you were a prime candidate for a sacrifice. She chuckled as she took of his gloves and shredded it, making him useless if he managed to survive. But you forced me to kill you. I couldn't take it anymore. Ignoring the pain in my lungs, I pushed myself up and charged at her, hoping that I could do some damage at least. Silly girl, she sidestepped my punch and stabbed me again, but this time in the stomach. There's nothing you can do to save them. However, I can't have you dying on me, so I'll have to take you to father so he can heal you. She sighed as she grabbed me by my coat, but I'm going to have to make a quick detour to eliminate the other nuisances. She laughed and she hit the back of my neck, sending me back to the world of darkness. Damn it, Roy, Havoc, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry, please, forgive. Al's paw. So you're telling me that you're from a different world, and that there are things you can do besides cloning yourself? Lieutenant Hawkeye asked the clone Miyuki as we continued to run down the hallway. Pretty much, Miyuki said. There's much more to explain, but now's not the time. Hey look, there's a door up ahead. She cried, entering the room. Wait, Miyuki. Both Lieutenant Hawkeye and I shouted, running after her. When we entered the room, I couldn't believe what I saw. There was Barry standing over the other Barry, who looked like he was now dead, who was standing in front of 2 huge stone doors. Sorry, but you got here too late. Barry said, sounding somber. Look at him, my body's almost dead. I guess a body can't handle another person's soul inside them. I gasped in shock. Does this mean that I could very well share the same fate? If a soul is incompatible with another person's body, does that mean it's the same to a soul bonded to a suit of armor? I asked aloud, if so then there's no guarantee that I'll live long enough to even get my body back. Then we'll have to work harder, right? We can't have you dying on us, Al. Miyuki the clone reassured me. Suddenly she turned stiff, and turned around only to gasp aloud. We quickly turned around, saw a woman with pitch black long curly hair, with a tight-fitting dress, with some black high-heeled boots, and had an Ouroboros tattoo on her chest. However, that didn't make us gasp in horror, it was the fact that she was holding an unconscious and bloody Miyuki. I was wondering when you were going to show up, Lust. But what's with the girl? Barry asked, turning around. Next to me, Lieutenant Hawkeye had her gun out, pointing at the woman. Lust, if that was her real name, threw Miyuki on the ground and growled at Barry. Number 66, care to explain me why you're helping the colonel? Well, I thought it would be fun to mix things up a bit. Barry cried cheerfully. Beside, he said, now getting serious for once, I always wanted to chop you up ever since I met you. You're such a pain in the neck, 66, and then she turned towards me, but I didn't expect you to be here, Armor Boy, you just had to come, didn't you? What a setback. Now not only do I have to give this girl to father, but now you're forcing me to kill a second candidate. She snarled at me. Miyuki stood protectively in front of me and shouted. What do you mean kill a second candidate, and what the hell did you do to me? The clone Miyuki shouted, taking out her knife. Oh, another Miyuki, well I can take care of that easily. Lust smirked as she raised her right hand and her fingers became claws. Before we knew what was happening, we saw the clone Miyuki get stabbed in the heart, lung, stomach and brain. Major Sabaku, Lieutenant Hawkeye shouted. No, it's okay, Lieutenant Hawkeye, it's just a clone, it's not the real her. I assured her as the clone Miyuki poofed out of existence, leaving the three of us to face the woman. Enough of the chit-chats. Barry shouted, running at the woman, all I want to hear is your screaming. Barry shouted, jumping into the air, and just seconds before his clever met her, with the same claws she killed the clone Miyuki with, she killed Barry with also. Now where were we? Oh yes, I think I was going to send the lieutenant with her superior. She smirked. Lieutenant Hawkeye's eyes widened. Wait a minute, when you said you already had to kill someone, it can't be, you didn't. She shouted, shaking her gun. The woman only smirked. You bitch. Hawkeye shouted, shooting at her multiple times, and continued to do so until she ran out of bullets. I never seen Lieutenant lose her control so bad. I think this is the first time I've seen her near tears. The woman in front of us was unfazed, however, and just like greed, red lighting surrounded her wounds, healing them as if they were never there in the first place. Are you done? She asked, annoyed. When Lieutenant Hawkeye saw that her bullets had no effect, she lost it. She let her unshed tears fall and she fell to the floor crying. I couldn't do nothing and stand there. I had to help Hawkeye, since Miyuki was done for the count and Barry was dead. I had to do something. Stand up, Lieutenant Hawkeye, you need to get out of here, I said, putting myself in front of her. So do you want me to kill you first? The homunculus asked, sharpening her fingers. I said nothing and clapped my hands together, creating a lance to fight her. Oh my, it seems that you've seen the truth. She smirked and sliced her claws at my weapon. As soon as it broke, she jumped at me and stabbed me through my armor. It's such a shame that I have to kill you, you are a perfect candidate. And with her other set of fingers she aimed them towards the lieutenant, but I blocked it with my arm. Alphonse, listen to me, just leave me, save yourself and Miyuki. Riza cried behind me. No, I said. Run, she cried a little harder. No, I won't, I shouted back at her. Just go, she wept. No, I won't leave you, I screamed. I'm sick and tired of watching people die. I just can't sit back and watch. I won't let anyone else get killed. Not when I can protect them. The woman decided to slice through my armor this time, and luckily it didn't do much damage besides take the bottom of my head off and gave me claw marks on my right shoulder and left arm. It seems that you also inherited the will of fire. Miyuki struggled to say as she got up behind the women, surprising us all, but you can let me take over. And snarled at the women, I have some unfinished business with her. Miyuki's paw. Go, I heard Riza, if I was correct, weep, as I regained conscious. No, I won't leave you. Al screamed. I'm sick and tired of watching people die. I just can't sit back and watch. I won't let anyone else get killed. Not when I can protect them. I opened my eyes just to see the homunculus slice at Al, and that's when I lost it. I wasn't going to let this woman kill Al and Riza, not when I failed Havoc and Roy. No, I was going to kill this bitch once and for all. It seems that you also inherited the will of fire. I struggled to say as I got up behind the bitch, surprising her. But you can let me take over. And I snarled at the homunculus, I have some unfinished business with her. Quickly I took out my kunai and slashed at her, making her jump back. Before she could regain her footing, I jumped at her again and placed a roundhouse kick at her head. She lashed out her claws at me, but I wasn't fazed. No amount of pain was going to stop me from killing this bitch. How are you even awake? Those wounds should have knocked you out for at least a day. She growled, running at me with her claws at the ready. Who gives a shit? All you should be worrying about is whether I will give you a quick painless death or one that would make hell seem like a paradise. I clapped my hands together, created a sword, and thus began our battle, or at least I thought. Just like that red-headed man, you both said the same thing. She snarled, dodging my attack. Wait, what red-headed man? I asked. Please don't say Gaara. I know Gaara and I say the same thing when it comes to battle, but please don't say Gaara. I don't remember his name, but all I remember was going into this wretched, pitiful sand village. My orders were to kill everyone on sight and it was just too easy. She smiled as she managed to get past through my attack and stabbed me. Sand village. Even his daughters said the same thing after I killed him. The small orange-haired girl was the first to die of those two, and then I killed the red-haired girl after she watched her sister take her last breath. I must say it was fun killing all those people. Especially that blonde fellow, he was the only one to give me a challenge with his. No, don't say Rasengan, please let this be someone else's family. Rasengan. She smirked as if she was reading my mind. I stared at her with shock as she finished her last word. The only person who knew the Rasengan that was blonde was my brother and only Gaara, and I shared that punchline. No, it couldn't be possible. No, it just couldn't be. No, why, you're lying. I stuttered, dropping my sword in shock. You couldn't have killed Gaara, Naruto, Mei, not Winry. No, you couldn't have killed them. I shouted. Oh my, it seems I hit a chord. Did I kill your family? She mocked at me, coming closer. No, she couldn't have killed them, but how else did she know about Naruto and his Rasengan? How else would she know about Gaara's and my punch line? She killed them, she killed them, she killed them. Lights out, honey, she said right behind me, extending her claws at me. I didn't even bother to move. I mean, what's the whole point in living now? This bitch killed my only family, so even if I kill her, there's no home to go back to. There's no reason to keep on living now. Don't you dare touch her. I heard Mustang's voice rang out from behind me. I looked behind me and saw Mustang standing with his shirt off, reveling his burned but closed wound. With his right hand, he held a lighter, and if you stared at his hand, you could see transmutation circles written in his blood. I heard Al create a wall and I knew I should get to safety, but my will to live seemed to have vanished. However, I knew that this bitch had to be killed, so I transported myself across the room and saw Mustang burn her alive. It seems that I can get on your knees after all. He growled, sending her on fire once more. Ah, you should have bled to death by now. She screamed in agony. I burned the wound close. He glared at her. I almost passed out from the pain of it. And continued to burn her. Even from the distance I was at, I could still feel the heat of the flames. That I actually got some burns myself. Not that it matters, you can pretty much heal yourself in seconds. Too bad that bitch isn't lucky enough to continue to heal herself, I thought evilly as I chuckled at the sight before me. Seeing the bitch in front of me dying was frighteningly heartwarming to me, and that scared me. You said that I couldn't kill you, Mustang growled out, letting his flames go out for a moment, but I'm going to prove you wrong. He snarled and snapped his lighter, and her screams of agony continued. Let's see how many times it's going to take. This went on for about at least a minute before the homunculus tried to stab him in the head, but Mustang set her on fire once more, and for the last time. I felt her chakra diminishing away as she spoke her last words. You killed me, I hate losing. She whispered, but there are worse ways to die than at the hands of a man like you. I love how cold and focused your eyes are, she said as she fell back and disappeared into nothing but ashes. I'll look forward to see those eyes wide with agony. Her final words echoed out as her philosopher's stone fell and also disappeared into nothing but ashes. Seconds went by as we finally realized that she was forever gone before Mustang fell to the ground in pain. Mustang. Riza and I called out before rushing to his aid. Here, let me heal him, I said, making my hands glow a light green before placing it on Mustang's wounds, healing it before their eyes. You can heal, he gasped out. Yes, I whispered, don't worry, I'm almost done. My voice cracked at the end as the realization of the homunculus words hit me dead on. Flashback. Even his daughters said the same thing after I killed him. The small orange-haired girl was the first to die of those two, and then I killed the red-haired girl after she watched her sister take her last breath. I must say it was really fun killing all those people. Especially that blonde fellow, he was the only one to give me a challenge with his Rasengan. End of flashback. T there, G gone. I choked out, stopping the healing process. T there, G gone. My family, they're dead. I shouted as I cried my heart out, falling to the floor clutching my jacket. Gone. Never had I felt so much pain in my life before this. It felt as if my heart was ripped into pieces and then stomped on. I couldn't bear the pain and I slowly lost conscious. Miyuki, are you okay? Miyuki, is it possible to die of a broken heart? Shut up, Havoc. Hey who through that. I heard Roy shout as I slowly began wakening from my sleep. I sleepily glared at him, which made Roy and Riza turn pale white that even a ghost didn't compare to them. I never knew why people turned so white when I glared at them when I was barely waking up. Is it that bad? Who the hell is shouting so fucking early in the morning? I growled, wiping away the sleep from my eyes. Hello Miyuki. Roy stuttered out, and nice to see that you're well. Well, what do you mean, why the hell are we in the hospital? I asked when I finally noticed that Havoc, Roy, and I were in hospital beds and had some sort of injury on us. Roy had a bandaged stomach, hand, and a patch on his cheek. Havoc however seemed to be fine, but something told me that he was far from it. I looked down at myself and saw that my torso and stomach were in bandages as well. What the heck happened? You don't remember fighting that? Havoc. Roy warned him, glaring at him, shutting him up. Roy, what happened? Why are the three of us in the hospital bed? What happened after we entered the laboratory? I asked, getting impatient. He looked at me sadly as well as Riza. You mean you don't remember? No, I don't. So tell me what the hell happened or else. Is this a bad time to visit? Sergeant Fury asked as we heard the door open. I turned around and saw Al and Ed standing right behind me. Hey you guys, not at all, come in. I'll just finish talking to Mustang later. Why are you guys here? I asked, getting myself comfortable. Hey Miyuki, we're just visiting you guys and Fury brought something. Ed said. So you brought the map? Mustang asked. Yes, here it is, he said, laying it on the tray that I had thrown at Roy minutes ago. Well, I have to go now, I need to finish up some paperwork, hope you all get well soon. Fury said, leaving the room. So what's this map for? I asked, looking over Havoc to get a better view. It was a map of Central, well, more like a section of it. In the middle of the map was the laboratory that I last remembered, and then a red circle surrounded it indicating something, but I didn't know what. I was able to approximate the number of steps it took to get to the doorway, Riza stated, and I was able to estimate where the door was located. It's not exact, but this is the closest I got. She pointed towards a large building that looked a lot like the Central Command. That's Central Command, am I good or what? But what's more alarming? It's the presidential estate. It's right above where we found the homunculus. Al finished for Ed. A sharp pain entered my head as foggy memories came back. Flashback. Philosopher's Stone. Ouroboros tattoo. Homunculus, my core, Havoc. End flashback. Miyuki, are you okay? Havoc asked. I looked up and saw the worried faces of my friends. Yeah, I'm fine, just remembering some stuff. We faced a homunculus down in the laboratory, didn't we? I asked as I lowered my hands from my head. For a moment, Roy had a worried look in his eyes before it was replaced with his usual cocky one. Yes, we faced a homunculus down there. Wait a minute, you don't remember what happened? Al asked. I shook my head. I don't know why, maybe I had hit my head or something, but either way, continue on. So the doorway is pretty much right below the Führer's house. Does that mean he's in on it? I asked. Possibly. Roy muttered, looking back at the map, and continued to talk to the boys. I however was lost in my own thoughts. If what Riza found out was true, then things just got more complicated. I know for a fact that the Führer is a homunculus, another sharp pain to the head, and I thought he was on our side. However, with this new piece of information, I have reason to believe that he may be working for whoever is truly behind all of this. It would make sense, that's why he killed Greed back in the Devil's Nest, that's why he also slaughtered the chimeras that worked for him, because Greed could have told them the truth about King Bradley. It was to keep his true identity a secret. Shit, this case just got a whole lot more complicated. It was already past 5 when the Elric brothers decided to leave the hospital room and go back to their dormitories. By now, Brenda and Fury had joined us. The Führer working with the homunculus, this is bigger than I thought. Roy smirked. I think it's a little bit too big. Riza chuckled. All the more reasons to pursue it. He smiled. So I hope that all of you are willing to work. Colonel, Havoc raised his hand from his bed. About that, well, I think that you'll have to count me out. We all looked at him with shock evident on our faces. What do you mean Havoc, you're perfectly. The work the Colonel needs me to do require legs and I can't feel them anymore, Miyuki. I think that the homunculus stabbed my spinal cord when she stabbed me. Havoc replied sadly. Just as I was to say something, another pain ripped through my head as I remembered the scene when the homunculus stabbed Havoc. Flashback. Aw damn, this lighter was given to me by one of my ex-girlfriends. Havoc whined. Ex-girlfriend? Really? Why are you even keeping that? I asked. Because I like it, that's why. Havoc said. I just rolled my eyes. Do you think she's dead though? I asked as I checked for her chakra signature but still had no luck. Yeah, I can smell it, I'm pretty familiar with the smell of burning corpses. Mustang answered. But we're dealing with a homunculus here, so, Havoc. I shouted as I felt a tiny flare in chakra right behind Havoc, and that's all I needed to know that the homunculus was still alive. Only I was too late in telling him. Underneath the floorboards came a set of finger spears and 2 of them went through Havoc's back and out through his chest. If he wasn't healed soon he could very well die of blood lost. End flashback. Damn it. I groaned as I clutched my head in pain. Are you okay? Should we get a doctor? Brenda asked worryingly. No need, for the doctor is here. Obito cried as he entered my room. I cracked a smile as I saw him. Hey Obito, nice to see you again. He smiled mischievously. Missed me already? Why I'm. Say flattered, I dare you. I smiled sweetly at him. He put his hands up, while taking a couple of steps back. I was going to say happy. He chuckled. I shook my head at his childishness. Well, on a serious note, I'm here to check up on all of your wounds, including you Mr. Gene Havoc. And you Mr. Mustang. So everyone who's not bedridden, out. Obito said, ushering Brenda and Fury out of the room. He was going to do the same to Riza but stopped when she put the gun in his face. Sorry doctor, but I'm staying. Obito gulped before raising his hands in peace. Very well. Obito sighed as he took the clipboard from Havoc's bed first and looking through it. So it says here that you can't feel your legs, correct? Havoc looked down sadly before replying. Yes, doctor. Hesitantly I asked Obito. You know Obito, Havoc along with Roy and Riza knows somewhat about us now, and I was wondering if I could use my chakra to do a proper examine on his back to see if he's paralyzed is permanent. Obito stopped writing and looked up. They know about chakra, and that you're not from this world. Yes we do. Havoc answered, but that's about it. She promised us she would tell us more. That's right Major Sabaku, you promised to tell us about your secret. Riza stated. Obito looked at me accusingly. You know, the more people that know about this, the more likely it'll spill out. Yes I know Obito, they didn't drill that rule into my head for nothing. But I owe it to them Obito. He just sighed. Very well then, proceed with the medical examination, maybe with medical ninjutsu he'll have a chance to walk again. I smiled at him. Thanks, Havoc, are you up for? Sure, besides I want to see how this ninjutsu works. He chuckled as he tried to turn around. With my help and Obito's we finally got him on his back and I began my examination. So how does this ninjutsu work? Asked Mustang curiously looking over my shoulder. It's just, well I can't explain it in words so for now just watch. Okay Havoc, just stay still, you'll feel a cooling sensation, nothing else. My hands started to glow green and I placed it on Havoc's back checking to see if his wound was serious enough. After a minute of examining him, I sighed in defeat and helped Havoc back so he could face us. Well, what's wrong? Is it that bad? Well, with ninjutsu you could be possibly healed but not by me. You would need an expert, no a master of healings to fix you up. The only people who I know are capable of doing this are Suand and Sakura, but they're dead. I sighed as I went back to my bed. I'm really sorry Havoc, I really am, but I don't possess the skill. Healing the back is very tricky and needs exact and precise healing skills. Sorry, I muttered. Havoc just sighed. Well, at least there was a possibility. We stayed quiet for a couple more minutes before Obito came to my bed and checked for my injuries. Well, all it says here is that you have multiple stab wounds on your chest and stomach. I bet by now they're halfway healed. He chuckled, marking my paper. Are you having any other problems, nausea, dizziness, pains? No. She's been having some head pain. Ever since she woke up, she couldn't remember what happened in the laboratory. Mustang answered for me. I glared at him. Miyuki, is this true? Obito asked. Just a little bit of pain here and there, it's not that bad really. I said, trying to reassure him. Well, it's just the fact that you never had a head injury though, so there's only one thing to explain your memory lost. Something very horrific happened to you and you couldn't handle it, so your brain just shut down. Preventing you from feeling the same emotion again, your brain is making you forget the event that happened so you won't shut down again. So, Obito turned towards Havoc, Mustang, and Riza. What happened down in that laboratory? Doctor, with all due respect, I believe Miyuki shouldn't be here, Mustang said carefully. What do you mean? I understand, Miyuki, I'll send a nurse to wheel you out of here, and I grabbed Obito by his jacket and pulled him to my face, growling. Obito, I'll just say this once, I will stay here to hear what happened. Miyuki, as your doctor, no, as your friend, I really don't want you to hear what happened. I mean, if it was so bad that your brain made you forget the memory, then it must be that bad. Obito sighed. Does it look like I give a fucking crap? It's my memories, damn it. I need to know what happened. I shouted. Rasengan. I heard Mustang sighed and I immediately let go of Obito. Both of us started in shock at him. How do you know that word? Obito and I shouted at him. The homunculus told you that when you fought her, and some other information. Riza said. Suddenly the memories came back in full force. Flashback. Who gives a shit? All you should be worrying about is whether I will give you a quick and painless death or one that would make hell seem like a paradise. I clapped my hands together, created a sword, and thus began our battle, or at least I thought. Just like that red-headed man, you both said the same thing. She snarled, dodging my attack. Wait, what red-headed man? I asked. Please don't say Gaara. I know Gaara and I say the same thing when it comes to battle, but please don't say Gaara. I don't remember his name, but all I remember was going into this wretched, pitiful sand village. My orders were to kill everyone on sight and it was just too easy. She smiled as she managed to get past through my attack and stabbed me. Sand village. Even his daughters said the same thing after I killed him. The small orange-haired girl was the first to die of those two, and then I killed the red-haired girl after she watched her sister take her last breath. I must say it was really fun killing all those people. Especially that blonde fellow, he was the only one to give me a challenge with his. No, don't say Rasengan, please let this be someone else's family. Rasengan. She smirked as if she was reading my mind. I stared at her with shock as she finished her last word. The only person who knew the Rasengan that was blonde was my brother and only Gaara, and I shared that punchline. No, it couldn't be possible. No, it just couldn't be. No, why, you're lying. I stuttered, dropping my sword in shock. You couldn't have killed Gaara, Naruto, Mei, not Winry. No, you couldn't have killed them. I shouted. Oh my, it seems I hit a chord. Did I kill your family? She mocked at me, coming closer. No, she couldn't have killed them, but how else did she know about Naruto and his Rasengan? How else would she know about Gaara's and my punch line? She killed them, she killed them, she killed them. Lights out, honey, she said right behind me, extending her claws at me. I didn't even bother to move. I mean, what's the whole point in living now? This bitch killed my only family, so even if I kill her, there's no home to go back to. There's no reason to keep on living now. End of flashback. No, I whispered as my tears began to freely fall. No, it can't be, please tell me that was a dream. I shouted to Mustang and Riza. They looked down sadly and shook their heads. Wait, what happened, Miyuki? Obito shouted as I threw off my covers and ran out the hospital room and nearly ran into Brenda and Fury. I didn't stop to apologize, I just had to get out of here, away from Mustang and Riza's words, away from this nightmare. Obito's paw. Miyuki. Shit. I quickly ran to the nearest phone and dialed the nurse's station to tell them of the situation, but from they told me, Miyuki already left the building. Shit, this is bad. Tell me what happened down in that laboratory. I asked the 3 military officers in front of me. I don't remember much after I got stabbed, so you should be asking them. Havoc, if I remember correctly, said. Colonel Mustang, Lieutenant Hawkeye, I'm waiting. Well, doctor, after Miyuki woke up from the wound the homunculus gave her, they started to fight. And well, after Miyuki threatened the homunculus, that's when it went downhill. And Riza told me the rest of the story and I couldn't help but be in shock as well. So, you're telling me that the homunculus found a way back to our world and slaughtered Miyuki's family and village? I muttered, sitting down in the nearest chair. So they're all dead. It would seem so, but may I ask, what is her relationship to Gaara, Mei, Winry, and this Naruto person? I heard her scream those names out before she went into shock. Mustang asked. I sighed before I explained to them. Naruto is her only living family left alive. He's her little brother, and as for Mei and Winry, they're her daughters, and Gaara, well, that's her husband. Here, it would help clear things up if I gave you a picture. I muttered, taking out the copy of her family picture Miyuki gave me before she left. I showed it to the military men and women and they gasped in surprise. She's already married. And she has a family. I wonder why she never told us. Mustang whispered before giving me the picture back. Because she didn't know if you would keep her secret. You probably changed her mind a couple nights ago when you saved Maria Ross. I smiled. You should consider yourselves lucky. From what Miyuki told me, she doesn't usually trust many people, but when she does, let's just say you're lucky she's on your side and not on the homunculus. Now if you shall excuse me. Wait, can you tell us more about your world? I would feel much better knowing a little more about Miyuki if we knew about her life. Mustang asked before I walked out the door. I stopped, thinking about his request before I sighed and grabbed a chair to sit down. Fine, but I'll leave out some of the personal stuff. That's for her to tell you on your own. So you see. Miyuki's paw. I didn't know where I was heading, but as long as it was in the opposite direction of the hospital then I was fine. Anywhere was better than there. Miyuki, is that you? I heard Edward call out from the crowd I was pushing myself through. Quickly I looked up and saw the worried look of Edward and Alphonse. Is everything okay? I wanted to tell them, it was none of their fucking business, and another part wanted to tell them everything, but I settled with crying like a little child in Ed's arms. J just, H hold, me, F for a moment, P please. It hurts, T too, much. I cried into Edward. Ed stood stiffly before placing an awkward pat on my shoulder. It's okay Miyuki, let's go to our place so we can talk. Hey Al, do you mind holding the bag? Sure Ni-san. We started to walk and before I knew it, we were at the military sleeping quarters and Edward led me to the couch and gave me a hot cup of coffee. So Miyuki, what's wrong? I looked down in the coffee before asking. Tell me, what would you do if Al died? Both brothers seemed shocked by my question. What's with the? How would you live knowing that your only family died? I shouted. They seemed a little shocked at my outburst, but they just gave me a sad smile. Well, Ni-san would continue living. Al answered for Ed, and Ed gave him a soft but sad smile. Well, I don't know about that. Ni-san, Al cried in horror. Just kidding, just kidding. Well, I guess I would try and go on living, but it would be very hard, but I won't commit suicide because of it. Why are you asking us this question? I grabbed the coffee cup tighter. Because I just found out my family died, they were murdered by that bitch. I laughed humorlessly. So you finally remembered? Al asked sadly. Yes, and a part of me thinks this is all a dream, but it's not. I whispered, letting my tears fall into the coffee. The truth hurt. The idea of going home now seemed stupid. Why would I try to get back home when there was nothing left for me? But what can I do? I whispered to myself. Keep on living, keeping moving forward. I'm pretty sure that's what your family would want. Ed said, noticing my depressing mood. But could I move forward and start anew? New tears, falling faster than before, fell into my coffee. I knew that Edward was right, my family would want me to live on, but the thought of it just broke my heart. Damn it, I cried, throwing myself into Ed's shoulder, spilling the coffee all over me. Hate, W when, K kids are, right. Edward, surprised by my sudden outburst, almost fell to the floor but managed to catch himself. As I cried my heart out into his small shoulder, I could vaguely hear him and Al whispering words of comfort. When I came to my senses, I found myself in a comfy warm bed. How did I get here? All I remember was, Ed Al. Quickly I threw the covers off, but before I could even sit up, a gentle hand pushed me back down. Whoa there Miyuki, you really shouldn't be getting up that fast, especially with your wounds still healing. I looked over to my right and to my surprise, there was Obito looking at me with worry. Oh Obito. What? How? Why are you here? I asked, confused by his presence. I mean, this was the Elric brothers' dormitory, right? Well, after you ran off and when I finished, explained some of our life to the military officers back in the hospital room. Don't worry, I didn't tell them about your personal life, just the life in general we had. Obito reassured me when I heard his news. Well, that at least saves me from explaining to them. But how did you find me? I asked. I decided to follow your chakra presence, and what do you know, I found you here, crying yourself to sleep on Edward's shoulder. He chuckled, but I couldn't bring myself to laugh with him. Well, he coughed when he realized that I wasn't in the mood for jokes anytime soon. I came here because I want to know if you're really alright. I gave him a sad look. What do you think? I just lost my family. I whispered. I felt the bed bounce a little as Obito sat next to me and surprisingly, gave me a hug. Wah. Don't give up, he said, don't give up on living. Your family might be dead, but I'm pretty sure that they would want you to live on. You know, I muttered, the tears once again reappearing. Edward saw the exact same thing. Well, he's a smart kid. He smiled as he wiped away my tears. Now I'm not telling you to just forget your family, but don't mourn over them forever, and don't work yourself to death to forget about it, just, well, live. Sorry, but I can't explain it any better, he said sheepishly. I know what you mean. I sighed, getting up. I'll try to live, I mean. But I'm going to need some support. That's why I'm here. I'm going to help you in every way I can. I'm pretty sure the boys will too. I cracked a small, almost invisible smile at his statement. The boys would definitely try to help me. Thanks for everything, I whispered, hugging him. He laughed softly. You're welcome. Suddenly I heard the door open and I heard the familiar sound of clanking armor and the heavy footsteps of Edward's automail leg. They're back. Wait, where did they go? I asked Obito. Ah, well, they went back to the laboratory to see if they could find the doorway. That was all I was able to get out of them before they bolted out of the room. Well, let's see if they found anything, I said, opening the door, alerting the two brothers in the room. Miyuki, they both cried. Are you feeling any better? Al asked. Not so much, but I'm getting there, I sighed, taking a seat next to Al on the couch. So Obito told me that you went to the laboratory again. Did you find what you were looking for? No, they blocked the entrance with some alchemy so I couldn't get inside. Ed grumbled. And you just came back? That doesn't sound like you. That's because we got a notice saying that Scar was back in town and that we had to go back indoors. Al answered. Wait, Scar's back? I asked, shocked by the news. Yes, and you're planning something, aren't you? I asked accusingly. Well, yes. You see, while I was on that trip to meet with Lieutenant Ross, well, I meet up with this group of Ishvalans, and from what they told me, I think Scar killed Winry's parents. Ed blurted out. Wait a minute, Obito cried. If I'm assuming right, you guys want to battle Scar again to avenge this Winry's parents. Are you crazy? This guy nearly killed you. He destroyed Miyuki's leg, for heaven's sake. No, it's not like that. Trust me, it's the last thing we want to do, but we have to face Scar. Why? I asked. Because remember what those homunculus told us before, we're sacrifices that they need, so if Scar comes by and says wants to kill us, the homunculus will have to intervene, otherwise they will lose their sacrifices. Ed explained. That a pretty big gamble you're making. What happens if they don't show up? You guys are kids. You'll get killed. You can't just go and face them. I'll help, I muttered. Wait, what? All of them cried. I said I'll help. Obito's right, you guys are just kids, and facing Scar, well, I don't think you'll last very long against him. In fact, I believe it should be someone else to face him. Thank you. But, I said, cutting off Obito, I also believe that if we were the ones to face Scar, no one else would get hurt, not to mention we'll at least have a higher chance of succeeding. Miyuki, you can be serious. You're not emotionally stable yet, and what, Obito? Who else will help them? Can you still fight? I asked him. Obito stayed silent. I know you care about my well-being, but we'll have a better chance against Scar and the homunculus if I help. So I'm going to help you whether you like it or not. But Miyuki, are you sure? Yes, Al, I'm positive. But catching a homunculus won't be easy. They're super strong and they pretty much can't die. Can't die? A familiar annoying voice came from the window. Was that hyperbole? Ling asked. Or are they actually immortal? Lan Fan asked. All was still for a moment before I groaned. Why can't we remember to lock the damn fucking windows? Well, count us in. We would love to help you guys. Ling said cheerfully. Let me guess, it's for the immortality, right? I sighed. Yup. What's wrong? You look kind of skeptical. Don't get us wrong, we are grateful with the help you've already given, but this. You would have better odds with more help. Ling said. He's right, Edward, in times like these you need all the help we can get. Obito explained, you would have a greater chance of success if he and Lan Fan helped. Not to mention that this could be what would rescue my clan. There was a little stare down with Ling and Edward, but after a couple of seconds Edward smiled. Alright then, just remember we're in this together. Okay, I promise not to run off with them. Ling smiled as he leaned back into the couch. I owe you that much. Well, it's agreed. Tomorrow Operation Capture Homunculus and hopefully not get killed by Scar will start. I gave them a soft smile. Wait a minute, what do we owe you? I asked. Ling just took out a slip of paper and handed it to me. I looked over it carefully and I nearly had a heart attack before I realized that it was for Ed. Quickly I passed the paper to him, not able to stand the numbers on there. This is for room service. Edward cried as he read the bill. Well. You damn right you owe me. Edward shouted before kicking both of them out of his window. Will you guys just shut up? Winry shouted, throwing the door open and causing us to go deaf for a brief moment. Do you know how early I have to wake up tomorrow? Sorry about that, Winry, I said, trying to get my hearing back to normal. Yeah, we're sorry, we forgot that you're going to catch an early train tomorrow to Rush. Edward suddenly stopped his sentence as he realized something. You know what, you should cancel that trip. I mean, take a couple of days to relax and that. Edward sighed sheepishly. And then there's the chance that my arm could get broken or even destroyed. He said in a smaller voice this time. 3, 2, 1, cue the wrench. You plan on destroying it? Winry growled. Well, if everything goes to plan then hopefully no, but there's the slight chance that it could get broken, I said. Winry just sighed. Well, whatever you guys plan on doing, just make sure it's not too dangerous. Don't worry, Miss Winry, I'll make sure they'll be okay. Obito smiled at her, putting an arm around my shoulder. Who are? He's my friend from Konoha, I explained. He's a doctor, so he's going to help as much as he can if any of us get hurt. Really? Well, nice to meet you, Obito. He smiled, shaking her hand. Well, I must go now, I have to prepare everything tomorrow so things can run smoothly. Bye Miyuki, Ed, Al, Miss Winry. Have a good night's sleep, he said before walking out the door. Well, I think by now all of Central knows about me. Edward smirked as we took a quick break at one of the cafes near the center of town once Ed was finishing his acting. Well, you were a little over the top, Al said. A little? Alphonse dear, you truly are naive, I sighed, patting his helmet. Just then, a black car came by and stopped right in front of us. The passenger window came down and, what do you know, there was Roy Mustang sitting there. When did you become so theatrical, Fullmetal? He asked. Colonel, wait, shouldn't you be still at the hospital? Edward asked. If Miyuki could be let out early then I thought why couldn't I? Which reminds me, why aren't you in the hospital, Miyuki? Mustang asked. Because you're a normal human being that has a body that slowly heals while mine heals much faster than yours. I sighed. So why are you out here anyways? I asked, leaning on the car. Hold it, people are watching us, so get in. On second thought, Mustang choked out as Al squashed him. Let's get out. After finding an alleyway where people couldn't see or hear us. So Dr. Marco is missing. Edward sighed. Yes, it looks like it, they probably took him captive. Mustang sighed. There's also something else we need to talk about. I'm pretty sure all of you heard that Scar's back, right? Yeah, what about it? I asked. Why are you guys showing yourselves off? Do you want him to find you? He asked. That's exactly right. We need to fight him and you can't talk us out of it. Are you insane? Do you remember how he tore you apart? Don't you remember how he destroyed Miyuki's leg? Roy shouted. That's only because I underestimated him. So this time, I'm going to go all out on him. But it sounds to me that you're afraid of Scar. Ed teased him. Especially since last time you were, what was that word again? Oh right, useless. It wasn't my fault. It was raining that day. He shouted back at him. Suddenly I felt Scar's chakra coming around the corner. Okay, fun time's over, Scar's here. I growled, taking out a kunai as Riza took out her gun. You sure? Edward asked. Are you doubting my skills? I asked him. No, just wanted to make sure. Finally we saw Scar entering the alleyway and Edward and I smirked. It was time. Suddenly Riza aimed her gun at him but Edward stopped her. Wait, don't shoot. Are you insane? She shouted. No, we just wanted to try something. Edward smiled as we prepared for Scar's attack. Scar slammed his right arm to the ground, causing it to glow blue before it started to disintegrate. Quickly Ed and I ran to the side of the attack and Al created a wall to protect Mustang and Riza. Are you ready, Edward? I asked as we ran towards Scar. Yeah, ready. Quickly we jumped again as Scar destroyed the ground underneath us. As I was midway in my backwards jump I saw Scar coming towards me with his right arm extended. However, before he could touch me, Edward quickly aimed a punch at him, causing him to jump back. Thanks, I owe you one, Ed, I said as I charged at Scar, preparing a Rasengan. Seeing the new move I had, Scar quickly dodged my Rasengan as I pummeled through the wall behind him. Damn, Miyuki, what kind of move was that? Edward shouted as he and Scar both paled at the destruction of the Rasengan. Rasengan, it was my father's move and then it became my brother's signature move next to the Shadow Clone. I smiled sadly, as I remembered my now dead brother. It comes pretty handy sometimes. Now go, Ed, Al. I shouted as I slammed my hands to the ground, creating snakes, well, wolves in my case, along with Ed, and the now joined Al, towards Scar. Scar, however, just jumped over them. From the corner of my eye I saw Mustang and Riza leaving the scene. Okay, now all we have to do is wait for the homunculus to show up and hopefully Ling, Lan Fan, and my clone can take it out smoothly. I thought as the three of us charged into battle once more. Clone's paw. Okay, can you guys just stop staring at me? I know it's weird but come on. It's starting to get on my nerves. I sighed as for the 10th time I saw both Xing, ninjas, staring at me with curiosity. Sorry but we never knew Miyuki could create a clone let alone change its appearance. Ling said. I sighed. Even though Miyuki did explain a little of her past to the two ninjas. They couldn't grasp it until boss created me. That made them speechless for about 5 minutes. They passed out when I hanged myself to look like my brother so it wouldn't raise suspicions. So now here I was standing on the rooftop of the building where the original Ed, Al, and boss were fighting Scar. Our job was to find the homunculus that would try to kill Scar, capture it, and secretly meet at our discrete location. Sounds easy, right? It's okay, but for now just pay attention to our surroundings, we can't let that homunculus escape us. I said, closing my eyes and trying to locate a homunculus. Suddenly around the corner where the fighting was, I sensed surprisingly 2 homunculus coming towards us. They're here, I growled. You can sense them too? Lan Fan asked. I wasn't lying when I said I was a ninja, so come on, let's catch ourselves a homunculus. I said, let's go. And I jumped off the roof and headed towards the 2 homunculus. Right, and they followed closely behind me. Miyuki's paw. Damn, this is getting too close for comfort. I shouted, as I had to backflip to dodge one of Scar's attacks. I landed on the wall behind me but I had to jump again to avoid Scar's attack. As I landed on the ground, he managed to land a solid kick to my side causing me to crash into the wall. Miyuki, Edward and Al shouted. Quickly Ed charged at Scar to attack him but he quickly went on defense as Scar decided to target him. Edward, I shouted as I saw Scar thrust his right hand towards Edward and he was just staring at it in shock. Before I could substitute myself with him, Ed stuck out his right arm and clashed it with Scar. The only difference, this time Edward used alchemy. Just seconds after they clashed, Scar jumped back to see what damage he had done, but to all of our surprises, Edward's arm was still intact, smoking, but still intact. He used his own alchemy to cancel out Scar's. Al said, how reckless can he get? Hey look, I said, pointing out at Scar's now exposed arm, is that the tattoo you guys were talking about? Yeah. You bastard, Ed shouted, hearing us, you were the one. Clone's paw. There, I shouted as I spotted the fat homunculus that Air Boss encountered several days ago, running towards Scar and the others. I got it, Lan Fan said as she disappeared only to reappear in front of the homunculus, kicking him in the face and sending him into a nearby roof. Nice kick, I commented as I landed next to her. Thanks. Hey there, Ling shouted as we saw the homunculus get up. That's one unusual body you got there. He smirked as he got out his sword. Just how many people do you have inside of you? The homunculus just looked confused. Don't bother running from us, we know your presence and we can follow you anywhere. I growled, taking out a kunai. Follow me, he childishly asked while smiling at us. Then I'll just eat you now. He growled, opening his mouth so we could see his Ouroboros tattoo. Well, at least we're positive that he's a homunculus. I muttered. So you're able to detect his presence, are you? King Bradley said. I turned around in surprise. How the hell? I sensed him moments ago. How could I not notice him coming behind us? I gripped my kunai tighter. Be careful, you guys, it may not look like it, but he's a homunculus too. Both of them stared at me with shock. Also, you're on this too, Miyuki. He smiled at me. I'm not. Don't try to fool me, Miyuki. The Führer growled at me. I know it's you, who else can create a shadow clone and henge it into another person? What, how do you know about you? It's really simple, he smiled at me, I was the one who ordered Lust to kill your village. For a moment I couldn't breathe, this man coming towards us, taking out his sword, ordered Lust to kill my family. So you were the one behind all this? I growled, gripping my kunai tighter, making my knuckles turn white. No, but I do have some authority over the homunculus. However, this time he looked at Lan Fan and Ling, you being able to sense homunculus is a nuisance. He glared at them, looks like I'll have to take care of it. Ling, Lan Fan, get out of here, now. He's on a whole other league. I shouted, taking my eyes off him, which proved to be a deadly mistake. Lan Fan, Miyuki, get of there. Ling shouted. As I turned around I barely had time to dodge one of King Bradley's swords, but Lan Fan wasn't so lucky. Lan Fan, we shouted it. We saw King Bradley slice at her left arm. As she fell to the floor, we saw her drop her kunai and that King Bradley's sword was cut in half. "Clever, you took a swipe at me with your kunai," he said. I growled at him as I jumped to her side trying to heal her wound. "Can I eat them now?" the fat homunculus asked. "Just make it quick," he said. With that said, the homunculus jumped towards us. He didn't make it far as Ling sliced half of his head and hands off. He had a pissed off look in his face as he landed next to us. "Ling, take care of Lan Fan while I try to." "No, you take care of Lan Fan, you're the only one who can heal her." "I'll try to buy you some time, but please get her out of here," he pleaded. I looked at him and then at Lan Fan before sighing and started to heal Lan Fan as best as I could. "Fine, but you better not die on me. I can't heal two people, and fight off two homunculus at the same time." "But you won't have to." I heard King Bradley behind me. Without turning around, I quickly pushed Lan Fan away from me before he stabbed me in the heart. "Damn it, looks like you're on your own now, Ling." I smiled sadly before I disappeared into a puff of smoke. Miyuki's paw. "Shit, that's just great, my clone just got killed." Shit, I shouted, as I had to duck Scar's incoming hand. "What do you mean your clone got killed?" "Wah," Ed shouted as he jumped out of the way from one of Scar's attack. "What else?" The homunculus. I didn't want to tell them that the Führer was a homunculus yet kill my clone. Shit, I clapped my hands together creating a vortex of wind to drive Scar back. "Do you have any idea how to get him off our backs?" I shouted as Ed and I simultaneously clapped our hands together creating spikes. "No, not really," Ed shouted as we jumped back as Scar plowed his way through. "Shit, it's a dead end." "Jump, air, climb," I shouted as I ran up the wall, while Ed climbed the pipes. Scar slashed at the pipe Edward was climbing up, and before Ed could reach the ledge, he started to fall towards Scar. "Edward," I shouted jumping toward him. I grabbed him and held him above me so I could receive Scar's blow first, but an alchemy hand saved us. We looked up and saw Al at the end of the hand. "Thanks, Al," I shouted. "We need to get out of here now," Al cried. "Couldn't agree more," I yelled, grabbing Edward by his trench coat and jumping over Scar and landed safely next to Al. Without letting us take a breath, Scar once again disintegrated the ground below us and I pushed both boys away, causing me to get caught in the attack. I wasn't hurt too much, but as the smoke cleared up, Scar's left hand grabbed me by the throat, lifting me off the ground. Without wasting a second, he thrust his right hand at me head, but I stopped it with my own right hand, as my left hand tried to pry his left hand off my throat. "Miyuki!" both brothers shouted as they saw the position I was in. Stay back," I choked out. I didn't know how long I could keep this up, since I was now see black spots in my vision. I needed someone to create a distraction. "Scar," Al shouted, "you believe alchemists have defied God, but isn't that hypercritical? You use alchemy too." "Thank you, Al, for somewhat reading my mind. I explained it when we met earlier," Scar growled, tightening his hands around my throat. "Where there are creators, there are destroyers." "That's a lie," Al shouted, "you're just using the name of your god to justify murder. Revenge is all you care about. When you killed Sho Tucker and Nina, I suppose you were doing it as God's work too." A couple of seconds passed by before Scar spoke again. "Interesting, I'm sure all of you saw that abomination, didn't you?" Scar said, "Alchemy created the tragic creature, so that's the science you spent following." He shouted, "That chimera was made because that man thought he could create when creation is the province of God alone." "Maybe you're right," Edward sighed, causing Scar to face him. "But why did you have to kill Nina? You stole what little life she had left," he shouted. "Foolisher you are, you must have known that chimera could have never returned to her human self again. It would have lived its life as a laboratory rat, treated as a test subject, but never again as a human being." That may be right," I gasped out, surprising everyone. "She might a as well lived off I in a laboratory, but what G gives you the right to kill her?" I growled, "You had no right to kill her," I shouted, kicking Scar in the stomach, causing him to let go of my neck. Before he could catch me again, I jumped next to Alphonse, kneeling down to catch my breath. "Are you okay?" Al asked. "Fine," I gasped out, forcing myself into a fighting position. "She's right though," Edward growled. "Even though we alchemists have done some unthinkable things, what you're doing is still wrong. You're so self-righteous. Do you remember to a Mestrian named Rockbell?" Edward growled. "The order came to exterminate all Ishvalans, but that didn't stop them, they kept on helping your people." From the corner of my eye, I saw Winry standing at the hole Scar just blew up a few minutes ago, looking petrified. "Winry," I whispered. "No, wait, Ni-san." Al cried out, not wanting her to know the truth behind her parents' death. But Ed didn't listen. Don't you remember them? They were the ones who saved your life. And you killed them, he shouted. No, Ed, I shouted, pointed towards the direction of Winry. Ed finally seemed to understand my message and gasped when he saw her standing there. What are you talking about, Ed? She asked. Winry, I. You mean, he's the man who killed them? She whispered, he killed my parents. She turned to face Scar, and what's worse, they helped save you, and you still killed them. Scar slowly turned around to face her as Winry fell to the floor in despair. Why did you? They were my mom and dad. What did they ever do to you? They were doctors. They helped people they didn't deserve to die. She cried. Give them back. Give me back my mom and dad, you monster. She screamed. Scar just looked as impassive as ever. As Winry cried her heart out, I saw that a few feet away from her laid a gun in her hand, was slowly moving towards it. Wait, Winry, Ed said, noticing the gun too. You can't, no, don't do this. He pleaded. Winry, please. Al cried. Winry, don't do this, you're going to regret this later. I warned her, but she didn't listen as she raised the gun towards Scar. Finally, after a couple of seconds, Scar spoke up. So this girl is the doctor's daughter? He asked, mostly to himself. You have the right, shooting me would be justified. He said. Go on, shoot. No, Winry, don't. Edward shouted. Put down the gun. I ordered her, but she didn't listen. You don't want to do this. Al cried desperately. Shoot, girl, Scar said, but know the moment you pull the trigger, there's no going back, you'll be my enemy. Scar. Al shouted, not liking the news we heard. What the fucking hell? She has nothing to do with this. I growled. If you think that I'll let you hurt one hair on her head. Will you kill me? Scar growling, turning towards the older brother. Until one of us dies, boy, this chain of hatred will continue on. I glared at him, knowing what he said was true. Back in the elemental countries, hatred triggered the many wars in our country. But don't ever forget, Scar shouted, don't ever forget that it was the Amestrians who first pulled the trigger during the Civil War. It was your people. Winry was now hyperventilating and it looked like she was going to shoot at him. Winry, don't shoot, Edward shouted. Just put the gun down and get out of here. Al cried. Winry Rockbell, listen to me. Put the fucking gun down, it is not in you to kill someone. You're not that kind of person. I yelled at her. Our pleas and orders went deaf on her ears. If you can't shoot, then do as the boy told you. Suddenly, to our surprise, he thrust his right hand to the floor, causing the floor to disintegrate underneath Edward. You're in my way. Edward jumped out of the way, but as he was flying in the air, he then decided to attack Winry, but Edward slid in front of her so that he would get the blunt of the attack. Edward, Ni-san, Winry. Al and I cried. To all of our surprises, Scar just stopped just a foot away from Ed's head. While Scar stood there hesitating, Al and I took this opportunity to distract him away from Ed and Winry. Al jumped towards him and aimed a punch at his head. Scar dodged it and jumped back when I aimed a roundhouse kick to his head. Miyuki, jump. Not having to be told twice, I jumped into the air, and below me I saw Al send blocks of alchemy at Scar, who was jumping backwards. He landed near a wall, but before we could attack him again, he destroyed the wall behind him. Ed, you idiot. What are you doing? Al screamed at his brother. Both of you will get killed. Get Winry somewhere safe, Ed. Quickly. I shouted, running towards Scar before he could escape my sight. Al quickly followed me. Al and I will be waiting for you. We followed Scar for a good 5 minutes before we finally caught up to him to attack him. Al, now. I shouted. Right. Al clapped his hands together, creating a hand that raced towards Scar. He jumped into the air to avoid it and managed to land a safe distance away. Without wasting any time, Al and I created a block of stone to push ourselves into the air and land right before Scar. There's nothing inside of that suit of armor, is there? Scar suddenly asked. You poor boy, alchemy has trapped you in that metal prison, but yet you still have faith in it. A said nothing but clapped his hands together before placing it onto the water tank next to him, causing a hole to appear where Scar was. Before the water could hit him, Scar jumped out of the way and landed onto the ground below us. We quickly followed him. True, there are many things about this body that are inconvenient, but it's nothing I can't live with. I don't need pity from anyone. Al growled. My brother used alchemy to save my life. To regret the form I have now would not only mean rejecting alchemy, but also turning my back on him. I believe in my Ni-san and I believe in alchemy. I will not lose faith. I want to believe. Al cried. Oh, do you now? Scar said as he raised his hand when the water from before fell right on it. Without any warning, he created steam from that water, hindering our eyesight. Al, to your right, I shouted as I felt Scar coming towards Al. Having heard my call, Scar instead turned on me, and since I didn't see it coming I braced myself. However, I heard a battle cry, and before Scar could land a hit on me, I saw Ed's boot kicking him out of the way. Thanks, Ed. I sighed in relief as we quickly ran out of the steam. Sure, no problem. Wait, Ni-san, where's Winry? Al asked. Don't worry, she's safe. Edward reassured his brother. No thanks to me though, I made her cry again. You really should be more careful, Ni-san. I could see Ed's eye twitch in annoyance, but he stayed quiet. She doesn't like to see you fighting like that. Yeah, I know, but, Ed, now changed into a fighting stance. She's gone now, so let's end this. I couldn't agree more, Ed. I smiled softly as I went into my fighting stance. Oh, I found you. The homunculus from earlier shouted as he landed right behind Scar. It's you again, Scar said. Great, it's him, I growled. So not only do we have to face Scar, but now we have to deal with a cannibal homunculus. Homunculus? Edward asked. Look at his tattoo on his tongue. I pointed out, and both brothers gasped in surprise. Without wasting any time, the homunculus charged at Scar, opening his mouth to eat him up. Before he could even take a bit out of him, Scar caught him by the neck, slammed him to the floor, and used his right hand to kill. Scar's victory was short-lived as the homunculus quickly healed himself and butt-headed Scar into one of the nearby cargo before he slammed his whole body at him. The homunculus jumped back, but before he could take another hit at Scar, the three of us kicked him away. Then to all of our surprise, one of the sewer holes blew open and out jumped Ling, shirtless, sword in his mouth, and a grenade in his hand. He sure did look pissed at the homunculus. Ling, I shouted, relieved that he survived the Führer's attack. As he came closer to the ground, he landed on top of the fat homunculus, and forcefully stuck the grenade into his mouth. Move it, he shouted, jumping away from him. We followed his advice, and not a second later, the homunculus blew up from the inside out, spilling his blood and guts everywhere. So that's how it would look like when you put an exploding tag into someone's body, I muttered, as the body parts of the homunculus disintegrated into ash. As I looked at the main body, I saw that it was slowly repairing itself despite the amount of blood and body parts it lost. Get me some strong cable, Ling ordered Ed. Got it, Ed shouted, running towards the railroad, and from the railroad tracks, he created the cable Ling needed. He threw it at Ling, and as the homunculus started to gain back its original form, Ling and I tied its body up. Your own regenerating abilities are working against you. Your body keeps expanding, keeping you nice and tight between these cables. Ling growled. You're mine now, homunculus. So we have the homunculus captured. Now what? I asked. We can't just roll him out of here. Just then, we heard the screeching of a car. When we looked up, there was Lieutenant Hawkeye in a disguise driving towards us, aiming her gun at Scar. She shot 2 bullets into Scar's leg, making him handicapped for a while. Just as she was about to hit us, she swerved the car, stopping about 5 feet away from us. Put him in, she ordered Ling. We're getting out of here. Not hesitating, Ling quickly lifted the heavy homunculus, threw him into the car and jumped in. Wait a minute, Lai. Don't, Ed, she's undercover. I stopped Ed before he could revel anymore. Oh. Riza gave me a thankful look before she drove off as the officers were coming towards us. Wait, what's going on? Al cried. Al, the MPs are watching, pretend you don't know her. Don't worry, Al, everything's alright. I'm pretty sure Mustang's behind this and we have to trust him, okay? Fine. But first we have some unfinished business. Ed growled as he ran towards the almost escaping Scar. Ed quickly punched Scar in the face and he dodged the rest of the Scar's attacks. As Ed jumped back, Scar destroyed the ground where Ed was, but he quickly jumped out of the way. So here, I was standing next to Ed with Al on my far right, ready to take down Scar once and for all. Ready, Al, Miyuki. Ready, we cried, clapping our hands simultaneously, but before we could even put them down to the floor, I saw a little girl kick Al's armor, causing him to crash into the ground. What the? Ed didn't have time to finish his sentence as the little girl turned on him and sent him to the ground too. Once Ed was on the ground with his brother, she turned to face me, and I couldn't help but gasp aloud. This girl looked exactly like May, but with black hair and with braids instead of pigtails my daughter wore. She took this time to attack me, and it was my instincts that saved me, otherwise I would be on the floor with the brothers. Quickly I took out a kunai and threw it at her, aiming for her shoulder. I couldn't wound this girl too badly since she looked just like my daughter, but I was surprised when she took out her own set of kunai and threw them at me. I jumped over the rain of kunai and I had to swerve my body to dodge another attack from her. I sent her a roundhouse kick at her but she expertly dodged it, but before I could even land another attack on her, she jumped back and landed next to Scar. "Are you okay, Scar?" she asked. "Hey, you guys better leave him alone, this man is the servant to the man who saved my life." "You puny little boy," she yelled at Edward. "Who are you calling puny?" Edward screamed. Suddenly the officer came, surrounding the lookalike May and Scar, pointing their guns at them, telling her to step away from Scar. "Looks like we're outnumbered," she muttered, taking out at least 10 kunai. Quickly I got out my set of kunai too, just in case she decided to throw them at the officers. "It's time for us to retreat." And she threw 5 kunai at each cargo train. She then quickly created an almost transmutation circle with a star in the middle, threw another 5 kunai at the ground, and when she placed her hands on the circle casing the other kunai she threw to react. "Duck!" I shouted as the cargo exploded, creating a large amount of smoke, making us unable to see anything. When the smoke cleared up, we saw that the little girl and Scar had escaped. "Damn it!" Ed growled. "He got away." "But who was that girl?" Al asked. "I don't know." I muttered. "I don't know." "Al, where did you find that panda?" I asked as Al showed us the panda he found. I could see several tick marks forming on Ed's forehead. "We're a little busy to be adopting animals right now." Ed shouted, and it didn't help that we were in a car, so it sounded 10 times louder than usual. I couldn't leave her alone in the middle of that mess. Al cried, defending the panda. "First stray cats and now panda bears. Just how many animals can you stuff into that armor of yours? Get rid of it." "What a heartless thing to say." Al growled, holding the panda bear away from his brother. "Besides, look how sweet and gentle she is," Al said, poking her cheek. The panda had enough of the poking and bit Al's finger. However, since Al was just a suit of armor, he didn't feel a thing. "It's all right, you're safe now," he said instead. The panda, realizing that it wasn't doing any harm to Al, cried in shock. "We're here," I said as the car pulled up to the military headquarters. The officer then led us into a room where they held Winry, and to our surprise, there was the Führer sitting with her. "Oh, hello, King Bradley," I said, trying to cover my surprise. "Hello there, Fullmetal and Whirlwind Alchemist," King Bradley said, smiling at us. "Führer Bradley, this is a surprise." Edward Said. "True, I didn't expect him to be here with Winry at all." "What brings you here?" Al asked. "I heard that a childhood friend of yours was under our protection here at the command center. As a friend of such an important alchemist, she deserves our every courtesy," the Führer said, smiling at us again. "Well," he said, getting up from his seat, "I should be on my way now. If you please excuse me, miss," he said, bowing a little at her. "Oh, of course, sir," Winry said, doing the same thing. As he walked out, we couldn't help but stare at him, and we even made sure he was out of our eye and hearing sight before talking to Winry again. As Ed promised Winry, this was after we left to fight Scar, I believe, he told her how her parents died. She did seem sad that her parents died trying to help someone, but I think it was the fact that they helped people that made her mind rest in peace. So after telling her the story, we ended back at the military headquarters where we were staying at, and to our surprise there was a call for Winry. With my super hearing, I was able to find out that all the customers she had in Rush Valley wanted her back at the shop because, well, she was awesome at fixing their automail. I mean, she's a genius. I could see a smile forming on her face as she realized that people needed her. "Thank you, all of you, for stopping me back there," Winry said from the window of her train compartment. After Winry finished her call, she quickly went to pack her bags so she could leave for Rush Valley before the last train out of here left. So here we are, standing at the train station bidding her goodbye. I forgot that there were people that depended me. If I had shot him, I don't think I could have faced them, she said. "No problem," I whispered. "Of course," Al said. Edward Said nothing, but I could tell he also agreed with us. Then with a happier voice she said, "I expect you to take good of your automail, and the same goes for you, Miyuki. Even though you haven't broken it yet, I still think that you'll break it with the stuff you do." I chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, I don't plan on breaking it anytime soon. Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Ed smiled, giving her a quick thumbs up. "Oh, and I'll send some good polishing oil to you soon, Al." "Great," Al said. After a few moments of silence, Winry spoke up again. "And no dying, all right?" "Right," we all answered her. "Oh, and Winry," Ed began, "next time I make you cry." His voice was cut off by the warning bell on the train, but I could still hear him perfectly well, and I couldn't help but smile at his words. "Wait, what? I can't hear you, Ed," Winry said. Instead of repeating himself, Ed just walked away. "Ni-san, wait up," Al cried, catching up towards him, but before he left, he bid goodbye to Winry, as did I as I followed him to catch up to Ed. Come back, Edward. Winry shouted, what were you saying? Edward stopped and turned around glaring at her, but it wasn't out of hatred but of determination. The next time I make you cry, I hope they will be tears of joy. And that Al and I will be back in our normal bodies and that you'll cry out of sheer joy. That's a promise, Ed shouted. I could see Winry smiling at him before she laughed aloud, waving at us. As the train whistle once again rang, we turned around and walked out of the train station as the train left. Take care, Winry. I whispered, take care. As we were a couple blocks away from the train station, a gray car pulled in front of us. As the driver's window came down, we saw a Mustang sitting there. Get in, all he said, and we complied. After a couple minutes of driving, we ended up almost at the edge of town, but before we left the city, we stopped at a house. Mustang got out and waited for whoever lived here to show up. A couple minutes later, this said person did show up, but to our surprise, Obito with him. Aw, come on, Knox, one little night out isn't going to kill you. You'll have fun. Will you stop pestering me? I don't want to go out. Oh. What do you mean? Oh, hello, Colonel Mustang, what brings you here? Obito asked as the both of them came nearer to Mustang. Dr. Knox, Dr. Uchiha, wait, what are you doing here? Roy asked Obito. This little punk wanted me to join him for a little night out, but I said no, and he won't stop bugging me. Dr. Knox growled. Hey, I'm not a punk. Obito whined. You're right, you're a whining punk. Dr. Knox growled. Oh, I'm hurt. Obito cried dramatically, pretending that his statement really hurt. So why are you here, Mustang? Dr. Knox answered, ignoring Obito. Someone's badly injured and I came to you because we need a doctor. Hey, am I chopped liver or something? I am a doctor too, you know. I shouted from the car. Hey Miyuki, I see you're in one piece. Obito smiled as he noticed me. Well, if she's a doctor then you won't need me. Doctor, Knox sighed as he opened the gate to his home. Aw, come on, Dr. Knox. This can be our night out. Sneaking out, doing things behind the military's back, heal the criminals and… Shut up, Obito. But, I would feel much more reassured with you there. Mustang sighed, and I know you have a family and you don't want to endanger them, but I would appreciate if you would come. After a couple of seconds, Dr. Knox sighed, giving in. Fine, wait here, I'll get my instruments. Yes, road trip. Ow. Hey, that hurt. Obito cried as one of my kunai managed to scratch him. Shut up and get in the car. I growled, moving to the back seat to make more room. This was going to be a long ride. We finally made it back to the safe house, where in about an hour, maybe less. The tiny little cabin house was located in a secluded forest. It seemed to be abandoned but yet also seemed to be in tip-top shape. As we came closer, we saw that there were lights on and Lieutenant Riza was waiting for us. Report, Mustang ordered her as we all came out of the dark. Her condition still hasn't changed, it may have gotten a little worse though. Wait, you mean Lan Fan got hurt? Edward asked. Yes, her left arm is now missing. Ed, Al, and I couldn't help but gasp at the news. Lan Fan had lost her arm. But how? I was almost done healing it when my clone disappeared. Take me to her, Dr. Knox said, taking out his medical supplies. Riza nodded and led us inside the house to where Lan Fan was resting. As Ling told the story how he and Lan Fan got away, Dr. Knox, Obito, and I couldn't help but yell. You let her walk in the sewage with her arm cut off. Don't blame me if she gets lockjaw. Are you crazy? But nice plan, by the way. You're crazy. Okay, everyone out of the room except you, Obito, I'm going to need your help. Dr. Knox sighed, pulling up his sleeves. Yes sir. Oh, and can Miyuki stay? She might be more help than you realize. Dr. Knox seemed to ponder over about his, but eventually he agreed. Everyone left the room except for the three of us, and we prepared for Lan Fan's mini-surgery. We're first going to have to clean the wound though, so it won't get any infections, but, damn, I ran out of alcohol. Dr. Knox sighed as he looked through his bag. If it's not too much trouble I can clean the wound. I said. With what? I don't see you having any rubbing alcohol with you. With this. Obito, please hold Lan Fan down. It might hurt her a bit. I said, moving towards Lan Fan's ripped arm. My hands glowed a light green as I began to clean her wound. I could hear Dr. Knox gasp of surprise behind me, but he did nothing to stop me. Lan Fan did move in pain, but Obito held her down so she wouldn't move as much. 2 minutes went by before I was finally done with cleaning her wound. There were no harmful bacteria in her wound now that she caught in the sewer, and it was now safe to operate on her. So, I owe an explanation, don't I? I said as I turned around to see Dr. Knox staring intently at me. Yes, you do. Shit. It's done, you guys can come inside now. I said, wiping of sweat and blood off me as I called in Ling, Ed, and everyone else. The surgery was a success. I smiled, finally glad that something good happened. Hey, she's waking up. Al cried as Lan Fan opened her eyes. Are you okay? Is there anything we can do? Edward asked her. She smiled weakly at him and gasped out. That trap of yours worked pretty well. But, I'm useless without my arm. She whispered sadly. I'm going to need to find a replacement. Well, I do know a great automail engineer. Ed smiled at her, showing his right arm to her. I smiled at the scene and walked out of the room. My next job, comfort Ling. I found him sitting near the doorway of the room and sat next to him. It's not your fault, you know. I whispered to him, this. Don't. He muttered, it's my fault. I was the one to agree to this, I wasn't prepared for this. Who is? I asked him. No one, it's one of those things where you have to have a real-life experience to know what to do. And truth to be told, every time it happens you'll feel just like this, worthless, guilty and sad. But know this, if you learn from your experiences then accidents like this won't happen as often. She's right, Mustang said, coming towards us with a lantern. He gave out his hands towards Ling. I'm with the state military, I'm Colonel Roy Mustang. Otherwise known as the Colonel Bastard by Ed and I. I interrupted him, hopping to ease up some of the tension. It worked. Ling cracked a smile, but the Colonel, not so much. Will you stop calling me that? He yelled and I stuck out my tongue at him. Ling stood up and put his hands together, bowing at Roy, and then shook his hand. And I am Ling Yao, the 12th son of the Emperor of Qing. I appreciate you finding a doctor. It was no problem. He smiled. Great, don't give me credit. I mumbled sarcastically and smiled. Ah yes, I have to thank you too, Miyuki. If it wasn't for your warning it might have turned out differently. Ling said, bowing at me. It was nothing. Oh, and speaking about homunculus, what are we going to do with him? I asked, pointing towards the other door that held the homunculus. Roy lit up the room with the lantern and we could easily see the homunculus tied up. Ooh, what's that? Obito asked, coming with Dr. Knox, Ed, and Al. That's Gluttony, so that's his name, he's a homunculus. Ling answered for Obito. He and his friends appear to have connections with some of the military senior staff. Roy said. It goes much deeper than that, Roy. I growled. Wait, what do you mean by that? King Bradley is a homunculus. I simply said. What? How did you find out? Al asked. Edward, remember when we were at the Devil's Nest in Dublin and I went to rescue Al? Edward and Al nodded. Well, after I set Al free, well, my clone decided to go and maybe back up King Bradley with his fight with greed. Instead of helping, I found out that King Bradley has the Ouroboros tattoo on his eye. He was a homunculus. What? Edward cried. Our ruler, a homunculus. Al shouted. And you didn't bother telling us this, why? Roy growled at me. I only glared at him back. I wasn't sure if he was on our side or not. Greed wasn't with the other homunculus, so I thought that maybe the Führer, too, deflected from the group and decided to help us. I growled back at him. It wasn't until today that I realized that he wasn't with us. But he's different than the other homunculus we faced. I muttered at the end. You realize that too? Ling said and I nodded. Yes, he doesn't have the same inhuman chakra the other homunculi have. So what does that make him? I asked aloud. He still has to be human, otherwise he wouldn't be able to have a son. Al said. The book says that homunculi can't reproduce. But isn't his son adopted? Obito asked. Yes, he is, so there's no direct blood relation towards him and Selim. Dr. Knox answered for us. Roy surprisingly chuckled at this news. Whether he's a monster or not, with these new developments, it's be easier to remove him from the seat of power. He smirked, but first we have to get information out of this one. And I'll take his stone, it may be helpful in treating havoc. Hey you, Lan Fan lost her arm to get him. He's our captive, we're taking him back to Qing. Ling shouted, grabbing his coat. Hey, we need it to get our bodies back. Ed shouted. We've been looking for this for a long time. We're not going to let you walk out of here with it. That's right. You're an illegal alien. Hey, we could use this to get back. Is this argument joinable? Well, good luck with this, Mustang. Dr. Knox sighed. I'm going home. Suddenly I felt Gluttony's chakra flare up, and when I looked at him, I could see pure rage on his face. Mustang was one who killed Lust. Mustang must pay for what he did to her. He shouted, breaking free of his restraints. Oh shit, was all I could say as Gluttony's belly grew an eye that looked similar to the one I saw when I preformed human transmutation, but it had teeth surrounding it. Knowing this couldn't end well, I shouted to the others. Get the fuck out of here. Winry's paw, Insuna. What were you thinking? Our father shouted at us from his hospital bed. I wince at the volume of his voice. It could easily rivals Uncle Naruto's. You were about to get killed by that woman. We couldn't let you die. Mei shouted at him, waving her cast at him. I sighed. How did we end up here again? Oh, that's right. It was only a couple of days ago that a black-haired, red-dressed and very developed woman came to our village. At first, the guards thought nothing of it, but when she killed one of the Chunins at the post, that's when the other guard raised the alarm that we were being under attack. Junin and Chunin quickly came to the ninja's aid, but she easily killed them all. Her claws. At least I think it was her claws. To make matters worse, she somehow managed to make the ninjas lose their control over their chakra, and Uncle Naruto, who was next to Gaara sleeping peacefully at this moment, along with the rest of the remaining leaf ninjas, said this was deja vu all over again. As Mei and I learned of the battle, we quickly came to their aid, providing any help that we could give. As we came to the battlefield, we saw our father battling that woman, throwing kunai after kunai at her since he could not use his sand. The woman managed to stab our father in the lungs, and she was about to finish the job if Mei didn't charge at her. I quickly created a clone to help our father get to safety, and I followed my sister to provide any backup. We double-teamed against her, using the jutsus our mom taught us before she disappeared, but just like the other ninjas, she somehow managed to nullify our use of chakra. Seeing no other alternative, we decided to use alchemy against her, and for a while, we had the upper hand. However, since we weren't experts on using alchemy, Mei and I couldn't make barriers or spears strong or quick enough to use against her. The woman managed to slice through one of Mei's shields and gave her a huge nasty gash on her right arm. Just as she was about to give the final blow on my sister, I managed to push Mei out of the way and received the stab instead. She didn't hit anything vital, but I couldn't move unless I wanted to die of blood loss. My sister was staring at me with horror when she saw my bloodied body, and I think she lost it then. She then charged at the woman, screaming curses at her as she tried to stab her. To our surprise, she didn't even move and she received the attack head-on. To surprise us even more, when the woman took out the kunai which was in her throat, the wound healed instantly. Seeing my sister's state of shock, she took that chance to stab her, and to both of our surprise, the woman only stabbed her in the side and she left us alone. In fact, after stabbing us, she left the village saying that she finished her job. It wasn't until we were both taken to the hospital that we learned that our cousins, Minato and Alphonse, came after us, and seeing that we were about to die, placed a genjutsu on the woman, thinking that she had killed us and thus saved our lives. And where did you learn alchemy? Gaara growled as he took notice of our transmutation gloves that were on the side of our beds. What's it to you, old man? Mei growled back. Did I mention that Mei and Dad aren't exactly on friendly terms ever since Dad cancelled the search party for Mom 2 years ago? Dad sort of gave up on her after searching for Mom without any results. Don't get me wrong, Dad still believes Mom's still out there somewhere, at least I think he does, and won't look at any other women, but he's also convinced that Mom won't be coming back. I'm not making much sense, am I? Well, just know that Dad thinks Mom's still alive but not here, and that he can't find her no matter what. Mei, Winry, you must know that alchemy is dangerous. But it saved your ass, didn't it? Mei snapped back. I bet Mom would be proud of us for using it. Don't talk about our mother like that. She wouldn't like to know that her only 2 daughters almost got themselves killed. Gaara said, glaring at Mei. Winry-chan, back me up here. Mei said. I sighed. I hate being dragged into this. You too, Winry, your mother wouldn't be happy that you almost risked your lives out there. But wouldn't Mom have done the same? I questioned him. Dad stayed silent. Enough about your mother, it's not good to dwell on the past. He whispered. Mei glared at Dad even harder as she yelled at him. No good, not good. You're the one who's trying to forget Mom. Mom's not gone. She's just somewhere else, and with alchemy we can. Enough about alchemy. You are going to give me those alchemy books to burn. They are nothing but trouble. They made your mother disappear, and I don't want the same to happen to you. He whispered at the end. It's not going to happen to us, Dad, just trust us on that. I whispered. Dad didn't answer, just as he does every time the subject about Mom and alchemy are put together. I sighed as Mei started to yell at Dad again. Oh Mom, I wish Dad would believe that you're still alive somewhere and that we can bring you back. I still haven't lost faith that you're still alive and well. I can feel it. Just hold on for a little longer. It's taking us a while to understand alchemy, but we'll bring you back home. I mean, if we can use alchemy in battle after studying it for 4 years, I think we're almost there. Just a little more, Mom, just hang in there, wherever you are. Miyuki's paw. Get down. I shouted at everyone, grabbing the nearest person, who was Roy, and pulled him down to the ground as Gluttony attacked us with his weird stomach of his. As part of the building came tumbling down on us, we heard Riza coming to our aid. Hawkeye, Riza, stop! Roy and I shouted as Gluttony attacked again, almost hitting Riza. Riza, don't shoot him! I shouted, pushing the wood that had fallen on us off. She's right, it's me who he wants. Roy shouted. Mustang. Gluttony growled and attacked us again once more. Obito and I had managed to teleport everyone away from the attack and landed a good distance away from him. Well, at least you can do simple jutsus. I smiled at Obito as he helped Dr. Nox on his feet. Yeah, but I think you have more things to worry about than me. Obito said, pointing at Gluttony, who was glaring hard at Mustang. I looked at Mustang, Edward, and Al, who were all staring wide-eyed at Gluttony. Let's go, we have to bring him down. Mustang growled, putting on his alchemy gloves. But we worked so hard to catch one homunculus. Al cried. How about this, we either bring Gluttony down and live or try to capture him again and die trying. Which one would you prefer, Al? I asked as I took out several exploding tags. She's right, Al, besides, he knows our names and faces. It would be foolish to let him live now. Mustang growled as he snapped his fingers, sending a ball of fire straight at him. We heard him scream in pain, but to our surprise, Gluttony suddenly just swallowed the fire as if it was food. Quickly I threw 3 exploding tags at Gluttony to see if the same would happen, and just as they were about to explode on him, he swallowed the exploding tags and he didn't even flinch as they went off in his stomach, that if it was his stomach. Shit, he just ate 3 exploding tags that could destroy this entire city as if it were nothing. I muttered as I put away the exploding tags since they were now useless. Aw shit, jump! I shouted, pushing the 3 boys out of the way, as Gluttony attacked and we ran into the forest. Well, that worked well, didn't it? Ed cried, running next to me. Well, do you have any better ideas? I shouted at him, throwing a kunai behind us, hoping to slow down the homunculus. We could just leave you behind, Colonel. Al suggested, after all it's you who he wants. Fine, split up, Roy said as we neared the thicker part of the forest. Quickly I created 2 other clones to go with Ed and Al, so I was with Roy. I told you to split up and leave you almost defenseless. Hello, may I remind you that you're still healing from that homunculus attack. You can't defend yourself properly. Damn it! I shouted as I sensed the homunculus on our right, but before I could throw kunais at him, Riza saved the day and shot several shots at Gluttony's head. However, this made him even angrier and he would have almost killed Roy with his attack if I hadn't pushed him out of the way. As we both landed, Roy grunted in pain, holding his left side. See, I told you. Now get on my back, it'll be faster to carry you out of here. I said, squatting down on my knees so he could climb on. And how do you suppose we're going to lose him? He can track us by our smell. Roy grunted. Just leave that to me. I smiled, forcing him on my back and motioning Riza to follow me. And clone distraction was successful. I smiled as Riza helped Roy off my back. My memories of the clones came back to me, and let's just say, with the destruction that Gluttony's causing, he's pretty mad that he was tricked. He doesn't sound very happy about it. Al said. All right, get in the car. Edward sighed as he pushed Roy in car, none too carefully I might add. Lieutenant, please take care of Lan Fan. Al said. And what, do you expect me to run away and leave this to you, Elric and Sabaku? Roy growled out. If you stay you'll just get in our way. Edward shouted. Yeah, leave. They're right, Colonel, if you stay, you won't be any use. Riza added after Al's outburst, and cue the emo Roy. Oh, and Obito make sure, Roy actually stays in the hospital. He can't go around opening his wound all the time. I sighed as Obito silently laughed at Roy. Aw, why me? He pouted. 'Cause I say so. Now Roy, even though you can't fight with us, you can still help us politically. You need to find a way to something about the Führer since he is a homunculus, don't tell me you forgot about that already. I scolded him. The Führer, a homunculus? Riza said, shocked. We can talk about this later. Dr. Nox shouted, now get in. He said to the 4 of us. Ling, Al, Ed, and I. Sorry, but the car looks full, you guys go on ahead. Ed said. You dumbass. You can't really think we'll let a couple of children fight this battle for us. Riza said. Hey, I'm not a kid, but besides, I think I speak for all of us when I say you need all the help you can get, so we'll get any information out of Gluttony to use against the Führer. I smiled at them. Besides, this was our mission in the beginning, so we'll see it through. We appreciate our help up until now though. Edward Said. Here, Riza said, giving him her gun. I want you to take this. You do know how to use it, don't you? Edward looked uncertain with the gun, so I grabbed it for him. Thank you, Hawkeye. We'll use it well. But that's a weapon, for killing people. Al said. Yes, that's true, but it's also a weapon to protect people with. Like how my kunai is a weapon, but I don't use it to kill people unless I'm or anyone I know is in danger. I explained to them, holding the gun for Ed. You don't have to use it necessarily, but just in case. Reluctantly, Edward took the gun. Miyuki, are you sure you still want to do this? I mean, I don't think you're mentally stable yet. Yeah, I'm actually thinking the same thing, that I shouldn't go just in case I just break down, but I have to do this, Obito. If I'm not there, who's going to look after the kids? Roy, Riza, Dr. Knox, and certainly Lan Fan can't. And I'm pretty sure you're not exactly in the best of shape to fight right now. I smiled softly at Obito. Damn, I hate when you're right. Obito grumbled. Take this though, it belonged to your father. I think it'll come in handy. He said, giving me Dad's 3-prong kunai that had his seals on it. I don't know how to work it exactly, but I'm pretty sure you'll figure it out. Thank you. Suddenly we heard Gluttony's attack coming closer and we knew it was time to go. Please take care of Lan Fan, Ling said to Riza as we ran off to face the homunculus. Wait, my lord, wait. Lan Fan cried as Dr. Knox drove away from the safe house. Mustang. Where is Mustang? Mustang killed Lust, so he must pay. Gluttony shouted as he attacked the poor defenseless Tress in front of him. I know he said we would stay and all, but that's just freaky. Edward cried as we watched Gluttony continue his rampage, and I had to agree with him. He seems to be a bit angry. Ling said, trembling. How are we going to catch him? Al asked. As I was about to answer Al, Ling and I suddenly sensed another homunculus behind us and both of us took out our weapons. What's wrong? Al asked as we noticed the red-eyed dog standing on top of the hill where we were hiding from Gluttony. Stop it now, Gluttony. The dog shouted at the rampaging homunculus, and to our surprise he listened to the voice. A talking dog, Edward shouted, confused. That's not any dog, I growled, glaring at the new homunculus. Hey, the homunculus addressed Ed. Long time no see. And to our surprise, the dog turned into a human with long green hair, violet eyes, and he had a skirt on. How are you, Fullmetal Pipsqueak? He smirked at us. Aw damn it, he had to call Edward a pipsqueak, didn't he? I sighed as Edward began to fight the homunculus for calling him a pipsqueak. Hey, calm down. I'm just here to get Gluttony back and nothing more. I don't want to fight you, Pip. Don't call me pipsqueak, Edward shouted, almost breaking the tree that the homunculus was standing in front of, cutting him off. What are you talking about? The green-haired homunculus asked. You called me pipsqueak 5 times. Edward hissed through his clenched teeth. Twice here and 3 times at the laboratory. He snarled, don't tell me you forgot already. Impressive, the homunculus said, not really interested. You got a short memory there. He then jumped off the tree branch he was on and landed on the floor. He then turned his direction the obediently running Gluttony. You're becoming bothersome, he told the fat homunculus. Mustang was here. Mustang killed Lust. Swallow him up. He cried. Well, you don't get the colonel. The other homunculus told Gluttony. Or the Elric brothers. Especially Miss Sabaku. Why not? Gluttony cried in despair. I sensed this presence before. Ling said, coming out from hiding behind me, which I might add, just how many people are in you, homunculus? He asked. The green-haired homunculus just glared at him. Oh, I know you, you're the kid who crossed swords with Wrath. What do you mean, kid? I happen to be the 12th son of the Emperor from Xing. He told us proudly. My name is. Eat him. The nameless homunculus told Gluttony, and that's how Ling ended up running for his life. So, you thinking what I'm thinking? Edward asked us while cracking his knuckles. Well, they aren't allowed to do anything to the 3 of us. In which case, what are we waiting for? I shouted, slamming my hands on the floor, creating a wall between Ling and Gluttony. Quick, you guys get that one. Edward shouted as he and Al charged at Gluttony. Fine, mind if I join? I asked Ling as I joined him to fight the other homunculus. Well, let's see how good you guys are. He smirked as Ling and I charged at him with our weapons at the ready. You held off Wrath, but let's see how you do against me. He shouted. Take this. I shouted, taking a swing at him with my kunai. He quickly dodged my attack and I jumped to the side and Ling attacked him, swinging his sword as if he was simply swinging his arm in a dance. You really know how to use that thing, huh? The homunculus smirked as he continued to dodge Ling's attacks if it were nothing. Thank you for the compliment, really. Ling grunted as he desperately tried to land a hit on him. The homunculus then went on the offense and he aimed a punch at Ling's head, which he took the advantage to slice at his stomach. You fell for it. He laughed as his arm changed into a snake and wrapped around his neck. I hope you didn't forget that I was still here. I shouted as I sliced the homunculus hand that had Ling in a stranglehold. Now Ling. Ling wasted no time to slice at the homunculus, but the homunculus quickly stepped back. What seemed really weird was that his right foot dug into the earth so much that it caused him to actually create a hole that was about 1 foot deep. He didn't seem to weigh that much, but judging by the crater, he seemed heavier than Gluttony. Did you see that? I whispered to Ling. Yeah, something's not right with him. He whispered back. That was a dirty trick. The homunculus growled as he started to grow back his arm. That's not fair. People have been trying to assassinate me, ever since I was a kid. Ling told him, and I stared at him with shock. He was a target for assassinations. Just like I was, but I think our reasons were different, much different. Under the circumstances, you can't blame a guy for fighting dirty. Ling glared at him. So have you had enough yet? Are you going to come quietly now? Ling said, going closer to the homunculus. I just want any information on how to become immortal. Or shall we go again? You scum. The homunculus snarled at Ling. A mere human like you can't defeat me. Really? I said, glaring at the furious homunculus. I beg to differ. And before I could attack the homunculus, the wall I separated the two homunculus broke, creating a pathway for Gluttony to eat Ling. Stay out of my way, guys. Ling complained, I'm busy here. Watch out. I shouted at Ling as the green-haired homunculus decided to attack him. Ling, however, took this chance to slice the homunculus leg off. He landed on the floor with a great big thud, and just as Ling was about to stab him, the homunculus changed its feature to look just like Lan Fan and stopped Ling from attacking him. The fake Lan Fan smirked as she shouted in the homunculus voice. Now Gluttony. No, Ling, watch out. Edward shouted as he tried to push him out of Gluttony's attack. Surprisingly, the fake Lan Fan grabbed Ed's leg to try to get him out of harm's way, and now the three of them were in the way of Gluttony's attack. Ni-san. Al cried as he tried to reach his brother. No, Al. I shouted, grabbing Al, holding him back. Just as I was about to create a clone to save Ling and Edward, Gluttony created that huge ball of destruction in Al, and I could only watch as it swallowed the three of them. Once the smoke cleared up, I saw that Al had his left arm out and his hand was missing. Oh shit, I said as I noticed that the fake Lan Fan's cut in half body started to disintegrate. This is bad. Swallowed them? Gluttony asked himself as he reverted back to his child self. Al ripped himself from my grasp and grabbed Gluttony's teeth, trying to pry it open. Ni-san, you, he shouted, addressing Gluttony, spit them out right now. I can't, I swallowed them. He simply told Al as his stomach closed up, sealing the fate of Ling and Ed forever. Impossible, it can't be, Ni-san. Al shouted as he punched the ground in despair. Ni-san, he shouted to the skies. Al, we can't sit here forever, Al. I whispered to him. He didn't move from his spot. I sighed in defeat and continued to sit with him along with the panda. I think it was a panda, even as the sun rose. We should have been back at Central by now. Roy, Obito, Riza, Lan Fan, and Dr. Knox must be worried about us. I looked at the panda, who was trying her best at avoiding Gluttony, who was fucking still here, who seemed to look at her with hunger. She hid behind Al, but she then decided that I was a better hiding spot and jumped into my jacket, poking her head out once in a while. What should I do? Gluttony asked us, or was it himself? Surprisingly, Al answered, but in a hollow voice. I have no idea. What do I do? I'm scared. Gluttony whimpered, pushing his index fingers together just like Hinata used to do when she was nervous. I don't want father to be mad at me. There was that name again. The homunculus that I had fought in the laboratory said that she would have to bring me to father because I was badly wounded. And now again, who is this father person? You said father, right? Did he make you and the other homunculi? I asked. He said, coming closer to us, which caused the panda to bury herself deeper into my jacket. Father made us. From the corner of my eye, I saw Al clenching his fist tightly, thinking as if his life depended on it. Gluttony, Al said, standing up, can you take us to meet your father? Al, are you crazy? I hissed into his helmet, this could be a trap. We don't know anything about this father person. And we're supposedly. I guess so, Gluttony said, smiling innocently at us. He'll be happy, since you're our human sacrifice. That, I snarled as we were mentioned as human sacrifices, again. But this may be our only way to get Ni-san and Ling back. Al whispered to me. Fine, but we have to be on high alert, got it? Al vigorously nodded. Al then turned to the waiting homunculus and said. Oh yeah, that's right, we're human sacrifices, the more reason to meet him. Al said nervously as Gluttony started to lead us out of the forest. Why do I get the feeling that when we meet this, father, things are just going to become shittier? I thought as the city of Central came into view. No way, your father is living in Central. Al cried. Can I just say that we're in some fucking shit? I asked him as we continued to walk into the city of Central. Yeah, I think you can say that. Al said. After an hour of walking, we finally came into an alleyway that was closed off by a gate and Gluttony pointed at it. So your father is in here? Al asked. Gluttony nodded, opened the gate and motioned us to follow him. Okay little panda, I know you like Al a lot. I said to the little panda, grabbing her carefully off Al's shoulder, but I think it would be a little safer if you stayed in my jacket. And put her in the pocket she was hiding in earlier. What can I say, I have a love for animals. The panda quickly snuggled against me as if she knew that we were going towards something dangerous. Not that I could blame her, as we entered the secret entrance, I could feel something was off. If I thought that the basement of the third laboratory was bad, this place was much worse. Not only could I not sense myself, this place seemed to be crawling with tremendous amount of chakra and not the good kind either. It was something similar to the curse mark that Sasuke had on him. This place, there's no other word to describe it, it's just plain evil. I shivered, as the chakra feeling got much worse as we continued down the sewer. The little panda in my jacket whimpered and I couldn't help but want to do the same. I didn't know there were tunnels like this under Central. Al said looking around the sewer, not noticing until he stepped on a skull. The panda, Al, and I gasped in horror as we saw that the whole floor was covered in blood and bones of humans. We quickly ran up to Gluttony and I asked him. Why are there so many bones and blood here? Oh, the gatekeepers did that. Gluttony told us as if we were supposed to know about these, gatekeepers. Gatekeepers? Al asked with some uncertainty. Yeah, they won't rip you up as long as you're with me. What a comforting thought, I muttered as the three of us took notice of the sounds and red eyes above us. Very comforting, and the panda dug into my pocket even further. Do we have much further? Al asked. No, it's not that far. It's just up ahead now. So Gluttony, you said your father made you. Does that mean he knows about the people and things that you swallow? I asked. I'm sure he does. Gluttony said cheerfully, father knows everything. We continued to walk in silence as Gluttony continued to tell us about the wonderful things that his father could do. Father made me, father made lust, and father made envy. Gluttony finally stopped rambling as we neared a set of wooden doors. So your father is behind these doors? Al asked Gluttony. Yup, that's right, he said as he pushed the doors open. Okay Miyuki, it's now or never, it's time to meet father. I held in my breath until the door was finally open and we could see the contents of the room where this father lived. There were many pipes, wires in the room all connecting to the center, and at the center, there was a lab table filled with notes, vials of liquid and too many other stuff. Hello father, Gluttony cried, I brought you some human sacrifices. Wah, wait, your father. Al and I cried panicking, wait, this is all going too fast. Then at a set of staircase, how did I not notice this before? I heard sandals clanking as the person who was wearing them came down. And who are they? Father asked and I couldn't help but shiver at the sound of his voice. If God could be a person, I had a feeling this would be his voice. Not to mention the source of the evil chakra came from him, and for some reason, the vibe he sent out, it just wasn't human. It was more like a homunculus, but he couldn't be a homunculus, right? I mean, a homunculus can't make other homunculus, right? When we got a better view of him, Al and I couldn't help but gasp at him. Hohenheim-san, Dad. Suddenly Gluttony began to scream in pain as his stomach spewed out blood and his creepy eye came back out. Al and I stepped back as a huge green monster forcefully came out of Gluttony, causing more blood to rain on us. What is that thing? I gasped as I could finally see the whole body of it. This monster was about the size of Gambuta, if not even bigger. Envy? Father asked and I looked back at the monster, realizing that if this was envy, then that must mean Ed and Ling were with him. Unless he ate them or ditched them wherever they were. Ni-san, Al cried, running to Ed, who thankfully made it through along with Ling. Ling, Ed, thank God you're alright. Any broken bones, blood loss, gashes? I asked as ran behind Al. We're back in the real world, Ling said, bumping fist with Ed. That you are. I smiled. Suddenly Al grabbed Ed and hugged him as tightly as he could, which must be very painful for Ed. You're safe. I'm so happy. Al cried. I thought you were dead. But I'm okay, Al. Ed smiled softly at his brother. I'm sorry. And he placed his right hand on Al's head. I'm sorry that I worried you. But, Ed said, standing up and finally taking his time to observe the place where we were. Where did we end up at? This is somewhat surprising, Father said, coming up towards us, hand on his chin, as if he was in deep thought. People emerging from his stomach, I'm guessing he was referring to gluttony. Hohenheim, Ed growled out. Automale and armored body. Suddenly Father came much closer to the brothers, scaring Ed a little bit. Are you two the Elric brothers? He asked. So you're not Hohenheim? Ed asked. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Father asked, still inspecting Edward. Hold on, Hohenheim, the name you, is it by any chance Van Hohenheim? And how are the two of you acquainted with him? He asked. Well, he's our father. Al answered him. He's your father? Father shouted at them, grabbing Ed's head. This is indeed surprising, I had no idea he had children. Father laughed while patting Ed's head. I growled at him. And how is it that you know Hohenheim? Why do you look exactly like him, and take your hands off Ed's head? I growled, throwing a kunai at him. Father merely turned his neck to the side, dodging the kunai, before looking at me. And you are? Miyuki, what's it to you? I said. To my surprise, he smiled warmly at me. Ah Miyuki, it's such a pleasure seeing you in person. I must say, the descriptions about you don't do justice. He said, shaking my hand as if he was greeting an old friend, which I had no desire to be. Hey, don't ignore us, just who are you, Gah? Ed cried as Al accidentally hit his left arm. Ah, it seems to be that you're injured, and you're missing your left hand, are you? Father said, going towards them. Despite my glare I sent towards him. Father then put his right hand on Al's missing arm, and to the surprise of all of us, he transmuted Al's arm back. He then took Ed's arm and to my surprise healed it completely along with his ribs. Even skilled medics like Ba-chan and Sakura couldn't heal a broken bone that fast. Did he use a philosopher's stone? It's not broken anymore, Ed cried in surprise. I consider the two of you vital resources and you both must remain alive and healthy. Especially you Miyuki, Father said, turning to me. Are you injured at all? No, I said, stepping back a little. I'm perfectly fine, but why are we human sacrifices? What do you plan to use us for? I asked. Father just smiled at me. In time you'll find out. You aren't human, Ling shouted out, pointing his sword at Father, finally noticing his chakra signature as well. What the hell is inside you? Father turned and glared at Ling. I would ask who you were, but I honestly don't care. He growled out. This pissed off Ling, I could tell from his face, but Ling made no comment or even movement. He just glared at Father even harder. You can eat him, he said to Gluttony. Yay. What? No, you can't eat him. This guy is our friend. Ed shouted as the three of us ran in front of him, protecting him from Father's wrath. If you want to keep us happy, then don't kill him. But I have no need for him. Your friendship with him doesn't matter to me. What did you say? Ed growled. Ed, as much as I hate to interrupt your little rant, I think you should know that this person is Father. The person who supposedly created all the other homunculi. I told Ed, tensing up for a fight that would surely happen. I don't like him. Ling grunted in pain as he held his sword more tightly. Quickly I went to his aid and started to heal his broken ribs. Thanks. Don't mention it, but I have to agree with you, I don't like him either. He has this evil chakra, more eviler than the people I fought with before. They don't even compare to him. I said. Yeah, I know, and he doesn't like humans very much, he calls us fools. Ling gasped as his ribs were placed back in their proper place. Father looked back at us when Ling finished his sentence and said. Tell me, when you see an insect on the floor, do you call it a fool? Ling glared even harder at Father. The life of an insect is so beneath you that it would be a waste of time to even consider it a fool. That would be an accurate feeling towards humans. By now I stopped healing Ling just to glare at Father with so much hate that I was even growling at him. I guess Ed didn't like his comment about his views on humans either, because he clapped his hands together and sent blocks of spikes at him. Father didn't even move as he conjured a wall to block Ed's attack. Ed growled in frustration. You may have healed out wounds, but that does not mean we're friends. I think it's pretty apparent that you're the root of all this evil. I'm taking you down. I don't care how many cronies you got. And just who are you calling a crony, you pipsqueak? Envy growled at us. And Ed loses his control in 3, 2, 1. Pipsqueak. Furiously Edward clapped his hands together and sent multiple wires at Gluttony and Envy, but at the last second, Edward made his wires capture Father instead. Ha, got you now. His victory was short-lived as Father broke out of the wires instantly without even lifting a single finger. Staring with shock at him, we barely had time to register the monster's claw that was planning to squish us until we saw his shadow. The four of us jumped out of the way and continued to attack Father. Ed jumped over Envy hoping to fight him in hand-to-hand combat, but before he could even land, Father put up a wall where Ed was and the Envy's tail crashed into Ed. Al from a safe distance tried to attack Father with a spear but had the same results. While Father was distracted by Al's attack, Ling took this chance to strike Father with a sword but he was pushed away by a cylinder, sending him at least 10 feet away. Ling, I shouted as I ran at Father. Damn you bastard. Shadow clone jutsu. I shouted as 5 other clones appeared next to me. Attack. I shouted as the 6 of us went to different directions. The first 3 clones tried to attack from all sides, but Father just sent spears into my clones' hearts killing them instantly. The other 2 clones had better luck since they used wind-based alchemy to blow and slice at him. Father only took a couple steps back before he sent a barrage of spikes at my clones killing them off. Since hand-to-hand combat was out of the question, I could use only alchemy since I didn't want to show him my jutsus just yet. Stupid fucker. Why are you blocking our attacks, damn it? I shouted letting out a huge vortex of wind at him. He stood there as the mini hurricane came up to him and to my surprise, the wall didn't even break down. This is a complete waste of my time, he said actually taking a step, letting out a huge burst of energy in the form of red light, shocking all of us to the core. What was that? It feels like he took something away from us, but what? I can still feel my chakra, so what did he do to us? Seconds later I saw both the boys breathing hard as they felt the drain of whatever Father took from them, but that didn't stop them because seconds later they clapped their hands together placing them on the floor but to my surprise, nothing happened. Quickly I did the same and to my horror, no wind came out. What? He took our ability to use alchemy. But how? What's going on? I can't transmute. Al and Ed said at the same time before Envy slammed his hands or paused claws on them, forcing the brothers to the floor. Ed, Al, Ling and I cried, running to their aid but we never made it. Gluttony grabbed Ling, taking him by surprise, and slammed him to the floor. To make sure he didn't escape, Gluttony sat on him. As for me, wires came around my leg before slithering up to the rest of my body and stopped when it reached my neck. Luckily, the panda escaped my jacket before she could suffocate to death. I struggled against the wires, but the more I struggled the tighter they got. Miyuki. Ling. Damn it, what the hell did he do to us? Ed shouted trying to get out of the monster's claw. I don't know. Al cried, also struggling, why can't we use our alchemy? Ha. Envy laughed at the brothers. You lower life forms never cease to amuse me. You get a speck of power and you think you rule the world, and you don't even know what that power is. The monster growled. And then you have the arrogance to assume that you're the one who's in control of this power. You're like a brat if you think you own this power. What are you bastards planning? You promised to tell me everything if I got you out. Edward shouted. What? Why I would never stoop so low to make a deal with you worms. Liar. Ed screamed, struggling even harder. You talk too much, Envy. Oh sorry. Envy said, not sounding sorry at all. You proved to be very useful to me after all. Father said turning his attention to Ling, I could always use a new pawn in the rotation. He said lifting one finger to his forehead causing an eye to open up and seep out a red liquid, probably a philosopher's stone. Is that a philosopher's stone? Al cried in surprise. Damn it, I was right. Are you really going to do that? Envy asked in surprise. Do what? Ed and I asked. He's going to make a new homunculus. What? A new homunculus, but how? He's going to add the philosopher's stone to the bloodstream, and if it's able to merge, then a human-based homunculus is created. Envy said as if he read my mind. I saw Gluttony take off the bandage Ling had on his cheek, causing a little flow of blood to leak out from his cut. Father was approaching him with the philosopher's stone in his hand ready to inject Ling with it. But it's more common for the stone to overpower the subject and kill them. No, we're not going to let you do this to him. I shouted, struggling even harder against my bonds, trying to break free and save Ling. I saw Ed and Al, trying their best to break out of Envy's claws, but he was too strong. You bearded bastard. Let him go. Ed shouted at Father. Let him go. He got people waiting for him to come back. Get off of me. He took the gun that Riza gave him and aimed it for Envy's leg, but he couldn't shoot it. Can you do it? Can you really shoot someone with a sad face? Envy said taunting him as Ed saw the pain-filled face of a person on Envy's leg. Edward hesitated. Don't shoot Ed. Ling shouted, surprising us all. This is exactly what I want, so you better stay out of it. Are you serious? Edward yelled. I came to your land to find a philosopher's stone. And now this guy wants to give me one. I'm not going to turn this down. Ling said. Are you fucking insane? The philosopher's stone can kill you. And then what? Your mission to save your clan will be for nothing. Damn it, Ling, fight back. I shouted, wriggling my way slowly towards him. Well, this is new, Father said, quite amused at Ling. But let's see if your body is as strong as your mind. And Father let the philosopher's stone drop onto Ling's cut, and we watched as it entered his bloodstream and into his body. Ling cried out in pain as red lighting erupted from his body, destroying it and repairing it, and I tried to sense who was winning inside Ling's body, but with Father still in the room, I couldn't tell. I could only watch Ling wither in pain and hope that he would at least survive the injection of the philosopher's stone. Stay back. I promise I know what I am doing. You're dealing with the future leader of Xing. Arrggg. Ling shouted as he spewed out blood and cried even louder in anguish. Suddenly, as fast as Ling's unbearable pain came, it went. Seconds after he cried out in pain, the lighting stopped, and to my relief, Ling was breathing. Ling, are you okay? I asked. What you mean, this guy who I took this body of? Ling asked, but it wasn't his voice at all. No, this wasn't Ling, this wasn't him at all. I'm sorry, but your friend checked out and left Greed this body. Greed smirked evilly at us as the bandages around Ling's left hand came undone and we saw an Ouroboros tattoo. Wait, did you say Greed? Edward asked as Ling now Greed came up to him. So are you the Greed from before? Huh, what are you talking about? Greed said, completely confused. You don't remember us. I mean, we meet you in Dublith. I said. You tried to hit on me. You must have met a different Greed. He was my avarice before you, Father said to Ling. Damn it, Greed, clearing things up a bit. I get it, no. It makes sense. But if you want to hear it from me, then no, I'm not the Greed you meet. Wait, what about Ling? Ed asked. Well, Greed said, he was an interesting fellow. He gave up his body without any fight at all. You're lying. Ling would never give up and surrender himself so easily. Ling, answer me, Edward shouted. Ling. Suddenly the doors behind us opened and we surprisingly saw Scar and the little Mei clone entering through the doorway. I had to smile as I saw the little panda make her way towards the little girl, snuggling against her. How dare you toy with a maiden's dream, you human mudcrow? The girl suddenly shouted at Ed, clearly angry at him. For what reasons, I have no clue. Who are you calling a mudcrow girl? Ed shouted back. I sighed in annoyance as Edward continued to yell at the girl and at his brother for trying to stop him. Go ahead and eat him. Envy suddenly said, he doesn't have his alchemy to stop you right now. Eat who? Okay. Gluttony said, running towards Scar, with his jaw open, ready to eat him. Scar outstretched his right arm and destroyed Gluttony's chest. Wait, how that hell could he still use alchemy? Was it perhaps that it was a different sort of alchemy? You'll pay for this, the girl shouted, pointing at Edward. You deceived an innocent girl and you kidnapped Shou Mai. Ha! She shouted, throwing 5 kunais at a nearby rock near Ed and Al. You'll suffer for what you have done. She shouted, activating the transmutation circle at her feet. All of you. And she created a fist, punching Envy in the stomach, releasing his hold on the Elric brothers. Seeing that the battle was once again starting, I decided that I should go all out too. Quickly I sent chakra to my eye, activating the Rinnegan, and shouted. Diva Path, ripping all the wires off me, and I ran towards the brothers to help them since they still couldn't use alchemy, but then I switched directions since the similarities between Mei and this girl were too similar. If I couldn't protect my family, then I would at least protect the people who look like my family. Why can you still use alchemy here? Envy growled at Scar and the girl. What do you mean? Scar asked. He means that Father did something to us, making us unable to use alchemy, but yet here you guys are, using alchemy. I said, standing next to them. As much as I appreciate the help you given us, you guys don't have much of a chance against them, so please, while you still can get. Hey Scar, Edward yelled. You want to know about the truth that started the war in Ishval? I looked at him confused. What truth? Ishval, Scar asked. That's right, the truth about who shot that child that started the uprising. He's standing right there, Edward shouted, pointing at Envy. It was Envy, disguised as a soldier. These guys orchestrated the entire war. All 3 of us gasped in surprise, but I could feel more hatred than surprise coming from Scar as he heard the news. I would like to hear more details of this. Scar glared at Father. Between your screaming, he didn't even turn around as Gluttony attacked him from behind. Scar just thrusted his right hand back, destroying his head. Scar was pissed off. Quickly I grabbed the girl and pulled her back, away from the angry Scar, who seemed even angrier than before. Now tell me, for what purpose did you choose to slaughter all of my people? Scar growled as none of them answered him. Depending on your answer, I'll send you to join God. No, you don't deserve to stand by God alongside with my fallen brothers. You deserve damnation. Scar shouted as he destroyed the ground beneath Envy and the brothers, and almost managed to hit us. Okay girl, listen up, I said, turning towards her. I'm going to go and help Edward, or maybe even Scar, but you have to stay hidden. This isn't a place for you, so stay safe. I growled at her. Who are you telling me what to do? She growled back at me. Damn it, I don't have time for this. Look, just stay out of trouble, you're going to get hurt and we won't be able to do anything about it, so just stay low. I said before running off into the middle of battle. Since the only person I could see was Scar, I decided to help him first, since he was facing father. By the time I was about 10 feet away from the both of them, Scar quickly jumped back, barely avoiding a huge jolt of red lighting, but he didn't go unscratched. He landed on a nearby stone, gasping in pain. Just as father was about to send a huge fist to crush Scar with, I quickly came in front of him and punched the first into tiny pieces. Hurry, get out of here. I'll buy you some time, but you and the girl get out of here. I shouted at Scar. He didn't move. Damn it. Diva Path. I shouted, forcing him to the exit. Now get out, we don't need any more deaths. While I was lost in my train of thought, father managed to hit me with another block of fist and I landed a good 20 feet away right next to Ed and Ling's battle. Miyuki, are you alright? Edward asked as he dodged or punched Ling. Never better. How's the fight coming along? I gasped as I tried to get my air back into my lungs. I think I almost got to him, gah. Edward shouted as Ling twisted his arm, immobilizing him. Ed, hey, let me go. I shouted as father grabbed me forcefully by my arm. Upstairs, I want them taken directly to Wrath. Hell no, I'm not going to see any more homunculus. Diva Path. I shouted, glaring at father with my Rinnegan eyes, forcing him to release me. It worked, he flew at least 30 feet away, but before I could take a step, a set of wire once again tied me up, but this time, they had spikes on them, so the more I struggled, the more blood I bled. So that was the famous Rinnegan. Father said calmly as he walked towards me as I froze. How did he know about the Rinnegan? I finally get to see it firsthand. I can't wait until the day I finally take own of it. Take own? Wait, how do you even know about the, Rinnegan? I shouted. Father didn't answer and it really pissed me off. Hey, I'm talking to you, you fucking old man. How do you know about the Rinnegan? Did you go into my country? No, you didn't. I shouted at him, tears almost ready to overflow my eyes, as I made the connections. You're the one who ordered to destroy Konoha. You ordered King Bradley to send someone out to destroy Suna. You're the reason my family is dead, isn't it? I screamed at him. They were not useful, thus, they had to be eliminated. Father said, walking off. Come back here. Come back here. You had no right to kill my family, to destroy everything I loved, you had no right. I wept. You had no right. You had no right, I whispered at the end, finally breaking down. I didn't even fight against father when he took off the wires and handed me to Envy along with Ed and Al. I just walked silently along with the brothers as Envy led us out of the room, out to the sewers until he led us to an elevator. Miyuki, are you okay? Al asked just before we got on. No, not in the slightest. I whispered, tears falling down my cheeks, as we entered the elevator. We waited for a couple of seconds for the elevator to reach its destination, and while we waited, Envy changed his form to look like a military officer. The elevator finally stopped and we stepped out. Edward and Al gasped at the location where we're in. We were in Central Command. We were right below Central Command. Al cried in surprise. Not surprising, I guess, I muttered. Hey, Envy called out to us. You guys are plastered with filth. Take a shower. And he led us to the military showers. He led Ed into the men's showers, and me to the women's shower. Don't take too long, he said at me before closing the door. I sighed as I took off my clothes and turned on the shower nearest me. Once the water was hot enough, I stepped into the cubicle and sighed in relief as the hot water relaxed all my tensed muscles and washed away the dried blood. I continued to wash myself until I deemed myself clean enough. I turned off the water and patted myself dry with the towel I had. I took out a scroll from my pocket, unsealing a fresh set of clothes, since the ones I had were pretty much ruined, except for the boots. I think I'll keep the boots. Putting the dirty and ruined clothes into another scroll, I started to dress myself. I had finished putting my undergarments first when the door behind me slammed open. Hey girl, will you hurry up, we're waiting on you. I turned around wrapping my towel around me and I saw Envy, Ed, and I'm pretty sure if Al had a body he would be blushing as red as a tomato. Fine, I whispered, going into a cubicle to continue to change. I'll hurry up. It took me less than 2 minutes to finish putting on the rest of the clothes and when I came out they were still there blushing at the spot where I was standing at. I'm done now. Oh well let's get going. Envy grumbled leading us to our next destination. 5 minutes into walking, I heard Ed whisper angrily at Al. Geez Al, did you have to bring her along with us? What else was I supposed to do? Al argued back. Could it be? Al had the clone May inside of him. Quickly I walked up to Al and whispered in his helmet. Is she hurt? I asked. Yeah, can you take a look at her after this? Al asked. Sure. Hey, Envy shouted, standing at a set of doors, surprising us. Wrath will take over babysitting you now. Right this way. Envy growled opening the door for us. Wrath? Edward asked as we entered the room. I gasped in surprise as I saw who was Wrath. It was none other than King Bradley, my family's murderer in a sense. I glared hard at him, anger replacing my previous emotions, wishing that he would just die from my look but he merely just chuckled. Glaring at me won't give you your family back. He smirked as he placed his cup of tea down. Fuck you. I growled ready to fight him but Al held me back. Colonel? Edward asked, and I finally took notice of Wrath's companion. It seems that Roy must also know of King Bradley's true identity as well. What's going on? He asked, as we got closer to Roy. Where should I begin? Fury has been shipped south, Fallman's been sent up north, Breda has been reassigned to the west, Lieutenant Hawkeye is now personal assistant to the Führer. Roy growled out. What? I shouted glaring at Wrath even harder. Why are you doing this? I growled at him. Take a seat. Wrath merely said, not bothered by my outrage. Hesitantly we all took a seat. I sat next to Roy, with Edward next to me and Al was at the edge with his brother on his left. So this is Wrath, there's 4 of us but one of him and he only has 1 sword, he's either overconfident that he can take us all or, he's very skilled. I wonder. Cough, I heard the girl cough out and Al quickly pretended to cough just to cover up for the sound she made. Führer, Edward began trying to take his mind off Al's suspicious coughing, so what was that in the hospital the other day? When you came to visit me. Edward was now glaring at Wrath. You really had us going didn't you? I don't recalling lying. Wrath said surprising us, I instructed you to suspect everyone and not to meddle any further. The only thing that you need to know is that you're important to us and there's no reason for you to dig any deeper. Accept the importance of your role and keep your hands down. You do that then no harm will come to you. Well that's great for us. I growled slamming my fist on the table. What about the people who aren't sacrifices? Are you going to kill them just like how you ordered that bitch to kill my family because they weren't sacrifices? There's nothing you need to know that I haven't already told you. Wrath answered me not answering my question at all. Is that clear Whirlwind Alchemist, Fullmetal Alchemist? He asked the both of us. You chose that as my title. Edward frowned, taking out his blood-stained State Alchemist watch. I only joined the military, because I thought it might help us get our bodies back, but now I know what the State Alchemist program really is. Edward saw Ed gripping his watch even tighter. You're using it as a way to recruit you sacrifices. Well I'm not going to let you use me to accomplish your sick goals. Edward angrily threw his watch at Wrath. I resign my title as a State Alchemist. Edward shouted. The symbol of the dog, fittingly crusted with blood, Wrath said taking only a glance at the watch before staring at Edward. Your plans are going to fail, I swear on my own grave that I'm going to stop you. I'll warn the other State Alchemists, I'll tell them. What was that lovely young girl's name again? Wrath asked himself. Ah yes, it's Winry Rockbell. The 3 of us gasped in horror. You're Automale engineer, and you grew up with her in Rissenbull as well if I'm not mistaken. She's practically a family member isn't she? I heard that she made Quiet the name for herself for her customers in Rush Valley. Such a sweet and trusting girl. Why you motherfucker. Leave Winry out of this. I shouted slamming my fist so hard against the table that a few cracks appeared. You stay away from her. Leave her out of this. Edward shouted as well mimicking my movement as well. Well that's up to you Fullmetal. Wrath said tapping his finger on Ed's State Alchemist watch before sliding it back to him. You rather not take it then I will simply have to cut her down. Wrath said daring Ed not to take the watch. Glaring at the Führer, Ed took the watch back and put it back into his pocket of his. How thoughtful, Wrath smiled at us. Sir. Al said hesitantly, you don't have to worry about us but I have to ask. If we are going to continue to serve under your watch, will you allow us to keep searching for a way to get our original bodies back? Please, sir. Al begged the Führer. Wrath took a sip of his tea before answering. I don't see why not. As long as you don't interfere with our plans. And what do you have in mind, Colonel? Wrath asked Roy. You wouldn't quit the military, right? Good question, Roy said, putting his hand on his chin, thinking. I'm on a short leash here and I still find it preferable in giving up, and I still have my ambitions. Your plans don't change that, so I'll hang on to this. Roy said, showing his state alchemist watch. And I'll retain my rank too. That's fine with me, but what about you, Miyuki? Are you going to do something? He asked me. It's not like you're giving me a choice here, Wrath. I growled at him. I'll stay in the military and keep quiet, but if you hurt anyone, Winry, Riza, Fury, Brenda, Fallman, I swear I'll make sure your death will be very painful. I snarled at him, gripping my state alchemist watch tightly. I'll look forward to it. He smiled at me and I glared at him even harder. We have nothing more to discuss. We all stood up, and just as we were about to leave, Roy stopped and asked Wrath. I would like to ask you one question, sir. Would you know? Well, go ahead. Are you the one who murdered General Hughes? We looked at Wrath, waiting for his answer. No, it was not me. Then who did? Roy asked, looking over his right shoulder. Colonel, I agreed to one question. Wrath said, avoiding Roy's question. After a couple of seconds of silence, Roy finally spoke up. We'll be leaving now. And we started to walk to the door. Just one moment, Alphonse. Wrath said, and before I knew it, he pulled out his sword and stabbed Al at his chest, right where the girl was. We gasped in horror, and I could only watch as Wrath pulled his sword out. To my relief, there was no blood on his sword and no blood came out of Al's armor. I sighed in relief. At least we were able to save one life. Is that all? Al asked while Wrath inspected his sword. That's all, he said, outing away his sword and walked back to his desk. You're now dismissed. Once we were safely outside, Al and Ed finally let out their scared and shocked emotions. Ah, that was too close. Al cried. Roy looked at the brothers weirdly. Don't worry, Roy, it's nothing you need to worry about, I said, patting his shoulder. Hey, Colonel, Ed shouted, can you help us out? Do you have any change? You want my money now? Roy sighed as he rummaged through his pockets for any spare change. Once he found some, he gave it to Ed, who took it greedily. Just give it, Jesus, that you got really? Ed asked as he counted the money. It's apparently more than what you got. Roy shouted angrily. Sure, whatever, see ya. Ed cried, running off, this his brother right behind them. Those boys can't stay still, can they? I sighed as I walked towards their direction. Hey Miyuki, wait, Roy said, grabbing my hand, stopping me. What's going on? And what do you mean that the Führer ordered someone to kill your family? Roy asked, confused. I clenched my fist as I was once again reminded about my family's murderer, and tears were threatening to fall again. I'll explain later, Colonel, just wait for now. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to find the brothers. I said, wiping my tears away, pulling my hand out of Roy's grasp before I walked away. It only took me a few minutes to finally find the brothers at a telephone booth. Surprisingly, Ling was standing next to it, smirking at the conversation. His outfit changed. Instead of tan and bare chest Ling used to have, he now wore a black suit with a dark gray trench coat. Hey Ling, I shouted, throwing a kunai at him, alerting Ed and Al about their stalker. What are you doing here? I asked, growling. Ling looked at me lazily as he caught the kunai with his hand before throwing it to the ground. Ah, Ling, Ed shouted in surprise. No, it's greed still, Ling corrected us. And to answer Miyuki's question, I'm here to give you this. Ling said, handing Ed a piece of cloth. Your pal asked me to bring this to you. Ling did, Ed said, grabbing the cloth, trying to decipher it. What does it say? It's in another language. Yeah, it is, but he just wants you to deliver it to some girl. You mean Lan Fan? And how do we know this is not some kind of trick? I asked suspiciously. Because if you try to follow us and try to kill her. I got more class than that, Ling said, interrupting Ed. And as a rule of thumb, I don't fight women. And to never tell a lie. But hey, it's your call, Ling said, walking away. Hey wait, Ling, Ed shouted. It's still greed, kid, Ling answered, not looking back. Come on, Ed, Al. We have to get the girl some medical attention. It's been a long day for her, I said, pushing the boys towards the direction of Dr. Knox's house. Obito should be still at Dr. Knox's house, and I'm pretty sure he won't mind letting another patient in his house, I said. Miyuki, you're alive, Obito shouted, hugging me and twirled me around the room as he opened the door. Obito, put me down, I chuckled at his enthusiasm. Sorry, he said sheepishly, putting my down, and led the boys inside Dr. Nock's house. But I was so worried that something happened to you guys. But hey, where's that Ling kid? Obito asked as he noticed the absence of Ling. I'll tell you later, but can you give a bed to this girl? I asked as Al took out the sleeping little girl out of his armor. Oh sure. Dr. Nox, do you have another bed we can use? Obito shouted. Goddamn it, Obito, how many times do I have to tell you don't yell in my house? Dr. Nox growled, entering the living room. What do you brats need now? He asked. A bed, Al asked. Put her on the couch, Dr. Nox grumbled, leaving the room. I'll get her some blankets. He returned moments later with a blanket and a wet cloth. Is she okay? Al asked. Just a mild concussion, Dr. Nox and I replied. Sorry, continue then, I sheepishly said. Thank you, as I said before, she just has a mild concussion, she'll be fine after a few days of rest. I'm so relieved, Al sighed in relief. Well, I'm sure as hell not. Dr. Nox growled at us. You seem to think that this is some sort of hospital, you filled my house with patients. Where the hell am I supposed to sleep now? And damn it, Obito, stop eating my food. Dr. Nox shouted at Obito as he entered the room with a banana in his mouth. But I'm hungry. Obito whined, swallowing the banana whole. And besides, I told you, you could sleep on the floor like I do. It's very comfortable. That's not the point. Dr. Nox snarled at Obito, who seemed to be unaffected by it. You're back, Alphonse. Miyuki, Lan Fan asked as he entered the room with a coat on. Lan Fan, what are you doing? You shouldn't be up just yet. You're still healing, I said worryingly as I went to help Lan Fan just as she was about to fall. The young lord, isn't he with you? She asked. Well, he's not, but he's still alive. Al, show her the message he left. I said, failing miserably at telling the truth to Lan Fan. Al nodded and gave Lan Fan the piece of cloth that Link Greed gave us. With shaky hands she took it, and then her eyes widened in shock as she read the message. Lan Fan, are you okay? I asked. With a shaky voice, she said. It says he found a philosopher's stone. The young lord has saved our clan. She cried happily, tears spilling out. And now we have to return to our country. We got to get the news to our people. Where is he? Will you take me to him? Al and I looked at each other, wondering how to tell her the news. What's wrong? Why are you being so quiet? Has something happened to the young lord? She cried, grabbing my arm tightly. Please talk to me, Miyuki, Alphonse. Where is the prince? Lan Fan, I sighed, hugging the poor girl. You see. I see, so he accepted the philosopher's stone, Lan Fan whispered back in her bed, finally accepting what happened to Ling. And let the beast take control. We're so sorry that we couldn't save him, Lan Fan, we truly all. I said, sitting on a chair that Opshio brought into her room. Opshio was standing at the doorway of the room listening to the news as well. Miyuki's right, we're sorry. Al said. Don't apologize. I'm only upset with myself for being unable to help him, she said sadly. But the prince, he's not gone, he's trapped inside of this greed creature, right? She asked, forcing herself to sit up on the bed. Wait, you shouldn't get up just yet. I'm going to need your help. I need a new arm as soon as possible, she demanded. Are you sure? Al asked, you haven't healed yet. I need an automail engineer now. She tiredly glared at us with determination. Please help me. We stared at each other for a couple of seconds before we gave in. If we didn't, I had feelings she would still find a way to get automail, so might as well help her get on. Okay, we'll help you, I said, gently pushing her back to the bed as Al covered her with blankets. Yeah, we'll introduce you to her soon. Just get some rest. I'll ask Dr. Nox to get you some food. Food? Come on, Alphonse. Let's raid Dr. Nox's kitchen. I'm hungry, Obito cried as he pulled Al out of the room. Wait, should we really be doing this? Nonsense. I do it all the time. He won't get mad. And their voices became nothing but whispers as they entered the kitchen. Oh, Obito, you're such a child. I smiled softly as I continued to watch Lan Fan. Suddenly the door creaked open and I saw the girl peek her head through. Hey girl, I don't think you should be up just yet. What's your name? I can't keep calling you girl now, can I? I sheepishly said, finally realizing that I had no name for her except for Clone May. I'm May, she said, glaring at Lan Fan. May, Lan Fan suddenly said with surprise evident in her voice. As soon as the words left Lan Fan's mouth, May quickly took out a kunai from her sleeves and threw it at her. I didn't have kunai with me, so I did the next best thing. Not really, I took the blow instead. Just as it was about to hit Lan Fan, I stuck out my right hand and the kunai embedded itself at least an inch into my hand. What the hell was that for? I shouted at Mei, pulling the kunai out of my hand and throwing it to the floor. Mei just scowled at Lan Fan, ignoring me. You're a watchdog for the Yao clan. I know you too, you're the Chong heiress. Lan Fan also scowled at Mei. Great, another royalty from Xing. Could this day get any better? Please note the sarcasm. Okay, thank you for the introductions. Very good, I'm the 17th daughter, Mei Chong. Mei said, moving towards Lan Fan. Why were they ignoring me? I also know why you were in this country, to achieve immortality. Lan Fan glared at Mei. So she's just like Ling, she wants to achieve immortality too. Why can't kids go to other countries just to sightsee or stuff like that? Too bad you won't live to see me get it. Mei smirked at Lan Fan. Lan Fan quickly jumped out of bed, kunai at the ready, also glaring at Mei. You won't even leave this room alive, princess. She growled at Mei. Mei quickly took out a set of kunai and prepared herself to fight. Okay, this was enough. Enough, I shouted, activating my Rinnegan, throwing Lan Fan somewhat gentle back to bed, making her release her kunai, and I set Mei and her panda onto the wall, also forcing them to let go of their weapons. What the hell are you two think you're? Quit trying to interfere with the affairs of our count. Does it look like give a fucking damn? This is place to heal, god fucking damn it, not to fight for some political crap. You're supposed to be resting in your goddamn fucking beds. I growled at them. Hey, we're back. Whoa Miyuki, what's going on? Obito asked as he, Al, and surprisingly Dr. Knox came back to the room. Why are Lan Fan and the girl being repelled by the Rinnegan? He asked, taking in the sight. Trying to start a damn fight, in their fucking conditions. I growled. They apparently want to assassinate each other. What? Al and Dr. Knox shouted. However, Opshio had a different response. You stopped a cat fight. Ah, why would you do such a cruel thing to me, gah? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Have mercy on my innocent soul. Obito cried as my clone chased him out of the room while swearing multiple curse words at him. What the hell were you two thinking, trying to start a fight here in my own house? Dr. Knox shouted at the two girls. Quit trying to interfere with the affairs of our. I don't care about the affairs of your fucking. This was me, country dumbasses. Dr. Knox and I shouted, scaring them half to death. Geez, I don't care where the hell you're from. You're both my patients, Dr. Knox said, walking out of the room, but the girls still glared at each other, ready to rip each other's throats out when I released them from the Rinnegan. However, he said, turning back on us, releasing a dark aura around him, if you still plan to rip each other's throats out, you might release an unknown pathogen from the floorboards, and kill everyone in the house. Well, thanks for telling us that your house is a walking death time bomb. I shouted as I saw the kids shaking in fear, and truth to be told, I was somewhat scared as well. Hey Dr. Knox, I said as I received my memory back from my clone. I think we have too. Gosh, someone save me from this sea of garbage. Someone save me, Obito shouted from the kitchen. Go help Obito because he's stuck underneath the piles of trash you have in the kitchen. I sighed at Obito's stupidity. Damn that kid. Good night, Dr. Knox, I said as Al and I decided that it was time to leave. Yeah, and sorry about the intrusion. Al apologized. Nonsense. You didn't bother him at all. Obito laughed before a fist landed on his head, shutting him up. Oh, excuse Mr. Armor, Mei asked timidly as she came up towards Al. I just wanted to thank you for your help. You saved both of our lives. Al lowered himself so he was somewhat face to face with her. My name's not Mr. Armor. It's Alphonse Elric. Your name is Elric, she asked. Yeah, you know his brother Edward Elric, the vertically challenged alchemist. Well, Al here is his younger brother. I smiled at the girl. Yeah, and long story short, I lost my body, so that's why I'm in this suit of armor. Al explained. So you're his younger brother. She muttered, probably talking about Ed. You probably look just like him then. How rude. Al cried, surprising Mei and I. For starters, I'm way taller than my brother, and I don't have a mean face like his, and I'm much better fighter too. And I don't have a temper like he does, I'm a gentleman. Al boasted, clearly not seeing the starstruck face Mei had when she heard about the descriptions about him. I really hope that you get your body back soon, she said dreamily. Oh well, thank you, Al said, walking out the door. Bye Miyuki. Take care, Obito shouted from the floor. I chuckled. Don't worry, I will, I said, waving back at them. I will. After a couple of minutes walking, we heard Ed called out our names. Ni-san, what's wrong? Al cried as he saw Ed panting. I have to tell you something, come on, let's sit over there. Ed said, pointing to a water fountain. Once we were seated, Ed proceeded to tell us the story about the Ishvalan War that Riza told him about, and I couldn't help but sympathize for everyone who fought in it. I knew the cruelty of wars all too well and how it can emotionally drain you. That's horrible. It's tough to even hear about Ishval. Al muttered. Yeah, and she didn't hold back even though I'm practically a kid. Ed said, they say an alchemist is one who seeks out the truth, and yet I knew nothing that happened in Ishval. He sighed, looking at the floor. Do you think the colonel's concerned about what happens after he gets what he wants? Al asked. If I were him, yeah, I would be a little concerned, but I have a feeling Roy isn't letting this get to him. I smiled softly. Oh hey Al, what are you going to do when you get your body back? Edward suddenly asked. Well, let's see, first thing, I would like to try some of Winry's apple pie. Oh, and you're cooking too, Miyuki. Al happily said. I'm sure Winry and I would love to make you a full-course meal when you get your body back, Al. I chuckled. What about you, Ed? What are you planning to do when you finally have your limbs back? I asked. I don't know really. I've been so busy about trying to get our bodies back that I haven't really thought about it. Ed said sheepishly, but for standing up and stretching his body out. But I think I'll first give out some courtesy calls. I'll let Granny and Teacher know that we're alright. Yeah, of course, Al said, agreeing with him. They both helped us out so much, including you, Miyuki. Thanks, but I don't think I've done as much help as they did though. I said. Oh, what about you, Miyuki? Edward sighed. What are you going to do once you find a way back home? Oh wait, sorry, I mean Don't worry about it, Ed. I sadly said. Just worry about getting your bodies back and that's it. Quickly I stood up so the boys wouldn't see the tears that were threatening to fall. Well, let's get back to the military sleeping quarters. We need a good night's sleep. Come on, boys, I said, forcing a smile onto my face. Okay, Miyuki, they said, not believing the smile, and walked beside me all the way to the military. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Ed decided to call Dr. Knox to see if May was still there. They wanted to know if she was willing to teach them her alchemy. What, she's gone? Ed shouted into the phone. The loud little obnoxious girl is gone. Where was she going? Damn it, Ed shouted, slamming the phone back before stopping out of the sleeping quarters. Damn it, we can still find her, Ed said, determined. But the city is huge, Al said, and we don't have any clues. Actually, Al, we do have a clue, the little panda bear. I mean, how often do you see a panda that small with a girl? I asked. So who has a pen and paper? Have you seen this panda bear? And no, it's not an alien. I swear this is how it looks like. I sighed as I asked another person if he or she had seen May's panda, but no luck. Either she was good at hiding or the drawing Ed had of the panda didn't convince the people well enough. It was around 6 in the afternoon and we still had no luck in finding the girl. You know, she might not be in Central anymore, Al said. Then where the hell could she? Suddenly a car pulled up in front of us, and what do you know, it was Roy in the driver's seat. Fullmetal, Whirlwind, he greeted us. Colonel, Roy, Ed and I asked. Get in please. I looked at the boys and they nodded, so I sat in the back with Al and Ed sat in the shotgun seat with Roy. So Shingen's alchemy sounds promising, Roy said, passing my drawing of the panda back to me while driving. I'll ask around and let you know what I find. Thank you, but I really don't want to get any deeper in debt to you than I'm already am. Ed sighed, looking out the window. Speaking of, you owe me some money, Roy said, taking his eyes off the road, outstretching his left hand so Ed could give him his money. Damn, keep your eyes on the road, you bastard, I shouted as Roy nearly crashed into a couple of cars. Damn it, let me drive, I shouted, leaning over the driver's seat, putting my hands on the steering wheel, and controlled the driving while Roy still demanded his money back. Are you really trying to kill us, you bastard? I blushed as I realized that we were merely just centimeters away from kissing when I turned to yell at him. Quickly I turned my face away from him and focused on driving, but my blush was still there. You remembered. Come on, so how much did I borrow from you? 500 cents. Edward asked, oblivious to what happened moments ago. It was 520 cents. Roy growled at Ed. Don't con me. I'm not conning you. I'm not a penny pincher like you are, Ed grumbled, fumbling through his pockets for the borrowed change. I'm sorry, Colonel. Al apologized for his brother. It's all right, Alphonse. Oh, and Miyuki, you don't have to drive, I can take it from here, Roy said, turning to face me. Quickly I took my hands off the wheel and sat back in my seat, still blushing at the close contact. I was that close to Roy. If there were a bump in the road, we would have definitely kissed. Oh God, that would have been embarrassing as hell. But why am I getting so worked up about how close we were to kissing? Not to mention, why the hell was I blushing? I wasn't as if I liked the colonel. I mean, could I be falling for him? Am I really falling in love with Roy? But how can I? I mean, he's cocky, a bastard, a player, a jerk, and really sweet, kind, caring defiantly, not to mention he really has a hot body. Damn it. I really am in love with Roy, but, can I really move on this quickly? It feels wrong to do so, but I can't help it. On second thought, does he even like me? I'm just going to hold on to this, but I promise to pay you back when you become Führer. Ed said, snapping me out of my thoughts and puzzling Al and I. Roy somehow knew what this meant though. Who told you? He asked Ed. Lieutenant Hawkeye told me, and she told me about Ishval too. All too soon, we reached our destination and the three of us got out, but Roy suddenly called out. Oh Miyuki, can you please come with me? I have some things to ask you. Roy said. Sure, I said, getting back into the car. And Fullmetal, go on and keep that money for now, but you will pay me back. Roy smirked. Alright, and when that day comes I'll borrow some more change, and pay that back when the country's a democracy. Edward smiled at Roy, but when that day comes I'll come and borrow even more money. You're not planning to let me off the hook for a very long time, are you? Roy sighed. No, you get it, and you better not worry about the lieutenant either. Ed said, slamming the door on us, surprising the both of us. Thanks for giving us a ride. See you later, Colonel O, and don't do anything to Miyuki, Roy. Ed laughed as he walked inside the building. Hey, Roy shouted at Ed, blushing as bright as tomatoes. As if I'll let you. I grumbled, but also blushing as bright as him. Well, what did you want to ask anyways, Colonel? I asked. How are you? He asked as he turned on the car and drove away from the Elric brothers. Really? That's all you want to know? I asked him. Well, after hearing you yelled at the Führer about how he ordered your family to be killed is a little worryingly. So I'll ask you again. How are you? I sighed as I slumped back on the seat. In reality, I feel like breaking down. I feel downright furious at Father in wrath for ordering that homunculus bitch to kill my family. I just want to tear them to pieces and burn them until they're nothing more than ashes, and then on the other hand, I feel depressed. I mean, this whole time, the only reason I joined the State Alchemist program was to find a way back home, back to see Naruto, Gaara, and daughters, but now, it's just a useless dream. Why go back home when there's no one to go back to? I whispered. Then why don't you resign as a State Alchemist? Because the people I have grown to cherish like Obito, Winry, Riza, Fallman, Brenda, Fury, Garcia, Alicia, Izumi, and Pinkano are all in danger if I resign. So that's why I'm still here and not fighting against Wrath until I know for certain that they won't be in danger. I sighed, looking out the window. And where are you taking me? To a place I know of. Roy smirked as we pulled to a bar. Really, Roy, a bar? I'm not in the mood to drink. I groaned as I got out of the car and followed Roy into the bar. I'm here on business and nothing else, but a drink does sound like a good idea now. Roy smiled at me. Hello, he said to the occupants as he walked in. The first thing I noticed were that there were 4 beautiful young women in there, dressed in fancy clothing, and that they seemed very pleased to see Roy here. It's Roy, a young blonde-haired woman called out, running towards him. Well, I'll be damned. Long time no see. She laughed as she hugged him. Hello, Vanessa. Roy smiled as he hugged her back. You're looking well. Thank you, Roy. Who's that behind you? She asked. Look at me. Is she your girlfriend? Not in the slightest, ma'am. I forced a smile on my face as I went up to her and shook hands. I'm Miyuki, I just happened to work under Roy. Nothing else. Well, come on and sit down, the both of you, and have a drink. She smiled, dragging me to the bar. I don't think that's a good idea. I said, trying politely to decline her offer. Nonsense, relax a bit, Miyuki. Roy said, pushing to a seat, and sat next to me with Vanessa on his left. My, is it been a blue moon already? The women behind the counter asked. I looked up and saw a rather gruff-looking woman with her black hair tied back, and in her mouth was a cigarette. As I inhaled the smell of it, I couldn't help but feel somewhat at home already. Back in Konoha, when I completed missions with Team 10, we would sometimes go to a bar and Asuma-sensei would be smoking his cigarette while we drank some weak beers. Good times, good times. Well, good evening to you, Madam Christmas. Roy greeted the woman. How you holding up, Roy? She asked. I'm barely holding up at all. He laughed. I was hoping you could cheer me up. Along with my friend Miyuki. You want a drink? She asked me. No, that's. Give her the regular, she needs some cheering up, and as for me, it's probably not the best idea since I just got out of the hospital. He smiled as he took out a slip of paper and handed it to Madam Christmas. But I could use something special. He smirked. Finally, I now understood what this place was. It was some sort of intelligence-gathering center. The girls would flirt with the men that came in here and gather any information that they would spew out when they got drunk. They would then report it to Madame Christmas, who then would report it to Roy. Nicely done, my friend, nicely done. My pleasure. Madame Christmas smiled as she read the slip of paper. Vanessa, would you be so kind to get this young woman the regular? She asked as she walked to the back of the room. Sure, Madame Christmas. Your drink will be ready in just a moment, Miss Miyuki. Vanessa smiled at me as she went behind the counter to grab a bottle of what I believe was beer. I think. And what the hell is the regular? I whispered to Roy. A beer, noting harmful, but has a pretty good taste. Roy said, leaning back on his chair. Before I could ask any more questions, Vanessa came back with a medium-sized glass of a golden drink that had white foam almost spilling over the cup. Here you go, enjoy. She smiled as she walked to the other end of the bar table to tend to another customer. I hesitantly took the glass and sniffed it. It reeked of alcohol, a bunch of it. It's nothing harmful, Miyuki, just try some. Roy said. Fine, fine, fine. I'll drink your stupid beer. Probably doesn't even compare to sake anyways. I grumbled as I took a sip. After 30 minutes of silence between us, Mustang suddenly cleared his throat, indicating he wanted to speak. Miyuki, you said you would explain to me a few things and... So that's why you took me out to drink. I muttered, finishing my first glass of beer. My face felt warm from the alcohol running through my blood, but I was not yet intoxicated. Well, normally this where I could call you a bastard, smash this glass bottle on your head and storm out of here pissed. I could see from the corner of my eyes his sheepish look and I sighed. But, I owe it to you to tell you some truth about me. So what do you want to know? Roy looked at me surprised for a moment before he cleared his throat again. Thank you for sharing your history with me. Obito tells me that you hardly trust anyone with your past. That's for sure, so hurry up and ask your questions before I decide to change my mind. I muttered as Vanessa came and refilled my drink. Well, I am curious about your eyes that Ed say when you were facing Scar. I sighed and mentally scolded myself for agreeing to tell him some of my secrets. Well, first of all. And so that's how I spent my evening with Roy. I told him about the Rinnegan, where I came from, how I preformed human transmutation, how I ended stuck in this world, how I found out that my family was killed in my family. Towards the end I got too drunk to even remember what I was talking about and rambled nonsense to him. Ha ha ha, this is the most fun, hiccup, I had in years, hiccup, when you have kids. You can hardly go out for drinking. Hiccup, more of this awesome sake please. I shouted at Vanessa, clearly drunk. No Vanessa, I think she had enough. I'll take Miyuki home now. I'll see you guys later. Roy said, grabbing me and forcing me to abandon my drink. Hey you bastard, hiccup, I wasn't done. I slurred at him as he put me in the car. You know something, hiccup, Roy. I think you're cute. I giggled as Roy drove off into the night. Oh really, are you sure that's not the beer talking? Roy asked, keeping his eyes on the road, but I could see a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. Yup, hiccup, you're just like Gaara. Both of you, hiccup, are misunderstood. People thought, hiccup, that Gaara was a cold-blooded killer, which he, hiccup, was in the beginning, since he was a Jinchuriki that had a really weak seal that, hiccup, made Shukaku easily control Gaara's mind. But he was kind, caring, and sweet once you got to know him. Hiccup, just like you, people think you're a player, cocky, a bastard, but you're really, hiccup, sweet, kind, and caring. I giggled as I kissed Roy's cheek and he blushed even further. Miyuki, I think you had too much to drink. And who is it that took me out, hiccup, to drink? You sir did. Now I know why most of our attacks on Naruto and I, hiccup, were by drunken people when we were little. All of our emotions, hiccup, come out, and I guess when they, hiccup, saw us, they decided to have some fun with us. Ha, stupid people, think they're all, hiccup, powerful when they beat up kids. I still have the scars of those attacks, hiccup, damn it, I feel sleepy, good night Roy. I muttered as I passed out in Roy's car. Yeah, I will never go drinking with Roy ever again. What happened, where am I? I sleepily asked myself as I woke up. Last thing I remembered was, I was with Roy at a bar. Did I get drunk? Yes, you surprisingly did. I heard Roy's voice coming from the doorway. He was leaning on the doorframe smirking at me, holding a tray of food. I didn't think you were the type to get drunk. He chuckled. Shut up bastard, you were the one who suggested to go drinking. It's not my fault that your stupid alcohol intoxicates people way too quickly and, give hangovers. This is why sake is so much better. Which reminds me, where am I? I asked as I finally took notice of the bed I was sleeping in. You're in my house. I couldn't take you back to your dormitories when you were drunk. You even said I was cute. He chuckled as he placed the tray on my bed. You might want to take some of these pills. They help with the headache. I really hate you at this moment. Wait, I said you were cute. I shouted, blushing like mad. What other stupid things did I tell you about once I got drunk? Please don't tell me I told you about my embarrassing moments. I moaned, covering my face with my hands. No, you didn't. You just said how cute I was and then passed out. Roy said, not looking at me. Well, hurry and eat your breakfast. I plan to visit Hugh's grave and I can't leave you here. It's not proper for a man to leave a woman alone in his house. Fine, just get out. Just give me 30 minutes to shower, change, and eat. I'll meet you downstairs, I said as I started to poke the pancakes that Roy made on my tray. Is this food edible? Yes, it is, damn it. Huh, you should wear that outfit more often, Miyuki. Roy said as we walked to Hugh's grave. On the way to the cemetery, Roy stopped by a flower shop and bought a bouquet of white flowers to put them on Hugh's grave. Shut up. It's the only thing I have to wear that's proper. I grumbled, while still blushing. After kicking Roy out of the room, I quickly ate my breakfast and stepped into the shower. It was then that I realized that I didn't bring my military scroll with me, so I would have to do with my civilian clothes. It was nothing fancy really. A dark blue shoulder-less long-sleeve blouse, that underneath it I wore a white tank top. I had some black jeans, and since I didn't want people to stare at my automail leg, I kept my black boots on instead of wearing some flats. So why are we here today? I mean, we could have gone another day, couldn't we? I asked. I'm meeting someone here, Roy said, stopping in front of. Suddenly Roy stopped in front of a grave and bent down to place his bouquet of flowers next to the almost dead red and yellow flowers that I had put when I came to visit Hugh's. I wonder who put these here. That would be me. After you told me about Hugh's death, I came here and well paid my respect. I muttered. We stood there silently looking at Hugh's grave before we heard the bells of another funeral taking place not far from where we were. Looks like a funeral procession, an old woman said as she came to us with flowers in her hands too. I guess she must have known Hugh's as well. Well, this is a place for it, ma'am. I smiled warmly at the elderly woman. It's quite depressing. When you reach my age, you think about it being you being in the box, instead of watching it go by. She said, and I could hear a hint of a masculine voice underneath her voice. Was it possible that this woman was a man in disguise? Surely you can't worry too much about that. You still look plenty young to me. Roy smiled at the woman. The elderly woman blew him a kiss, and that's what snapped Roy out of his, what should I call it, gentlemanly stage. General Grumman, is that you? Roy shouted, surprised, and I couldn't help be shocked as well. General Grumman could make a very convincing elderly woman. Haha, well, the plan was to meet in front of General Hughes's grave, wasn't it? General Grumman chuckled as he placed his set of flowers right next to Roy's as Roy desperately tried to hold in his laughter. I thought the situation must be serious for you to resort to the last plan, so just to be safe I wore a disguise. Of course, now I can see why you're known for being eccentric. That really is some disguise, sir. Roy chuckled. Eccentric, I think you'll choose to take that as a compliment. He smiled, but then he turned serious. Now, what is it that you need? Well, sir, and Roy then proceeded to tell General Grumman about the homunculus. I see, the Central Senior Military Staff has all turned, have they? You gained some information, but you lost too much in doing so. With all the people you can trust stripped away from you, you won't get anywhere. General Grumman said. Yes, you got it exactly, sir. Roy said sadly. Grumman sighed. They even got Raven too. Not too long ago I came to Central and he asked me something. Something I found quite strange. He wanted to know if I would be interested in a corps of immortal soldiers. Immortal soldiers, I said. They couldn't mean the homunculi, right? I mean, they wouldn't let humans order them around, so who are these immortal soldiers? The idea of immortality is simply ridiculous, I told him as much, and ended the conversation. And not long after that I was transferred. He smirked at us. You mean you were demoted? Roy said. Indeed I was, and ever since then I have been stuck with the inconvenience glorious job of cleaning with the mess in the eastern area. General Grumman sighed. Speaking of messes, do you remember the difficulties we had in Lior? Roy asked. A false priest was scheming for power until the fullmetal alchemist uncovered his plan. Yes, I remember, Grumman said. Lior fell into chaos after that. But from the outset, forces from the east acted quickly, they brought the uprising under control. Yes, but then the forces from Central came and all of the eastern forces were dismissed. Were you aware of that? He asked Roy. Yeah, and the peace in Lior was shattered, after the Central forces appeared. Roy frowned as he tried to piece the information together. I as well was in deep thought as I tried to understand the situation. There has been a lot of bloodshed going on ever since this country has been under the rule of Wrath. The war in Ishval, the revolt in Lior, what are the homunculus planning? Why do they need all these people to die? What is going on? What are they planning now and what is it that they intend to do next? General Grumman asked aloud. And why can't they hold off? I'm almost retired, he shouted, throwing his arm in the air. If they only wait, then I would be free and clear. He whined. Roy simply chuckled. Now I know that you're bluffing. I'm sorry, General, but someone like you don't know how to sit by and watch. You can't do nothing, especially when your soldiers are all hardened veterans. Men who fought in Ishval conflict. Roy smirked. Surprisingly, General Grumman just laughed. I expected you to come crying to me. When you sent me that note, I thought you just wanted some advice, but you're trying to get me involved in this too, aren't you? And you know it's working. He smirked. Since things are becoming more interesting in Central Command. Just when I thought my ambitions were dead, I'm finding myself being fired up again. He said, giving us a determined look. Careful now, you don't want to mess up with your makeup, right, ma'am? Roy said, smiling. Oh my, no, Grumman said in his disguised voice, once again giggling, and I couldn't help but laugh as well. Do you have an opening later, sir? Roy said, turning towards Grumman, before walking away. Maybe we can have a cup of tea somewhere. I'm very sorry, but no, I appreciate the invitation. What's that? He asked as he noticed the folder Roy was carrying. Oh, this, Fullmetal was looking for a girl with this cat. Panda. I interrupted him, it's a panda. Fine, Roy grumbled, it's a panda that this girl has with her. They're trying to look for her. Have you seen it before? Roy asked. Yes, I have, in fact. She was at the train station heading north. Grumman said. Really? Thank you so much, General Grumman. I thanked the general, bowing down to him. I'll see you later, Roy. I have to tell the boys about this news. I shouted, running off into town, waving goodbye to the men. Now if I was Ed, where would I be? Let's check the library. I said, jogging to the central library, which I had no clue where it was located. I began to walk aimless around the city, hoping that someone would know where the library was, but every time I was given directions, I ended up even more lost than before. Miss Sabaku. I heard someone call out my name, as I was about to ask another person for directions. I turned around and before I knew it, I was face to face with Major Armstrong. Major Armstrong, what are you doing here? I asked as I stepped a couple of steps back. Why, I was on my way to give some information to the Elric brothers when I found you circling the city looking lost. Who are you looking for? He asked. The Elric brothers. I have to tell them that I found out where May is heading. I said. Then let us go to the central library together. He said, grabbing my shoulder and practically dragged me all the way to the library, which was a block away from where I was at. How could I have missed that? It was just right there. I'm really horrible at directions. I sighed as the both of us entered the library. We looked around the library for a couple of minutes before we heard Ed complaining about alchemy behind a shelf of books. Just as I was about to go around the shelf, Major Armstrong grabbed it and pulled it apart so that we could go through. There you are, Edward Elric. He boomed as he closed the shelf. Once I made it through, we found you. Damn it, Major, what do you want? Edward shouted. Oh, and hi, Miyuki. I gave him a small wave before Armstrong shushed Ed. This is a library, you know. Quiet. He ordered him. Both Ed and I sweat dropped at this. Anyways, we're here because we have some stuff to tell you, Ed. I said, helping him off the floor. I know where May, the little Shing girl, went. She's headed up north. How do you know this? Ed whispered. I was with Roy when a witness came up to us telling us about the Shing girl. I said. North, huh? Ed smirked, clenching his fist. Now that's some information that I can act on. Hold on a second, Major Armstrong said as Ed began to pick up the books that he dropped. There's something I need to give to you, he said, pulling out a letter from his pocket, giving it to Ed. Take this. What is it? He asked. A letter of introduction, but it might not be much use. Then why bother giving this to us then? The first thing you see her, Armstrong said. See who, if I may ask? I asked. Even further north in the Northern Command, you'll find an officer nicknamed the Northern Wall of Bridges, who defends our border. Major General Armstrong, he said, giving off an aura of doom when he mentioned his family member. Thanks, we'll keep a lookout for this officer then. I smiled weakly. Thank you, Major Armstrong. You're welcome, Miss Sabaku, and Edward. Take care, he called out as we went to look for Al. Ed, deciding that walking was too slow, broke out into a run and shouted Al's name. I sighed at Edward's eagerness and quietly jogged behind him. Al, get ready, we're leaving, he shouted as he spotted Al, who I saw had a little companion. Quiet, Ni-san, this is a library. Al scolded him. So where are we going? He asked. Look, don't worry about it, we'll explain it on the train. But first we're going to have to stop by the military sleeping quarters and, who's this kid? Ed asked, noticing the little boy. He was staring at the both of with stars in his eyes. Mr. Armor called you Ni-san. Does that mean you're Edward Elric, the fullmetal alchemist? He asked. Yeah, Edward smirked, proud that someone recognized him. That's so cool, you are a tiny alchemist like everyone says. He smiled, not noticing Ed's menacing aura. What was that, you brat? Say that again once more. He growled out, ready to pound the kid into a bloody pulp. Lighten up, Ed. He's just a kid, but it is your fault that you're tiny since you refuse to drink your milk. I sighed. Shut up, Miyuki, he shouted at me. The kid then suddenly turned to me with stars also in his eyes. You're Miyuki Uzumaki Namikaze Sabaku, the first ever female alchemist. You're so pretty, he said, awed by me. Thank you, I said, blushing, but you really shouldn't be calling Ed short if you want to live though, kid. I chuckled as I restrained Ed from killing me. But it's so true. He hates being called small, like everyone says. He laughed as I struggled even harder to hold the furious Ed back from killing the poor kid. Suddenly I heard two guns cock into our heads as I heard the man in the black suit on my right say, well demanded. Step away from Master Selim. No, wait, don't shoot them. Selim cried, and instantly the bodyguards put away their guns. Wait, Master Selim, are you Selim Bradley? Ed asked, surprised. Selim, the Führer's son, Al cried in surprise. You're his son, I also shouted in surprise. Yup, that's me, he smiled at us, and that's how we ended up at King Bradley's house. We sat down in the living room, sitting across from Selim and Mrs. Bradley, and the three of us sat uncomfortably. How this happened? Ed whispered to us. We were supposed to be on a train heading north. I have no idea, Al whispered back. I'm sorry, Mrs. Bradley said, noticing us whispering to each other. It's just that Selim been in awe for you for a long time, Edward. And he recently has been very interested in you, Miss Sabaku, since you're the first ever female alchemist. She chuckled. Really? Both of us asked, surprised. Selim only nodded happily. Selim, are you interested in alchemy? Al asked him. Yes, my dream is to learn how to practice it. And after that I want to become a state alchemist just like you and Miss Sabaku, Ed. And then I'll be able to help my father out as well. Selim happily replied. The three of us tensed up as he told us his dream. He wants to become a state alchemist. It's sad that he doesn't know that his father only made up the program so he could use it to find potential human sacrifices. Poor Selim, he doesn't even know that his father is a ruthless man. Really, that's great. I forced a smile on my face. Tell me, Selim, do you get along with your father? Do you like him? Ed asked suddenly. Yeah, of course. Selim smiled at us. What kind of man is he? I asked this time, wondering how he acted around his supposedly family. An amazing man. His job is more demanding than anyone else's in the world. He spends all day every day thinking about the people of this country. He said, giving us a 1,000-watt smile. Of course he does. Ed nervously chuckled. The Führer's duties must keep him very busy all time, right? Al asked. That is true. Mrs. Bradley smiled. It's something that he always insists upon. He's determined to work himself ragged. At his age, I preferred if he took it a little bit easier. It's nothing new though. He's always been devoted to his work. That's what he's good at, but then where women are concerned, I'm afraid he's a bit of an oaf. She laughed. The first time we meet, he made me so angry that I actually slapped him. The three of us stared at her with shock. She slapped Wrath and fricking lived. Holy shit. But it worked out for the best. She continued, he asked me out after that and our first date was amazing. She sighed happily. Oh sorry, listen to me babbling like a little school girl. She apologized. It's okay, it's always funny remembering how you met your husband. I remember the first time I met Gara, well, let's say we didn't like each other very much. We wanted to tear out each other's throats. It was only after years later that we became good friends and started to fall in love. I sighed as I tweaked my story just a little bit. The first time we actually met, when he and his team entered the village, he actually came up to me and said, and I quote, "Mother wants your blood, I'll look forward to kill you in the exams," and he left. Such a memorable encounter. Suddenly the door of the living room opened up and what do you know, King Bradley came in, somewhat glaring at us. Dad's home. Selim cried happily, as he rushed towards his father, giving him a hug. "Hello dear." Mrs. Bradley smiled as she watched her husband playfully ruffle Selim's hair. "Well, hello there my little one," Rath said, hugging his son warmly. "What are you doing back home?" Mrs. Bradley asked. "I had some free time for a change, so I thought I'd check in on my family." Rath smiled at us, and I also happened to hear that the Whirlwind Alchemist and the Fullmetal Alchemist along with his brother were paying us a visit. "Hello sir," Ed and I said at the same time. "Long time no see," Al greeted Bradley. "Long time, I just saw you at Central." Rath laughed. I chuckled nervously as he sat down next to his wife and began talking once again. "So you ran into the three of them in the library, Selim?" he asked, taking a sip of his tea that his wife brought to him. "Yeah, that's right." He smiled brightly at his father. We just stared at the Fuhrer, still not able to believe that he actually had a caring side to him at all. "You must be wondering why Selim doesn't look like us," Rath suddenly said after taking a sip from his tea. "Oh no sir," Ed quickly said, "it didn't even cross my mind." Watching him with his family made my anger for him rise once more. He was practically taunting me that he still had a family waiting for him, looking at him being so kind to his kid. It made me sick that he fooled his whole family into believing that he cared for them. He was a monster. I clenched my fist silently as I wished that I still had my family left. "Well, it's because we aren't related by blood." Rath smiled at us. "We were unable to have any children of our own," Mrs. Bradley said sadly, but then she looked at Selim happily, "so we adopted Selim and he's our son now. I'm proud of my boy, he's grown into a fine devoted son." Rath chuckled as he ruffled Selim's hair playfully. "Would you cut it out already, Dad? You're embarrassing me." Selim laughed, but clearly embarrassed. "But it's the truth," Rath happily said to his son, and both of them laughed happily. I couldn't help but just stare sadly at the scene before me. If I hadn't read that book on alchemy, that could have been me with my children, embarrassing them in front of people and laughing together. We would have been a happy family. Noticing that none of us were talking, I didn't even know that Ed and Al were also staring at Selim and Rath sadly. Rath asked us, "What's wrong, Sabaku, Elric?" Snapping us out of our dazed phase, I was the first to answer him. "Nothing sir, it's just, sorry about, but it's weird I guess, to see you act like this. It's a part of you we haven't seen before," I said, trying to cover up my sadness. "I see," Rath said, suddenly glaring at us, "but as you can tell, even a man like me has a family waiting for him at home." My fists tightened as he said those words while patting Selim's head. "I'm sure of course it's quite different than yours," he said, smiling at us. Edward gasped in surprise as he realized that he was talking about Winry and Pinkano, and I couldn't help but give a barely audible growl. He was taunting me, Noah's, about our families. He was practically daring us to go against him right now, and I would have loved to, but there were too many risks. Suddenly Rath stood up from his chair before walking to the door, which clearly upset his son. "Ah Daddy, leaving already?" Selim sadly asked. "Yes, you know I have duties to get back to Selim." Bradley chuckled, but Selim looked crestfallen. "Please," Rath said, turning around as he reached the door. "Make yourselves at home. You're welcome anytime, state alchemists." He then proceeded out the door, leaving us speechless. "Please come back and visit us soon, okay?" Selim yelled from the gate of his home, waving goodbye at us along with his mother. We waved back as well. "We will. See you later," Ed shouted as we were already walking away. After taking a couple of steps, the three of us looked back and sadly gazed at the family Rath managed to fool. It's sad. Neither Selim or his mother knows that Fuhrer Bradley really is a homunculus, I whispered, barely audible. However, once those words slipped out of my mouth, a homunculus signature flared up right next to the Bradleys, but as soon as it came, it left. Weird, I could have sworn that I sensed a homunculus chakra signature. It was different than gluttony, envy, wrath, even fathers, so was it. Could it be Selim? No, I must be imagining things, but I can't help but feel that Selim's not normal, I wonder. "Come on, let's go," Ed shouted, running to the exit of Bradley's home. "We're headed north." Hey, wait up," I shouted as I ran after the boys. Once I caught up to Ed, I could hear him grumbling. "We'll catch that obnoxious little brat and make her tell us everything she knows about alchemy." "Sounds like a plan," I smiled at Ed. "A horribly planned out plan, but it'll do," I whispered to myself as we finally exited the house and now running towards the military headquarters where our stuff were. "This is the first time we ever been so far north," Al said as he looked out of the train. "Yeah," Edward Said agreeing with him. After getting our stuff from the military quarters, Ed decided to alchemize his jacket so it would be better suited for the cold. His hood now had white fur-like material trimming, but the rest of his outfit stayed the same. I wonder if we'll see snow. Have you ever seen snow, Miyuki? Al asked. Yes, once when I was around 13 or 14, I can't remember the exact age. Anyways, it was a mission in the land of snow, now called the land of spring, where I had to save a real princess. I went to the snow country when I was around 20, I think, for another mission, and that's about it. I said, snuggling into my jacket even more as I felt the cold air of the north seeping in the train. I take it you don't like the cold, Ed said as he saw my outfit. After learning that we were going to the north, I had made a clone under a disguise to buy me some winter clothing since I had none. I wasn't exactly a fan of the cold. I mean, when you live your life in a village that has springtime weather, and then in a desert, you tend to get much colder easily when you visit the snow. And that's why I had my tank top alchemized so it would be a thicker material and actually covered my stomach. My jacket was replaced with a dark gray vest jacket, and I had dark gray arm warmers to cover my bare arms. My pants, also alchemized, were still the same color. I still had my boots, but now I had a thick, huge light gray trench coat that went to my knees. I was ready for the north. Not like it per se, it's just that I've been so used to the heat and warmth that my body can't take the cold as well as other people can. So I get colder easily. But I really do love the snow. I smiled as I shivered slightly in my seat. It's always something that amazes me. I looked out at the window and sighed in content. Snow is one of the few things that can always bring a smile to my face. Miyuki, I've been wondering, what was that scar on your back we saw a couple of days ago? Edward suddenly asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. Oh, you guys saw that, huh? Damn, and here I was hoping that I wouldn't have to tell you guys the story. I mumbled, getting myself comfortable for the story I was about to tell. So you want the story on the scar or the whole story? I asked. There's more to that scar on your back? Al asked, horrified. Unfortunately, yes, but if I tell you the whole story, you must promise on your life that you'll never tell another soul. Got it? I almost growled at them. We promise. Both brothers swore at the same time. Okay, then let's start at the beginning. It all started about hundreds of years ago. Before the ninja villages existed, there was one demon that existed in our world. Its name was Jubi, the 10-tailed beast. Wait, so you're telling me in your world demons existed? Edward asked, unable to accept the concept. Yes, you know how I am able to use chakra and chakra as energy. Well, this creature was made up of pure chakra, or pure energy. It has so much energy that no one could even come close to Jubi without passing out from the raw energy it pulsed out. Well, anyways, Jubi ruled the ninja world, and it seemed that nothing would be able to stop it. That's when the Sage of the Sixth Path came. He was the first ninja per se. He was the one who taught people how to use chakra and created ninjutsu. So he was the one who destroyed Jubi. Wait, you just said this Jubi monster was made up of chakra, air energy. Energy can't be destroyed no matter what. Ed interrupted me. Nissan's right, Miyuki. Energy can be distributed but not destroyed. Al backed up his brother. Yes, I know that. The Sage of the Sixth Path knew that as well. So he defeated Jubi by sealing it into himself, making him a Jinchuriki. Or in other words, a human sacrifice that held the power of Jubi. That's when peace began in our country. Ninja villages started to rise, ninjas were growing, and things seemed to be looking up for the future. But as you know, all good things will come to an end. The Sage of the Sixth Path reached an old age, and he knew when he died the Jubi would be released and the peace that he brought would shatter within days. So using all of his power, the Rinnegan, he managed to split the Jubi's chakra into 9 beings. Ikibi the 1-tailed raccoon, the Nibi the 2-tailed cat, the Sanbi the 3-tailed turtle, the Yonbi the 4-tailed ape, the Gobi the 5-tailed whale horse, the Rokubi the 6-tailed gastropod, the Shichibi the 7-tailed rhino beetle, the Hachibi the 8-tailed ox cephalopod, and the Kyubi the 9-tailed fox. And then he sealed the body of Jubi into the moon and died. Wait, he had the Rinnegan, like you. Damn, just how powerful is that eye? Edward asked. Very powerful. Only the Sage of the Sixth Path, Pain, and myself have this eye. So anyways, people saw how powerful these creatures were and tried many ways to gain control over them. They developed a similar technique to the Sage of Six Paths that would seal the creatures into humans and made them into Jinchurikis. These humans were more powerful than the average ninjas since they had huge chakra reserves due to the monster they held. However, many of the Jinchurikis were unstable and many people feared them. So when you became a Jinchuriki, you had a very lonely and abusive life. Many didn't get to live past the age of 30 since they would be too unstable or they would wish to end their lives, and the Hokage, the leader of the village, would have to find a new host. So the endless cycle of Jinchurikis began. My mother was a Jinchuriki. She held the Kyuubi, the most powerful tailed beast at the time. She was one of the few people that managed to have a normal life despite being a Jinchuriki. That's why I have fast healing abilities, because my mom passed some of her chakra that was influenced by the Kyuubi into me. She was actually lucky that Kyuubi didn't manage to get out, because when a female Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal that hold the tailed beast at bay becomes very weak and there's a chance that it could escape and kill its host. Well, it didn't, and then my mom had my little brother a year later, Naruto. However, there was a man called Mandara, who wanted to resurrect the Jubi, and he needed to collect all the tailed beasts, so he targeted my mom. While my mom was giving birth, he somehow managed to capture her and forced her to release the Kyuubi, which then attacked the village. My dad, the Hokage at the time, had to seal the beast into my brother Naruto in order to save our village, and he died in the process. So in one day, I lost my mom and dad but gained a brother. This is where we get to the scar on my back. So don't fall asleep on me just yet. I chuckled as I saw Ed's eyes slowly closing. Sorry, it's just that's late. But continue. I want to know more. Well, the previous Hokage took up his old post and told the villagers what my dad had done. It would have been a good idea, except so many people lost their lives in the Kyuubi invasion that they believed that my brother was the demon itself and not the jailer. And that was the beginning of our crappy childhood. Since many people hated Naruto, they tended to hate me as well since I stood up for him. They called me a demon whore, the demon guardian, and a lot of other nasty stuff. We were forced out of the orphanage at the age of 4 to 5, we had to live in an apartment, and the bills we had to pay were overpriced because of what Naruto had sealed in him. The scar on my back, that happened when I was about 0.8, I think. There was a rumor going around saying that if they wanted to get rid of my brother, they had to kill me first, so when I was coming back from grocery shopping, a group of drunken men cornered me. They had knives, broken bottles, swords, and anything that was sharp. They made sure that I couldn't move before they stabbed me in the back. What? How could they? You were just 8 years old. Al cried in horror. Why didn't you fight back? Ed growled. You could have beaten the crap out of them. If I did that, then they would accuse me of attacking them first. Besides, if we fought back, then the villagers would think that we would be growing too powerful and would take drastic measures to kill us. So we decided to never fight back, fearing that we would be killed sooner. Well, anyways, while they were stabbing me, one person managed to write, "Demon Protector," on my back. The wound was so deep that it left the scar on my back. I sighed as I rubbed my back. That's just horrible. Did they do anything else to you? Ed asked. Just more beatings, but nothing else. That was the worst of it. When Naruto and I became genin, the attack stopped, and when Naruto saved the village from destruction so many times, people began to look at us as heroes, just how my dad wanted it to be. I smiled as I remembered the day when Naruto defeated Pain and everyone greeted him as a hero. I kind of ruined it when I passed out from pain when I mysteriously gained the Rinnegan. Never had I seen Naruto so panicked before. The boys stayed silent for a while before Ed asked. You really been through hell and back, haven't you? I only nodded. Yes, I have, but I think that if I didn't go through that, I wouldn't be the person I am today. I smiled softly as I looked out at the window, seeing the moon dominate the sky. I wondered if Naruto, Gaara, or anyone I knew was looking at the sky as well. Naruto, Gaara, Winry, Mei, and everyone else, isn't tonight a beautiful night? I hope you are enjoying it wherever you are. After spending about 2 days on the train, we finally reached our destination, the north. Without waiting for us, Ed quickly raced off the train, eager to see the snow, since the train station blocked our view of it. Giving our ticket to the train officer, or whatever he's called, the boys and I raced outside to see the white fluffy substance falling freely from the sky. Look, there's snow, Ed cried happily. Al came behind him gasping in awe, and I couldn't help but do the same. The snow that covered the whole town made it look like a winter wonderland. Carefully we made our way down the steps, but for Ed, he managed to slip on a step that had ice on it and bounced on his butt all the way until the end of the stairs. Even though it wasn't a laughing matter, okay, it was a laughing matter, so I laughed aloud until I forgot to add chakra on one of my boots and ended up at the bottom of the staircase just like Ed. Not so funny, is it, Miyuki? Edward growled at me while rubbing his butt. Yes, it still is. I giggled as I threw a snowball at him, which he dodged and hit poor Al, instead knocking his helmet off. Hey, Al cried as he found his head and put it back on. Take this. And threw a snowball at me. I was still busy laughing at the fact that Al's head came off. I know it wasn't that funny, but come on, it's snow. That I didn't even notice the snowball until it hit me straight in the face. Oh, you want to fight, Al? I'll giving you a fight. Take this, I shouted, throwing snowballs at both Ed and Al. Thus began our snowball fight. Well, that was the most fun I had with snow in years. I laughed as the three of us sat down on a nearby bench. Our snowball fight went on for some time until Ed and I grew tired from laughing at each other as snow kept on hitting us. So we decided to call it quits and that it was a tie. On missions we usually never have time to play in the snow. AHHHCHOOOOOOOO. I sneezed as I finished my sentence. Damn cold, I muttered as I wiped my nose. Yeah, this was pretty fun. It reminds me of the time when we had a snowball fight when we were little, remember Al? Ed asked as he brushed off some snow that was still in his hair. Oh, I remember that, and we even made a snowman. Al recalled happily. Back then, I would have never imagined that we would come this far north. It seemed impossible. Yeah, Ed said as he gazed at the snow-covered city. But here we are now. So I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. Can we go and grab a bite to eat? I asked as a couple of minutes went by as we just stared at the scenery. I don't see why not, the train to Briggs doesn't leave for another hour so we have time to spare. Ed said, getting up and running towards the center of town. Careful Ed, Ni-san, you're going to fall again. Al and I shouted, running carefully after Ed. Shut up, he growled back at us and I couldn't help but laugh. Snow no matter what can always cheer you up. Chew. Ed and I both sneezed at the same time. Stupid cold, I mumbled, wrapping my coat tighter around me trying to warm myself up. Are you guys catching a cold? Al asked worryingly. Brr, well I'm cold all right, Ed shivered. That's Briggs for you. No, it's just the cold. I sighed. The driver suddenly stopped the cart in front of a fence that seemed to be fencing off nothing really, and looked back at us. All right is where I'll let you go ma'am, boys. We quickly grabbed our stuff. Ed was a suitcase and mine was just a single scroll that had some of my weapons in and a spare of my outfit, and jumped off the cart. If you follow this mountain road it'll take you straight to Fort Briggs. Thank you sir, I said, bowing to him. Before we could take any step further the driver spoke once again, but this time at Al. Oh, you in the armor, is that automail? He asked. Al shook his head. Oh okay, you should be alright. And he drove off before I could ask him what he meant by that. Okay, that was strange, Ed said as we watched the driver slowly become smaller as he went farther away. That's military land beyond the fence, so stay on the road if you want to live. The driver warned us. Huh, all of us asked, but the driver never answered. We looked back at the snow path that led to Fort Briggs and I couldn't help but feel that this wasn't going to be easy as I thought it would be. Well, let's go boys. We're burning daylight, I said as I began to tread through the snow. After 30 minutes of walking through the snow, a blizzard came upon us, almost making it impossible to go through. This isn't normal. I shivered as I tried to keep myself warm but failed. Even back in the snow, C- ountry, wasn't this CCC cold. Yeah, this weather seems to be a little extreme. Ed shivered as he also tried to keep warm. What do we do now? Asked Al, who I really wished to be right now since he can't even sense the cold, we can't even see the road. Don't worry Al, I can still see it, and we're still on it. I said, reassuring him, but I didn't know how long we would last in the cold though. We'll be fine. I mean, teacher lived out here for a whole month during her training. She survived, Ed said. What, no way, she couldn't have lived through this for an entire month. Al shouted, not believing his brother. Sure she could, she even killed a bear. Ed shouted back as the wind made it now impossible to speak at normal levels. The bears around here are 15 feet tall. There's no way she could have killed one. Al, I hate to say this to you, but I think it's possible. I mean, I fought 15 feet tigers when I was just barely 13 years old. I shouted, I'm pretty sure Izumi could have fought one and lived to tell the tale. What the? Sensing another chakra presence behind us, I quickly turned around to see a huge man in a military uniform and a black jacket glaring at us. Ed and Al screamed in terror as they readied themselves into a fighting stance. Ed quickly transmuted his arm. Al put up his fists ready to punch the so-called grizzly bear, as they called him. The huge military man lifted his right arm, which surprisingly had an automail claw, which both Ed and I looked at surprised. It was weird seeing another person with an automail arm, but I didn't have time to think out it anymore as the man slammed his automail arm into the ground and would have crushed us if we hadn't jumped away. That's no bear, Ed shouted. No shit Sherlock, I shouted, taking out a kunai. Before I could even attack him, the man took out a gun and aimed it at Al. It turned out that the gun didn't have bullets but was a net instead. The net caught Al and trapped him. Alphonse, Al, Ed and I shouted. I quickly went to go and help Al, but the man quickly stepped in the way preventing me from doing so. I finally got a good look at him. He really didn't have any hair except for a single line in the middle of his head that then turned into a braid as it went lower. He had two thin mustache hairs each on one side of his mouth, but overall he was a tough-looking man that wouldn't go down easily in a fight. Wait, hold on a second. Ed shouted, is that a military uniform you're wearing? Well, that looks like pretty mediocre stuff, but you have automail too. The man answered, not answering Ed's question. Huh, mediocre, just because mine's not tacky like yours. Ed snarled, not appreciating that Winry's automail was being called mediocre. Fool, obviously you don't know a good weapon when you see one. This right here is combat automail model M1913A, the crocodile. He shouted, pointing the now dubbed crocodile at us. Now surrender peacefully, you miserable truculent spies, or I'll show you exactly what this baby can do. He threatened us. Spies? What are you talking about? We're not any. I was cut off as the man charged at us, swinging the crocodile at our heads. Edward and I expertly dodged it and jumped when our heads were nearly smashed to bits. Damn it, can't you hear what we're saying, moron? Ed shouted at the military man before wincing in pain. Edward grabbed his shoulder as he muttered. It shouldn't be hurting. Something's wrong with my automail. He cried once he realized that it wasn't functioning properly. What do you mean something's wrong? Damn it. My leg, it's hurting too. I winced in pain, dropping down to one knee as my right leg began to give out. Ed, watch out. I shouted as I saw the man grab Ed's automail arm and threw him in the snow hard. Hey, let go of him. I shouted as I forced myself to stand and charged at the man. I jumped at him and aimed a kick with my automail leg at his head, but it never made contact as the man let go of Ed's arm, which was good in a way, and clamped onto my leg. I was now hanging upside down trying to make this man let go of my leg. Miyuki! Ed cried as I watched the man pull a string and I heard it trying to slice through my leg. It managed to rip my pants and boots, and I really liked those boots, damn it. But it hadn't damaged my leg, yet. Let me fucking go, damn it. I shouted, stabbing the kunai into the automail hoping that it would at least jam it. It did jam it for a moment before it continued to saw through my leg, but surprisingly the kunai was still intact. Damn it, Ed, a little help here. I shouted as I tried to punch the man, but with the pain of my automail leg growing, the cold finally getting to me, and hanging upside, I wasn't getting anywhere. Take this, Ed shouted as he clapped his hands together and tried to break his automail arm, but surprisingly nothing happened. Was that supposed to hurt? The military man asked. Damn it, why didn't my alchemy on it? This thing is made of iron, isn't it? Ed shouted as he jumped back to avoid the man's automail as he swung in his direction. Which I may remind you still had me in it. Here, Miyuki. I hear Al cry, throwing something to me, which I surprisingly caught since I was still recovering from the attack the man had used moments ago. In my hands was Al's helmet and I immediately threw his head in the crocodile, which successfully jammed it, letting go of my leg. I fell to the floor, but I wasted no time jumping away far from him to make sure he didn't trap me again in his automail of his. Thanks, Al. Are you okay? Both brothers asked me. Fine, but I have a feeling Winry's going to kill me for ruining her automail. I sighed, taking out another kunai before I swore mentally as I sensed more chakra presences. That wasn't too bad, girl. Especially with that ordinary automail of yours. Thanks, I'm pretty sure that your men around us would agree too if they weren't pointing their guns at us. I sighed as I put down my kunai that I had taken out moments ago and held my hands up in the air. There were too many people to take on, not to mention we weren't here to fight the military, we were here just to find May. What the? Ed shouted, as he finally noticed the men covered in white pointing guns at us, and put his hands up in the air also. Great, another gun stuck in my face. He grumbled as the crocodile owner came to us. How did you know that they were there? He asked me. Call it a sixth sense. I said, glaring at him. It only took my moments to finally realize that the blizzard finally stopped and that we had reached a wall. Buccaneer. A woman shouted, who are they? Buccaneer quickly turned around to face whoever was up on that wall and said, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there, General Armstrong. I apologize for the disturbance. As we looked up, we saw a blue-eyed, blonde waist-length haired woman with a dark-skinned man next to her, wearing dark glasses to cover his eyes, but strangely he had white hair. Armstrong? Al asked with some uncertainty. That's who Armstrong wanted us to meet here? I asked. Yeah, Olivier Mira Armstrong. Major Armstrong's older sister. Ed shouted in surprise. I'll ask again. Olivier shouted, who are you? I'm the Whirlwind Alchemist Miyuki Uzumaki Namikaze Sabaku. I shouted, introducing myself before nudging Ed to do the same. And I'm the fullmetal alchemist Edward Elric. Major Armstrong from Central Command sent us to meet the general in charge of this post. Now can you call off your guard dogs? Instead of calling them off, she commanded for them to search us. But we're with the military. Ed shouted, clearly not happy that he was being searched. Sure, she said, not believing us, but how do I verify that? Anyone can claim to be somebody famous. As the soldiers patted us down, the ones checking Al were surprised to see that he was hollow. No shit, Sherlock, so you noticed, Ed and I muttered as they patted us down. They even checked our possessions. They opened Ed's suitcase and they saw the letter addressed to General Armstrong. One soldier grabbed it and made his way towards the general to give it to her. What's this? A soldier asked me as they opened the scroll and saw the sealing symbols in there. Nothing, it's just a diary that I write in a secret code because my little brother always tries to read it. I lied to him. They didn't buy it and also brought it up to the general. Luckily, for me, the general was too busy with the letter. It's from Alex, all right, I heard her say, glaring at the letter with disgust before ripping it up. Aren't you going to even read it? Ed shouted, shocked that she ripped up the letter. A letter of introduction means nothing to me. I don't put much stock in anyone else's opinion of a person. I prefer to judge the people I meet with my own eyes. She said as she let the ripped pieces of the letter fly into the air, with no hope of ever being read. We followed the pieces of paper and we could help but gasp at the sight of the wall. It was huge. It was probably just a little over the size of our wall in Konoha. That's amazing, Ed said, shocked at the size. It's huge. What is this place? He asked. Enter Fullmetal Alchemist, and Whirlwind Alchemist, she said, but gave me a wary glacé as the soldier handed her my scroll. This is incredible, the wall is really. Shut up, Ed, I snapped, covering his mouth with my gloved hands. Your yelling is going to piss her off. I hissed in his ear. You should heed her words, Fullmetal Alchemist. Now quit gaping like an idiot and start walking. Before I tear your little body apart, limb from limb. Edward screamed in terror and I couldn't help but admire General Armstrong. She reminded me a lot of Ba-chan, the one in Konoha. She just lacked a gambling problem, a drinking problem, and a really huge chest. Be warned, I will not coddle you because you're children. This is the mountain fortress, Briggs. Here only the strong survive. Sounds like the Chunin exams all over again, but this time, your life isn't exactly at stake here, not to mention it's fucking cold. Exposure, Ed and I asked as the nurse in the medical center as she placed steamed rags on our automail ports. Ed was now shirtless and I had some short shorts on because stupid Buccaneer destroyed my pants. So even though I had a hot rag on my leg, I still felt the cold. Yes, that's right, she said, you guys got lucky, you were close to getting frostbite. Great, so after we get threatened by the general, we head to the medical center at this fort to learn that we were close to dying. Great, another reason to dislike the cold. You need to be careful when walking around in a snowstorm, she scolded us. The flesh that's touching your automail will freeze. And you need to oil it or it will stiffen. So does that Buccaneer guy have a different type of automail or something? Ed asked. Just then Buccaneer came through the door. It's no use, Doc. I can't get this thing unstuck, he said, showing that Al's head was still tangled up in his automail. My head, Al shouted. Don't worry, Al, I'm pretty sure that they'll get it out. I tried to reassure him as a mechanic motioned Buccaneer to another room, probably to get Al's head out of his automail. The doctor continued as if she wasn't even erupted in the first place. Up here your automail has to be flexible and lightweight. It also needs to be resistant to the cold. After some trial and error, we found an alloy that works. A combination of duralumin, carbon fiber, nickel, and copper. And here I assumed it was iron. No wonder I couldn't do anything with it. Ed sighed in frustration. Hey Doc, be careful, Buccaneer said as he came from the other room with a replacement automail. You plan on telling them all of our secrets? He growled out. Not even fazed by his anger, the doctor simply replied. Why wouldn't I? They're state alchemists, they have a right to know. You're kidding, the brat's a state alchemist, Buccaneer said, shocked. He does have a state alchemist watch, she said as Ed took out his watch and showed it to Buccaneer, who seemed he couldn't comprehend it. Anyways, the doctor began pouring some coffee. If you guys are planning to stay in the north for long, you should probably switch automails. Do you have a mechanic? She asked as Ed started to dress himself and I put on my huge light gray coat on to try to keep my legs warm. Yeah, but she's in Rush Valley, we said at the same time. And she let you guys come up north without explain you all this? She asked. And don't you have an extra set of pants? She asked me as she noticed that I only had my shorts on. Shit, all my clothes are in that scroll that the soldiers took and I can't exactly go up to them and say, hey, I need my scroll back because it has my money, clothes, weapons, and other stuff. Thanks. That would surely go well. No, I didn't actually expect my pants and boot to get ripped to shreds by an automail. So for now, until I can find some material